Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Be Weird broadcast. Thanks so much for joining us on this heavy news Monday. Seems like a whole bunch of stuff happened, so we're gonna check it out. We're gonna go over the news and see, like, man, what's going on with America right now. We're gonna find out what's happening, all in one stream. Now I fried my headphones, so I gotta use this big headset now. Sorry about that. And yeah, what else? It's dark already in Canada, in Montreal. It's not even 6 o'clock and it's pitch black out, you can see. And like no snow on the ground. Super weird, very unusual. So I'm feeling a little bit weirded out by the weather, by the news. But we're gonna keep things chill. We're gonna hang out, have a good time, and we're going to jump into the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Closing arguments are happening. I'm gonna try to speed through it, get to some juicy parts. I know that there's some messed up stuff. I might just skip straight to the actual literal closing arguments by prosecution and the defense, just to sort of like move things along. And then there's the Wet'suwet'en stuff that happened just the other day. So RCMP is arresting people, enforcing a British Columbia Supreme Court injunction on the blockades, but they arrested journalists as well. So people were up in arms over that. And then there was like this very violent incident in America where this guy drove a car through a bunch of people trying to run away after some domestic dispute. So we're gonna look into that, see if there's any footage that might be circulating. And what else? There's also something else big. Oh yeah, some like low-key Twitch drama, if we really want to get into it. I don't think it's gonna be that juicy. I saw like the main clip. And it might just be like kind of heavy and not that entertaining. So I'm not too sure if we'll check that out, but I am very interested in the Ahmaud Arbery trial just because that was messed up, absolutely crazy. So we are definitely gonna look into that, because if they go free, man, I'm gonna lose it. It's gonna be crazy. Okay, just want to fix a couple things here. Bring these guys down, make sure that the chat box and everything else is up. All right, that's enough music. So I don't know where the prosecution starts. This is...
I think we need to make a clear record on it. The other issue I have is this is after the close of all evidence. So I don't believe it's even timely. There is very little, if anything, about this case that had not been
this lady's
already addressed by the court from an evidentiary standpoint.
So I think that's where we're going to skip to. He's probably dealing with
Olivier and Paul Camarillo represent the people of the state of Georgia and the citizens of Glenn County.
Here we go.
Today, you are Glenn County. So why we're here is to go ahead and present you with the state's closing argument. Now, the state gets to go first and last, because the state has the burden of proof to prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. But not just to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the charges in the indictment, but remember from voir dire, you were asked, can you give meaningful consideration to the defenses presented by the defense if they put any up? Okay, and what we've heard is what? Self-defense and citizen's arrest, which the state has to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt to you as well. So ladies and gentlemen, what the state's going to do right now is we're going to go through kind of
trying to fix that audio issue, sorry.
That kind of like, here it is in a nutshell sort of thing. And then I'm going to take you kind of through systematically, piece by piece, what the law is as it regards the charges in the indictment, self-defense, and citizen's arrest.
Okay,
all right? But the one thing I want to tell you before we got started is this. You will have a copy of the indictment with you in the back, okay? So you don't have to write down the charges in the indictment. You have a copy in the back. In addition, Judge Walmsley is going to give you a copy of the law. Okay, so you'll have a copy. So when I'm putting the law up here, you don't have to furiously write it down. You will have a copy of it back there with you. All right? So let's go ahead and get started. This case is really about assumptions and driveway decisions.
Yeah.
Now, you heard the defense talk about, well, probable cause. You're going to have to distinguish between assumptions based on gossip and rumor and all this neighborhood talk on Facebook, and actual probable cause to believe a crime had been committed and someone had committed that crime. The state's position is all three of these defendants made assumptions.
Yes.
Made assumptions about what was going on that
So many
day,
assumptions.
and they made their decision to attack Ahmaud Arbery in their driveways.
Yeah.
Because he was a black man running down the street. So here's what we've got. The bottom line. They assumed he must have committed some crime that day because he's running real fast down the street, right?
Assumption number one.
They did not call 911.
Nope.
They wanted to stop him and question him before they called 911. How do we know? Because that's what they told the police that night. That's what they said on the scene.
True.
Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. Can't do that. They made these decisions in their driveways. So what's really going on here? You know what's really going on here. Mr. Arbery was under attack. They committed 4 felonies against him. And those are the 4 felonies in the indictment. Then they shot and killed him, not because he was a threat to them, but because he wouldn't stop and talk to them. And they were going to make him, absolutely make him stop. We're going to point a shotgun at you. That'll make you stop. That should make you stop right here in your tracks because we want to talk to you. And what did he do? He still ran away. Still ran away. For 5 minutes, ran away. Travis McMichael went to intercept him with that shotgun, and he turned that corner.
Normal thing.
We can't see whether Mr. Arbery attacked him or grabbed the shotgun or anything. It doesn't matter. Because how fast did he shoot him? How fast did he just pull that trigger? They shot and killed Ahmaud Arbery. They all acted as a party to the crime. You'll note they've been indicted that way. And I'm going to talk about what party to a crime is so that you understand that concept.
Okay, I don't know about this.
But the bottom line is, but for their actions, but for their decisions, but for their choices, Ahmaud Arbery would be alive. And that's why they've been indicted with murder, felony murder, and the 4 felonies that led to the murder.
Wow.
So what is the defense? I mean, I'm just going to take it right down there. We've talked about that. What is the defense? We got self-defense. What is that? Well, they're going to try and convince you that Ahmaud Arbery was the attacker, that he was somehow threatening to them. 3-on-1, 2 pickup trucks, 2 guns. Mr. Arbery, nothing in his pockets. Not a cell phone, not a gun, not even an ID.
Totally
They want
harmless.
you to believe that he is the danger to them. And Mr. Rubin said it in the opening statement. He was scary.
He's a scary guy, everybody.
So here's the thing. They're going to try to claim that they were justified in their actions. Okay? Because here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot claim self-defense under certain circumstances. You can't. You don't get to say I was acting in self-defense, and there's 3 of them, and it's the law. This isn't just something made up. There's 3 of them in the law, okay? If you are the initial unjustified aggressor, you don't get to claim self-defense.
Nope.
If you're committing a felony against somebody, you don't get to claim self-defense. And the 3rd one is if you provoke somebody so that they defend themselves against you. And then you go, oh, look, he attacked me first. But you really were the one who was provoking the attack on yourself. You don't get to claim self-defense.
Nope.
And that's the law. So, here's the problem. They're going to try and claim they were justified in starting this in their driveways.
Yep.
They're going to try and claim they were justified in committing all these felonies against Mr. Arbery.
We had to do it.
Because they're going to try and convince you that this was a citizen's arrest.
Citizen's arrest
That's
with
what they're gonna
guns.
do. But here is what a citizen's arrest really is. Okay? This is what the law says. This is the statute. And the judge is going to give it to you. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence. Right here, right now, I'm seeing you do it. Okay? Right here, right now, I'm watching you commit the crime. I'm witnessing it. You're doing it in my presence. So what's the problem for the defendants? Well, we all know that Mr. Bryan's on his porch fixing it. Where's Travis McMichael? He's on the sofa inside the house. Where's Greg McMichael? This all started when I saw him running down the street. Now, it also says within his immediate knowledge. Well, the judge is going to charge you that that's synonymous. It means the same thing. So you got to think about, well, in my immediate knowledge, what does that mean? Think about the eye in the sky, you know, at Walmart. Like you're in Walmart, right? And you see all those things in the ceiling. You know there's a guy in a booth watching a bunch of video cameras, right?
Yes, I do that.
He's not standing next to the person shoplifting, right? When she shoplifts, right? What's he doing? He's watching it on the camera. That's immediate knowledge. He's not right there next to the person shoplifting, but he's watching it. So he has immediate knowledge because he can see it eye in the sky. That's just an example, how to think of immediate knowledge. But immediate knowledge and in your presence is the exact same thing. In order to make an arrest of an offender, the offense has to be committed in the private citizen's presence.
Gotta see it. Gotta be there.
That here?
No.
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 In addition, you will be charged, this is the second line, if the offense is a felony. So once again, the offense has to be a felony. The judge is going to charge you. Criminal trespass and loitering and prowling are misdemeanors. Okay?
Okay.
I'm going to pause right now. I'm going to ask you.
Oh, I am also going to pause because the audio for this is absolutely scuffed. So I'm going to try a different stream from the Law and Crime Network. They have a really great blog. And so I just like naturally trust them more. I'm just trying to find the exact, if the offense is a felony, and I think I found the exact spot maybe. Let's see here.
The judge is going to charge you. Criminal. Do we have that here? No.
Oh, I see.
In addition, you will be charged, this is the second line, if the offense is
there
a
we go.
felony. So once again, the offense has to be a felony. The judge is going to charge you. Criminal trespass and loitering and prowling are misdemeanors. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, we're in the same
I'm going to
spot.
pause right now. I'm going to ask you to read the criminal trespass thing. In order to be a criminal trespasser, you have to enter on the property with the intent to do an unlawful act.
Okay.
Or somebody has to have told you can't come back here.
Hey.
Like Larry English or his representative. Well, Mr. Arbery was never told, don't come back here. You're not allowed. This is private property. He was never told, so he doesn't fall under criminal trespass. Now, I don't want you guys to make the mistake of thinking that we're endorsing, kind of, or not acknowledging what Mr. Arbery was doing. I mean, let's get real. All right, what was Mr. Arbery doing? He's going on to somebody else's private property. Yeah. What was he doing? We can see it. Wandering around for a few minutes each time. Right? And then what would he do? He'd leave. On video, never took anything, never damaged anything. So ladies and gentlemen, you decide. Is he this giant burglar who just happened to never show up with a bag or any means to steal anything? All right?
All right.
Or is he a looky-loo? Yeah, a looky-loo who's going in there at night. He shouldn't be doing that. I mean, we all know this, okay?
Okay. People do it.
But
Whatever.
it's trespass. It's a misdemeanor.
Yes,
And on
not big a
February
deal.
23rd, 2020, none of the defendants knew that he had been inside in broad daylight, that location. And what did he do on the 23rd of February? Did the same thing he always did. Wandered around, and then left and ran off down the street. But they didn't know that. They had no immediate knowledge of that. It wasn't in their presence. Travis McMichael's on the couch. Mr. Bryan's in front of his house. Greg McMichael, you saw, he can't even see down the road. There's that trailer there. Remember the drone video? Citizen's arrest. This was not a citizen's arrest. Not present when any crime was committed. The suggestion that Ahmaud committed a crime is based on what? Not immediate knowledge, speculation. Speculation. How do we know? Because of the defendant's own words to the police. That's how we know. Wanting to question Ahmaud demonstrates uncertainty. Hey, where are you coming from? They don't know where he's coming from.
Wow.
What are you doing?
Good point.
They don't know what he's doing.
Good point.
Remember, Mr. Bryan? Heard, what'd you steal? Okay? They don't know what he's done.
They don't know he stole
why
anything.
He's out there running.
They don't.
They don't have immediate knowledge. They have no knowledge. They have speculation because he's running down the street.
Yeah.
Wanting to question Ahmaud demonstrates a lack of immediate knowledge, which is required under the citizen's arrest law.
Oh, that was a bad
Because
choice.
it's required, that means this was not a
Bad
lawful
choice.
citizen's arrest.
Bad choice.
Remember what Greg McMichael said? Did this guy break into this house today? I don't know.
I don't know.
But hey,
Did he?
law enforcement officers, I'm sure he must have committed some crime today, so why don't you go out and figure out what crime it was that he must have committed today? Why do they think he must have committed something?
I don't know.
He's run down the street. He might have gone into somebody's house. Pure speculation. And after he's lying there dead, Greg McMichael's there telling the police, hey, why didn't you investigate? So I'm sure he committed some crime today. That's not a citizen's arrest. Not legitimate at all. So what are you going to hear?
I hate to interrupt closing argument, but the state is misstating the citizens arrest law repeatedly
Wait,
in this section
what?
of its argument. And I'd like the
What?
court to instruct the jury that the law will come from the court. This is not an accurate statement of
Wait,
it.
what? You're accusing her of misreading the
Court is going to
statute?
charge the jury on the law, and as indicated, you'll have a copy of that charge with you to review during your deliberations in the state.
Thank you.
Sustained. Yeah.
Judge is going to charge you these exact words.
A private person,
Judge is going to charge you these exact words.
if the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, a private person may arrest him upon reasonable grounds. Whoa, you're skipping so fast.
So what are you going to hear? The state suspects that what you're going to hear from the defense is this, that Travis McMichael had probable cause to believe that Ahmaud stole the stuff off the English's boat in 2019
Stuff.
and was escaping that felony on February 23rd, 2020. Not really sure how you escape on February 23rd, 2020 from a crime you supposedly committed on some unknown date in 2019 that
Wow.
Travis McMichael's mom told him about.
Wow.
But basically, we have this where he came in, took the stand, and said, yeah, that's what was going on. So I was going to go ahead and arrest him for this. Here's the problem. This was completely made up for trial.
Wow.
Because no one, anywhere, at any time, ever mentioned Larry English's boat.
Yeah,
Never.
during the entire altercation,
On
they were
February
saying to him,
23rd,
"Hey,
2020.
you
Travis McMichael
done
had
took
2
from
hours
my
and
boat."
45 minutes to talk to the police. He was given an hour to write a 3-page statement. An hour to write it down. Never, ever, ever once said
Didn't make it up.
anything about this. So what can you go ahead and assume?
Didn't
A
write
year
it.
and 9 months later. Completely made up.
It's made up. Oh my God, she's
All
crushing
right,
it.
so simply put, ladies and gentlemen, if you determine that this was not a citizen's arrest, this was not legitimate, he had no probable cause, you can't do this based on the law,
Okay.
then guess what? They're not justified
Exactly,
in killing him.
because they
They're
had
not
no
justified
reason.
in any of the felonies they committed
Okay.
against him. Not a citizen's arrest. Therefore, you're not justified. You're the initial aggressor. You're committing felonies. Self-defense. And that gets us to the charges in the indictment. So that's what we're looking at here. Based on that, at that point, you may find them guilty of all the charges in the indictment.
Wow, it is a
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Big
that was
leap.
the snapshot view of what I think you're probably going to hear from the defense and what the state's position is on that. So
Okay.
now we're going to do some deep diving. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about the juror's duty. We're going to talk about some legal concepts that you need to be aware of that the judge is going to charge you. We're going to go over the charges in the indictment. We're going to talk about party to the crime. And then we're going to kind of really get into what self-defense and citizen's arrest is. And I know it's going to take a minute. Bear with me, but this burden's on the state. So we have to go through all of these things. All right? So here we go.
Speed this
Juror's
up.
duty. First off, this is your search for the truth. Okay? This isn't about the state. This is your search for the truth. You are Glenn County. You decide whether they're guilty or not guilty. Not the defense attorneys, not the state. You. Your search for the truth.
Yep.
You determine what really happened based on the evidence presented. Okay? And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, what's the evidence presented? Well, you can go ahead and look at State's Exhibit 190, which was the actual video. 191 is the half-speed video. You can take a look at State's Exhibit 194, the night owl video. You can go ahead and take a look at 129. That's that close-up compressed, sort of enhanced for coloration video that was produced that shows the close-up of Travis pulling that shotgun up. You can go ahead and take a look at State's Exhibit 117, Officer Rash's video. You can also take a look at 124, the video from December 17th, 2019. And of course, you can always ask to see State's Exhibit 315, the frame by frame, if you want to see it. So how that works is you send a note to Judge Walmsley and you go, we'd like to go ahead and review that evidence, and you come into the courtroom. When you come to the courtroom, we don't get to say anything. Okay? Nobody gets to talk. And actually, at that point in time, you're in control of what you get to watch here in the courtroom. So I wanted you to be aware of that in case you want to review any of this evidence.
They create the truth
All right.
from the
You are the
evidence.
finder of fact.
Yeah.
Not the state, not the defense. You are the finder of fact. You determine witness credibility. All right? You're the one who decides whether you believe these witnesses or don't believe these witnesses, or how much weight you give a witness's testimony.
Right.
You're going to apply the law that the judge gives you to those facts as you find them to be,
Okay.
and that's what you're going to do. So, you have a duty to follow the law. You're bound by the instructions and the law that the judge gave you. In other words, this isn't about becoming an advocate for one side or the other. This is about what are the facts, and here's the law, and we apply the law to the facts. You have a duty to deliberate. Okay. The reason I put this slide up is because one time we had a woman who went and hid in the bathroom for like an hour and a half.
Wait,
Like,
what?
hid in the bathroom. And the jurors didn't know what to do. They were just sitting back there for an hour and a half and had no idea what to do. Anything like that happens, just send the judge a note. Okay? Anything weird happens, anything you're unsure of happens, send the judge a note.
Wow.
But you have this duty to deliberate, to talk about the case. Now, sometimes it's helpful to think about what's inside the circle and what's outside the circle. Okay? Because there's some things outside the circle that you're not, or shouldn't really talk about. And what are those? Well, that mostly concerns penalty and punishment. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be given a verdict form, and on that form you're going to write not guilty or guilty. That's all you're going to do.
Wow.
Okay? So it's not about passion or prejudice or you disagree with the law, you don't like the law, conjecture. It's about the evidence. And so what do you consider? Well, you consider the elements of the crimes. Judge Walmsley is going to give you that. The law, the expert testimony, okay? Fingerprints, fibers, the medical examiner,
Physical evidence.
the photos and documents. Look at the crime scene photos. Take a look at those photos. They're hard, but take a look at them. The testimony of the witnesses, the credibility of the witnesses. The defendant's actions, their driveway decisions, and how it led to someone lying dead from 2 gunshot wounds in the middle of the street. The elements of the offenses. The reasonableness. And above all, use your common sense.
Common
This is the time when you
sense.
put on that critical thinking cap, okay? Meaning you question everything. It's sometimes really easy to see somebody and want just to go, well, I want to believe what they had to say. You know, I don't want to believe automatically that they're a liar or anything like that. I want to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, that you put on that critical thinking cap, where you go ahead and scrutinize everything the people on the stand
Right.
said to you.
Right. You look for the
So,
Sasabaka.
reasonable doubt. That's the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It's not about seeking out doubt. It's about seeking the truth. And it's not beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. No. It's just beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the burden that the state has. All right, so the evidence. The first thing you're going to want to do is determine what really happened based on the evidence, but a lot of the evidence isn't in dispute, right? I mean, we know what days Larry English called the police. We know when we have videos. We know this was on February 23rd. The homicide's on video for the most part. Okay, a lot of these things are not necessarily in dispute. What's in dispute is, were they making a citizen's arrest so that they were justified in committing these felonies against Ahmaud Arbery and then murdering him? I mean, that's really what they're arguing about here. So remember, it's not a whodunit. Glenn County Police arrived very quickly afterwards. Minshew heard the shots. The defendants all made statements at the scene.
Right.
Immediately after. They're making statements. They're saying stuff to the police. Then, a couple hours later, the defendants are all down at the Glenn County Police Department, also making statements. But here's the thing, you got to ask yourself, were these self-serving statements? I mean, think about it. The very first thing that we showed you was Duggan's body cam video. It was hard, right? But you got to realize, Travis McMichael is standing right behind Duggan when he rolled Mr. Arbery over. That's what he saw. That's what Greg McMichael and Mr. Bryan saw. So then you got to think to yourself, okay, what's going on in their heads? There's a dead man in the street. Travis McMichael has just shot him. Okay? The police are on the scene. There's now a video of it. So are their statements a couple hours later self-serving? You decide. The GBI did their investigation starting on May 5th, 2020, followed by the arrests. So first off, the credibility of witnesses. That's for you to determine who you believe and who you don't believe. Okay, so what does that mean is you're the one who decides whether Travis McMichael was telling you the truth or lying to you. Right? So let's talk about some of the defense witnesses. Annabelle Beasley. What did she do when she got off the stand? She walked over here and waved at them as she walked off the stand. I mean, I know you all saw that, right? Okay, so Annabelle Beasley, Team McMichael. Susie Lawrence. Who is she? Boy, Team McMichael. Even after this, I mean, after the shooting, she and Brooke Perez and Diego Perez, they're going out in the boat with Greg and Lee McMichael. They're still hanging out with them. Okay, Team McMichael. Brooke Perez, Team McMichael. Up until February 11th. And then what did she tell you? Her husband, Diego Perez, had it with this. Had it with Larry English, not calling the police. Had it with helping out Larry English. He wasn't going to do it anymore because this was not cool. Why was it not cool? Because Diego Perez went inside that house with his flashlight. And Greg McMichael came up and went in the house. What was Brooke doing? My husband's in there, my husband's in there. All right, well, Greg McMichael had his gun. Travis McMichael told you that. He had his gun, Diego had his gun, Brooke had her gun. You know, everybody had a gun. Everybody in this case had a gun, except Ahmaud Arbery. And so, what almost happened? I mean, come on, let's get real. It's a miracle Diego Perez and Greg McMichael didn't kill each other inside that house, right? Pulling guns out.
No.
And that was it. What did Brooke tell you? No more. Not doing this anymore. You determine the credibility of those witnesses. Now, when you consider Travis McMichael and his testimony, here's some things you want to look at. The judge is going to tell you, these are things you consider. The manner of testifying. Evidence of bias for or against a party. Does he have bias for or against Greg McMichael? It's his dad. Okay?
Yeah, come on.
Motive in testifying. Yeah. He wants you to come back with a not guilty verdict. It's in his best interest. Think about the probability or improbability of their testimony. I wondered why he was attacking that truck.
Golly gee.
Like, on Holmes? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, do you guys understand what he was getting at? I mean,
who attacks a
I
truck?
guess we're back to Ahmaud Arbery's a carjacker. Their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, meaning do they have something to gain or lose by coming in here and making up a story for you? Their personal credibility as you observe it. That's for you to decide. Not for the state to decide, not for the defense to decide, for you to decide. All right, so did Travis McMichael have a motive to lie to you? Did he have a motive to make up additional things that he had never said before? All right? Did he have a motive to embellish his testimony? Did he have a motive to claim he now was confused on February 23rd, 2020? Isn't that convenient?
Confused.
Wow, it was the most traumatic. Yeah, and I don't dispute that it was probably the most traumatic experience of his life. How did Mr. Arbery's day go for him? All right?
I think he might have been
Most
confused.
traumatic experience for Travis McMichael. So he's all confused, but did manage to write out a 3-page statement and immediately put down, on January 1st, my gun was stolen. Had all sorts of contextual details in that statement.
Interesting.
Did he have a motive to use talking points? Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, did he come up here? How many times did he say totality of the circumstances to you? Did he have his talking points down a year and 9 months later? That's for you to decide.
Huh.
The defendant's story. The law allows you to disregard his testimony from the witness stand if you don't find it credible.
Interesting.
The law allows you to consider as the actual, real evidence his actions at the time of the murder.
Interesting.
If you don't find him credible.
Right.
Intent to commit a crime. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you got to find that they intended to commit these crimes, and how do you look at that? Well, you look at the natural and necessary consequences of the act, right?
Yeah.
Natural and necessary consequences of an act.
Right.
Deadly force is the last resort. Never point a gun at someone you do not intend to shoot. So when you start pointing a shotgun directly at somebody, what's your intention? The natural and necessary consequence of the act. You're going to kill this person. You're pointing at him.
Yeah.
The defendant's not going to be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find intention, or the absence of intention, upon consideration of their words, their conduct, What did they do out there? Their demeanor, their motive, and other circumstances. So when you look at each defendant separately, because that's what you're going to do, you're going to get 3 separate verdict forms. When you look at Mr. Bryan, what were his words? What was his conduct? What's his motive? What were the circumstances there for Mr. Bryan?
What were they trying to
for Greg
accomplish?
McMichael? What were they for Travis McMichael? All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the charges in the indictment. All right? I'm going to make a suggestion to you. This may help you. Start at the bottom of the indictment. All right? In your deliberations, start with criminal attempt and false imprisonment. It's just easier. You just work through that one, work your way on up, then to felony murder, then to malice murder. It's a suggestion.
Yeah.
So what have we got?
That's a smart suggestion.
Criminal attempt to commit a felony, which is false imprisonment. What's an attempt? That's when you perform an act which constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of said crime. Mr. Bryan pulled out of his driveway and ran him into a ditch. Mr. Arbery was able to keep running. Right there, criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment.
Wow.
Criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment. This is actually what it says in the indictment. What do you have? In violation of the personal liberty of Mr. Arbery. Okay? Guess what? We're citizens of the United States, right? We live here. We have personal liberty because this is a free country.
Holy
Other
fuck.
people can't go up and stop us.
No.
And hold us and detain us. Okay? They have to actually have seen us commit that crime in order to effectuate a citizen's arrest.
Hell
So
yeah.
you go around and you start stopping people, you're doing that in violation of their personal liberty.
America, brother.
And what did they do? They unlawfully chased Ahmaud Arbery through the public streets of Satilla Shores in pickup trucks and did attempt to detain and confine him without legal authority on Burford using an F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck.
There was no citizens
We all know
arrest.
that's what they did. False imprisonment. Now this is over on Holmes. In violation of the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery, did unlawfully confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority. Once again, did not see him commit any crime, not a citizen's arrest. They are not law enforcement officers.
Nope.
They are not in a marked patrol car. They are not with badges on their arms. They're not in any uniform.
It's the reason those
Without
things
legal
exist.
authority. Said accused did chase Ahmaud Arbery with an F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood and did confine and detain him on Holmes.
Yeah, they penned him in.
Travis McMichael said he was pinned between the 2 trucks. Greg McMichael said he was trapped like a rat between the 2 trucks.
Yikes.
The ultimate false imprisonment. He never left Holmes, did he? Never left Holmes. Aggravated assault. Did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford 150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck.
It's a big-
I got a legal note here for you. Okay, you notice how it says "and." Okay, but what do we know? Mr. Bryan's driving the Silverado. Travis is driving the Ford F-150. Greg McMichael is in the
Right.
passenger seat at first. Then he's in the back of the truck. So of course, it doesn't mean "and." It's "or." Okay, I know that sounds crazy. Don't you love lawyers? Don't you just love lawyers? Okay, "and" means "or." So the way you should read this is with a Ford F-150 pickup truck or a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. Okay.
Right. Just because the
So, what are pickup trucks? They are objects when used offensively against someone can result in serious bodily injury or death. You hit somebody with the F-150 pickup truck intentionally?
yeah
You
they
hit them
did.
with the Silverado intentionally? Are you going to hurt them? Break a leg? Paralyze them? You could even kill them. We all know that. Hit and runs, right? Vehicle homicides. We all know this. And the medical examiner told you so.
We all know
Actual
this. These are
injury to
common.
Ahmaud need not be shown for aggravated assault with pickup trucks. The judge is going to instruct you.
Right.
You don't have to actually hit the person. You don't actually have to injure them for it to be aggravated assault. What you have to do is place that person in reasonable fear
Of being hit.
of receiving a violent injury. This is
Yep.
really important, ladies and gentlemen. Did the defendants commit acts with their pickup trucks that placed Ahmaud Arbery in reasonable fear of receiving serious bodily injury?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yes, they did.
Hell yeah, brother.
We know Mr. Bryan did. He ran him into a ditch, then tried to go at him again, then went at him another time, then backed up toward him. Now, what did Travis McMichael get on the stand and say? Oh, I just pulled up next to him. No, I didn't startle him. No, he wasn't afraid of me. Do you
No.
believe any of that stuff?
Of course not.
Just look at the night owl video. Look at how Mr. Arbery tries to get away from them, and then look at them speed off after him. So all you have to do is look at that night owl video, and you'll know that
Yeah.
they put him in reasonable fear of receiving bodily harm, violent injury.
Some of it's crazy
Aggravated
too.
assault with the pickup trucks.
Like pedal to the metal stuff.
Aggravated assault in count 6. Did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a firearm, a deadly weapon, that 12-gauge pump shotgun with 7 already in it. 2 steps. Pull the trigger. That's all you gotta do. The evidence is that the defendants attempted to cause a violent injury to the alleged victim by shooting him.
Yeah,
Now, that's
probably.
aggravated assault
That's
with a
something
shotgun. Now, I
wrong.
want to be really clear, okay?
Okay.
Travis McMichael does this with the shotgun. We see it on the video. This is the beginning of the aggravated assault. beginning of the aggravated assault. The aggravated assault continues as he steps away from his car door and blocks the road. Now, what did he say to you? Oh, it's putting distance between me and Mr. Arbery. Was he putting distance, or was he blocking the road? You decide. Then what does he do? He doesn't stay right there, does he? We can't see this, but what do we know? He makes it around that car door, right? He makes it over here, right? He's in front of his truck, and he's moving forward, closing the distance on Mr. Arbery, intercepting Mr. Arbery, and is right here with that shotgun. It wasn't at port arms like this. It was right like this. And how fast does Mr. Arbery come around the corner? And boom, shoots him. That is one continuous aggravated assault ending in the shotgun blast to his torso, right here. Came out right here, right? So how was he when the shotgun hit him? Like this, right? Got it across the wrist, got it right in the torso, came out right here. So he's turned like this, according to the medical examiner. Felony murder. Felony murder is when you commit a felony and someone dies because of the felony. Classic felony murder scenario. Guy goes into a convenience store to rob the convenience store. He's not there to murder anybody. He's not there to kill the clerk. He doesn't know the clerk. But he's got a gun, right? So what does he do? Pulls out the gun and is pointing it at the clerk. And the clerk's like, and what does the clerk do? The clerk goes and tries to hit the gun away and starts punching at the armed robber, right? And then what does the armed robber do? Boom! Kills the clerk.
Yeah, that's murder.
Was committing a felony. You cannot claim self-defense. You've now murdered the clerk because during the felony that you were doing, you pointed you were doing armed robbery. You're pointing a gun at somebody.
Yo, this is open and
You
shut.
expect when you're committing felonies, people are going to fight back, right?
Yeah.
Convenience store clerk's entitled to fight back, right?
Right.
Imagine if armed robbers could come in and go, well, I had to defend myself against the victim of my crime.
Bam.
Could you imagine if that was the law? Right?
Right.
I mean, but isn't that what they're saying?
It's
How dare
literally,
Mr. Arbery defend himself
literally
against
what they're saying.
Barrett for felonies? Isn't that what they're saying to you? So felony murder, let's take a look at it.
Oh
What
my
is felony
God.
murder? For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another. Check. By committing a felony. Check. We got 4 of them. Do not need to show malice. Okay, meaning intent to commit the death of somebody. You know, like the guy
Unplanned.
showed up at the convenience store. He's not there to murder the clerk.
Yeah.
Do not need to show he intended the death with the felony. What we have to show is
Oh,
this:
wow.
that the felony directly
Right.
caused the death.
Right, that makes
You
sense.
pull the trigger on the shotgun, aggravated assault with the shotgun, yeah, immediately caused the death, right? That's a no-brainer. But what about the other 3? You're sitting there thinking, okay, Linda, what about the other 3? What are we really talking about here? Did the other 3 felonies, aggravated assault with the pickup trucks, false imprisonment, criminal attempted false imprisonment, did they play a substantial and necessary part in causing the death? The state's position is, yes, they did. In other words, but for this felony being committed, the death would not have occurred. It's real easy. But for the felony being committed, this death would not have occurred.
Right.
All right, so when does this really apply? The defendants are in the process of committing a series of felonies. They're doing it together at the same time. The defendants shoot Mr. Arbery during the commission of the felonies. Did that felony committed against Mr. Arbery ultimately contribute and lead to his death?
Check.
So how do we look at this? Aggravated assault with a shotgun? Yes. Pointing that shotgun at him, having him run away around the side of the car, Travis McMichael intercepting him with the shotgun and then shooting him? Definitely aggravated assault, felony murder. Aggravated assault with pickup trucks. Well, once again, what do we have? Would he be dead if he hadn't been pinned between these 2 pickup trucks? Think about this. If he'd made it up Holmes and over on Zelwood, he'd have run out, right? If he hadn't been pinned between the 2 pickup trucks on Holmes, with Mr. Bryant running him towards the white pickup truck, would he still be alive? Yeah. Their use of the pickup trucks to go ahead and commit aggravated assaults on him, put him in fear of them and their pickup trucks, meant he was running away from them. You saw it, running away. Did their actions, were they such that they put him in reasonable fear of receiving bodily injury? And did that contribute to him ending up where he ended up and his death? Yes, it did. Felony murder. False imprisonment on Holmes. That's what we're talking about. Did they falsely imprison him on Holmes? We've already gone over it. Had him pinned on Holmes, trapped like a rat between the 2 pickup trucks, according to Greg McMichael. He's still, after 5 minutes, running away from them. If they hadn't done this on Holmes, would he be alive? Ask yourselves that. If the answer is yes, felony murder. Check it off. Criminal attempted false imprisonment. So you're thinking, well, Linda, I mean, seriously, okay, that was over on Burford. I mean, yeah, they pulled up to him. Hey, stop, I want to talk to you. He runs away. They pull forward. They go down to the end of Burford. He then runs away from them again. They're trying to falsely imprison him over there. Did that contribute to it? Yes. Because that's when they began their attack. They're using the pickup trucks over on Burford to put him in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily harm. They're putting him in fear with their actions. What does Mr. Bryan do? Doesn't try, actually runs him into a ditch. Runs him into the ditch. Aggravated assault. So what's Mr. Arbery doing? We know he runs away from them, and runs away from them, and runs away from them. Because they have tried to falsely imprison him on Burford, and they've used these pickup trucks to do it in a manner that's likely to cause him fear. We don't know what was going through his head. Nobody knows. That would be speculation.
Lock,
But you're
stock, and
allowed
two
to
smoking
look at it and
barrels.
go, were their actions such that it would put a reasonable person in fear of getting hurt? That's what you want to ask yourself. Those are the felonies in the indictment. So malice murder. What's malice murder? Well, cause the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Now, malice aforethought is not ill will or hatred. It's not like what we think of. No premeditation is required, okay? Rather, it's the unlawful intention to kill without justification, okay? Well, what's justification? Justification is self-defense.
Right.
Deliberate intention to kill is one way you see malice murder. I'm deliberately taking your life. I'm killing you. How do we usually think about that? Well, you're out to get somebody. You want the husband murdered for the insurance money. You're going to go ahead and execute somebody. You're mad at somebody. You're enraged at somebody. You intend to kill them.
Yeah.
That's deliberate intention, right? But there's another kind of malice, and that's implied malice. You are allowed to consider this when looking at malice. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation, and the circumstance of the killing shows an abandoned and malignant heart.
Wow.
What the heck is an abandoned and malignant heart, right?
Oh my goodness.
Well, think about that. You just don't care.
You just don't care.
You just don't care. What you're doing, you want to do what you want to do, and boy, whoever you're doing it to had better be okay with it.
Yep.
I'm going to order you to stop and talk to me, and if you don't, I'm going to pull out a shotgun on you.
Ain't gonna
And
stop.
hey, you're still going to run away from me? Oh yeah, I'm going to come at you. I'm going to intercept you over here at the corner. How dare you turn on me? Bam!
How dare you not talk to me?
Malice, right there.
Boom.
Remember, Mr. Arbery had to have engaged in significant provocation. What did he do?
He ran away.
What did Mr. Arbery do?
He runs.
He ran away for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
He ran away
That's
from them.
insane.
Ran away from them for 5 minutes. That's what he did. With his hands out at his sides, and those baggy shorts he had on. No weapon, no threats, no way to call for help, didn't even have a cell phone on him.
Yikes.
Ran away from him for 5 minutes. The state doesn't have to prove premeditation. The state does not have to prove motive. Okay?
Wow.
Not required to explain to you why they did what they did. You know what they did. Some of you may know why they did it. But the state does not have to prove exactly why they did what they did. The indictment. So here's the thing, party to a crime. How in the world could Defendant Bryan be held responsible if he was in the Silverado filming all this, right? How can Greg McMichael be held responsible if he's in the back of the truck, finally on the phone with 911 when the shots ring out? Well, it's called party to a crime. That's what it's called. So what's party to a crime? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you this. Do you think that everyone involved, from the person who actually commits the crime, to someone who encourages or enlists someone to commit the crime, to someone who helps commit the crime, should be held responsible under the law in Georgia? Do you think that sounds reasonable? Well, guess what? The law does. The law says everybody involved is guilty. Okay? A person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the offense. Driving the trucks, pulling out that shotgun, attempting to falsely imprison, helping to trap somebody by pinning them between two pickup trucks, running someone towards a man with a shotgun, all directly committing or helping in the commission of the crime, or advises and encourages. Well, what's advising and encouraging? Hey, Travis, get your shotgun. That guy is outside. Not, hey, Travis, I need to call 911. That guy is outside. Let's get our guns and let's jump in the truck. Encouraging. Advising. Cut him off, cut him off, cut him off. That's what Greg McMichael said. So that's what we've got. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you really want to think about this? Everybody gets a Super Bowl ring, right? The quarterback gets a Super Bowl ring. The guys in the field get the Super Bowl ring. The dude on the bench gets a Super Bowl ring, right? Everybody is involved. Everybody's responsible. That's what the law says. Cooperation after the fact. Now this applies to the defendants, but mostly, kind of Mr. Bryan, because this has been brought up when he was talking to Agent Seacrest and everything. So, first off, cooperation after the fact doesn't erase the crime you committed. Bryan did film the murder on his phone. He gave the phone over in the video right away to the police. He made statements to the police at the scene, at Glenn County. He then goes and makes additional statements to the GBI in May of 2020. He consented to have his home night owl video downloaded. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Cooperation after the fact does not erase what you have done.
Yeah, of course.
Okay? That would be like...
And also, we didn't find out about it. Nothing happened for months until it went viral.
Two teenagers shoplifting at Walmart, and one's filming the other, he. Both of them are stuffing bikinis into their bag, right? The fact that one of them hands over her video of her girlfriend doing it, does that somehow make her not guilty of stuffing a bikini in her own bag?
Doing the thing? No.
No. You still did the crime. So what if you were cooperative afterwards? Still are responsible for your actions. This is about responsibility. All right, we're going to transition right now. I'm going to take a breath. And we're going to transition into self-defense and citizen's arrest. Person is justified in threatening or using force against another person when and to the extent that he reasonably believes that such threat or force is necessary to defend himself or a third person against the other's imminent use of unlawful force. Wow, that's a mouthful, right? Yikes. Okay, let's break it down. Travis McMichael had to reasonably believe that it was absolutely necessary to defend himself, and of course he threw in his dad, okay, which he never mentioned before at any point in time, but he threw him in on the stand, against the other's imminent use of unlawful force. That means Mr. Arbery had to be right there, imminently using unlawful force against Travis McMichael. Okay? It's the doctrine of reasonable beliefs, and the judge is going to go ahead and charge you on this. In other words, the belief that you have got to defend yourself, that it's life or death right here, right now, has to be reasonable. Okay? Guess who this standard applies to? Just take one guess who this standard applies to. Everybody. It applies to you. It applies to law enforcement. It applies to military people. Okay? It applies to Jason Bourne, Secret Service, CIA, FBI. It applies to everybody. There is no special exception for I was in the Coast Guard. There is no special exception for I used to be a law enforcement officer. The reasonableness applies to retired law enforcement officers, just like it applies to anybody. A manager of a store, okay, applies the same way. In other words, the reasonableness standard is set by society. You all decide whether this was reasonable or not. Travis McMichael's belief that he had to defend himself with lethal force has to be reasonable. So we got pointing a shotgun at Mr. Arbery when he's yards and yards away, had to be reasonable and necessary. But where's the imminent use of unlawful force by Mr. Arbery? What was he doing? He's running away from Mr. Bryan's truck. Mr. Bryan has already tried to hit him with the truck numerous times. He's trapped between two cars with no weapon. No way for anyone to help him, because there's nobody out there to help him. He's not threatening anybody. He's just running away from the man with the shotgun. Look at this. I mean, take a look at this. He's not even up to those mailboxes on the side. And that's Travis McMichael pulling that shotgun up. Well, what are they going to tell you? They're going to tell you what Travis said. Oh, he was running toward me. And I could tell he was going to attack me. Is that reasonable?
No.
Who brought the shotgun to the party?
Yeah, come on.
Who took the shotgun out of the car? Who pointed the shotgun? The guy's running away from them for 5 minutes. Here's the thing, you cannot create the danger to yourself. That means you cannot be the initial unjustified aggressor. You can't create the situation and then go, I was defending myself. You just can't do it. He moved to intercept. He attacked him. I'm not talking about Mr. Arbery attacking Travis. All right, here's the concept of excessive force. And this is a big one, because here's the thing. If you use excessive force during your self-defense, guess what? You're not justified, you're guilty. Not justified, you're guilty if you use excessive force. Because it's force that exceeded what was reasonably necessary. You guys ever heard the term that's saying, you can't bring a gun to a knife fight? It's unfair, right? You can't bring a gun to a fist fight. It's unfair, right? You can't use excessive force. You can't call someone out and go, hey buddy, let's take it outside. You're starting it. And then when that person starts to beat you up and is better at the fight than you don't get to pull out a gun and shoot him.
Really?
You started it. You called them out. They're better at this than you. And all of a sudden, you're like, I'm scared. I have to defend myself. That's not the way this works. Excessive force.
It's not what happened.
So first off, Ahmaud had to be using unlawful force against them. Remember the guy running down the street right here? He's using excessive force. He's using unlawful force against them right here, right? Then Travis McMichael had to reasonably believe that he had to defend himself against Mr. Arbery. And they're going to get up here, and the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, they're good. These defense attorneys are good. They're going to get up here, and they're going to make it perfectly, they're going to make this seem like, oh yeah, this is scary. And Travis had to pull a shotgun out on him. They're going to make it seem so reasonable. Put on your critical thinking caps. Use your common sense when they're up here giving their closing arguments.
Yeah, come on.
The amount of force has to be reasonable. Unarmed man running with hands at the sides, never pulled out a weapon, never threatened anybody. This is completely excessive force. Even if you think, even if you go, hey, it was citizen's arrest, hey, he was really defending himself, you then still have to go, this wasn't excessive force, in order to find them not guilty.
True.
All right? What you didn't hear from the defense in their opening statement are the 3 instances when a person can't claim self-defense under the law in Georgia. Can't be the initial unjustified aggressor. This is important. You can't start it with your driveway decision, unjustified, because you didn't see a crime committed that day, and then claim, oh, I acted in self-defense. What's their justification? What are you going to hear? We wanted Ahmaud Arbery to stop and talk to us, and he wouldn't. So we tried to force him to stop, and then we killed him. I mean, that's really what they're going to go up here and tell you. They'll probably make it seem much more palatable and okay, but that's really what they're going to tell you. You can't commit felonies against someone and then claim self-defense. You can't be the armed robber in the convenience store pointing the gun, and when the clerk goes to defend himself by grabbing that gun or hitting the armed robber, you can't shoot him.
Ah.
The law goes not self-defense when you're committing felonies against someone.
The law
And
is
you can't
smarter
provoke
than
someone
a
into defending themselves against you,
child.
so that you can intentionally harm them and then claim self-defense. Okay, what's that about, ladies and gentlemen? Think of your schoolyard bullies. Think of the 3 boys walking behind the one who's the target, kid who's getting abused, right? Okay, so you got 3 on 1, they're going down the hallway, they're menacing him, maybe threatening him, and they get him up against a locker, and he has nowhere to go. He's trapped, right? So what does the kid who's being bullied do? He takes it, and he takes it, and takes it, until he can't anymore, and he finally shoves the one bully, and what does that bully do? Bam! Punches the target child, right? What's the bully always say? He started it.
Oh,
Isn't that what the bully always says? He pushed me.
Yeah,
I was
he pushed
defending
me.
myself.
I was defending myself.
3 on 1 with one kid up against a locker. You're
Yeah,
bullying him.
totally
And he
normal.
actually pushes you, and you get to then claim you were acting in self-defense when you punch him? Guess
Come
what?
on.
The law knows people do this. I mean, you get this. This is the law. The law knows people will goad other people into defending themselves so that they can claim, I was acting in self-defense. You can't do that either. 3 on 1, 2 pickup trucks, 2 guns, unarmed. Mr. Arbery was unarmed. So what are you going to hear? I don't know what they're going to say. They're good. They're good defense attorneys. They're going to get up here, and
Think of something.
the state is so worried that they're going to make it seem so reasonable, that everything that Travis did and Greg did is just so reasonable. I'm just going to ask you, use your common sense and put your thinking caps on. But this is what I anticipate, what we anticipate they're going to say. The victim started it, or you're going to hear that he was the aggressor, okay, because he was running towards Travis McMichael, but he was running away from Mr. Bryan, who'd already tried to hit him with the pickup truck. And Greg McMichael said it. He was trapped like a rat. He knew there was nowhere else to go.
Trapped like a rat.
Or they're going to
My
tell you
God.
that, ladies and gentlemen, this is really about the front of the pickup truck. Forget everything else. It was all about the front of the pickup truck. And they're going to try to make it seem like, well, he attacked Travis McMichael. He very well might have. We can't see. What we know is his hand was like this, right? Doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because they weren't committing a citizen's arrest. They weren't in fear, real fear, of imminent danger from Mr. Arbery.
No way.
They were committing the 4 felonies. That's what they were doing. You're going to hear, we weren't committing felonies, we were doing a citizen's arrest, we were trying to provoke him into defending himself. You're probably going to hear this. Yes, we pointed a shotgun at him to get him to comply with our orders. Not sure why anyone should comply with their orders. To stop and talk to us, but there was no
let's
reason
go
for
ahead.
him to defend himself against us. Because this was a citizen's arrest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bottom line. As I said in opening, I'm going to say it to you again.
So the prosecution at this point has just been horribly destroying, just shredding any possibility of a defense here. The evidence is just honestly hilariously overwhelming.
This was an attack on Ahmaud Arbery.
She's comparing it to like bullies, and it works perfectly.
They committed the crimes. They committed the 4 felonies. They attacked him. They shot and killed him. They can't claim self-defense under the law because they were the initial unjustified aggressors and they started this. And they were committing the felonies against Ahmaud Arbery. They have to somehow justify their actions by claiming citizen's arrest. I'm going to remind you once again, evidence from the witness stand, they never, ever said on February 23rd, 2020, that they were doing a citizen's arrest or trying to arrest.
Essentially, we're here to watch the circus of what the defense is going to throw to try to escape this overwhelming evidence, and the prosecution is setting up the 3 rings.
Arrest him. It was all, we wanted to stop, we wanted to question him about what he was doing because he must have committed a crime that day, and we were going to hold him so the police could go back and figure out what crime it was that he must have committed because he was running down the street. Citizen's arrest. If the offense is committed in his presence or within his immediate knowledge.
Yeah, none of them knew anything about it.
If the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping, a private person may arrest him. So what are they going to do? They're going to do this. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you this. A private person may not act on the unsupported statements of others alone for their probable cause. What does that mean? No gossip. No hearsay.
Right.
Nothing along those lines.
So he can't
In other words, my mom told me about this, where she has no personal knowledge of it, doesn't count. That's unsupported, unreliable statements of somebody else.
Yeah, she's
You have to
already,
have more than stale information from an unreliable source.
already digging into him.
A private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the offense, or in the case of felonies, during the escape. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of the offense or during escape in the case, his power to do so is extinguished.
Extinguished.
Now, what does that really mean? A citizen's arrest is for emergency situations when the crime really happens right in front of you, and you can take action right then and there to
Yeah.
arrest
It's like a
somebody.
last resort. It's
Because
really
you know
weird.
about it. You've seen it. You're taking action right then and there. If it's a felony, you can run after the person and chase him down. That's all this means.
Yeah.
It was not a citizen's arrest. They never said it. None of the defendants saw Mr. Arbery commit any crime that day. They were detaining him for the police so that they could investigate and find the crime that he must have committed that day, because what is he? He's running down the street.
If he's running,
That's not the law, ladies and gentlemen. Not the
basically
law at all.
guilty as charged. Especially if he's
Travis
running
McMichael,
with
remember all his
menace.
assumptions? He got up here and I wrote them all down. He may have run by. Matt Albenzi may have seen him. He may have broken in. Maybe the owner's down there. He may have been caught. He may be trying to avoid the police. That's testimony from the witness stand. He didn't know anything.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
I don't know.
So where are we going to end up? This is where we're going to end up. Travis McMichael had probable cause to believe that Ahmaud stole the stuff off the English book in 2019 because his mother gave him some gossip about stuff being stolen. And he was escaping. Use your common sense. How do you escape from a crime on an unknown date in 2019 on February 23rd, 2020? I'm sure they'll explain it to you.
You do it by running. Duh.
But use your common sense.
You run, lady.
And remember, what do you think? You think all this was completely made up for trial? Especially given no one ever said it on February 23rd, 2020? Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. Put your critical thinking caps on. It's all the state can ask you to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I
These
give you the
judges really
defense.
went into hog mode. Yeah.
All right.
Vigilante.
What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is
this
take a short recess. Let's go ahead.
Woo, short recess. Oh my god. Yeah, no, for real. The glory worship. And we might get into the Tucker Carlson stuff of like him having a film crew with Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, what the
Take a
fuck
15-minute
is
recess.
going on? That shit's wild to me. Absolutely crazy. Okay, we're gonna see what the defense is gonna do. I honestly can't wait. Is this it? Oh god, I hear there's some racist shit in this too. It's gonna be TOS trying to.
But they told you that what was happening in their
Okay, I think this is it.
Jury a number of times about keep moving about it.
Yeah, vigilantism is really gonna pop off. Monka TOS, yeah. I had to with this case. Last time I was watching it, I was a single click away from major TOS, like someone getting murdered, Ahmaud Arbery in this case. And it's really only like a few seconds of video, and I caught it by like, you know, very small amount, let's say. Risky business.
Learning.
Okay, now we're gonna watch this defense attorney put on a performance.
Waiting.
Make sure we get the beginning. There we go. And actually, I'm playing some Valheim just because it's soothing. So let me see if I can rig it up where we're watching that as well. Le game capture. Yeah, super risky. That's the kind of content I bring for my chat. High risk, high reward. It's the benefits of being a smaller streamer, you know. TOS is less of a nightmare. Although I am on YouTube too, and YouTube's brutal. They actually know what they're doing. Okay, where's my game capture? Add the source. Le Valheim. Bam. Oh yeah. So let's see here. What's more important, the trial or Valheim? Probably the trial, right? Okay, and then we'll okay, trial on main, and then Valheim in the corner. Try not to hide any of the text. Okay, all right, all right, all right. Okay, buddy.
Duty and responsibility.
You're up.
Following the law will always be intertwined with heartache
Cheers.
and tragedy. This case is about
Oh,
three things.
fuck me. Seriously?
It's about watching. It's about waiting. It's about believing.
Oh my god. God damn it.
Travis McMichael spent almost a decade of his life learning about duty and responsibility. He received extensive training on how to make decisions that would ultimately impact his beliefs as a petty officer in the Coast Guard, as a boarding officer in the Coast Guard, into some of the most treacherous waters extending some 200 miles off the coast
Oh my god.
in the United States. He trained relentlessly about his duty and his responsibility. Even after active service and then coming into smaller communities and working in the Coast Guard, he trained weekly, sometimes daily, on what the law provided that he do, what his responsibilities were, how he would make decisions in critical moments of policing and in critical moments of rescue.
I didn't think this guy was a police,
These teachings
though.
were burned within his brain to the point of muscle memory,
Burning his brain.
so that he could perform his
He got
duty and
the-
his responsibility to his country and his community.
He got the police braining.
He talked to you about
Real training for the
officer
braining.
presence and how he trained for officer presence. He talked with you about verbal commands and how
Really
he used
braining that
verbal
train.
commands to try to police or to try to calm or to try to de-escalate situations.
He brought a
He talked with you
shotgun.
about control techniques.
He
and
brought a
things that you would have
shotgun.
to use to get control from those persons who he was investigating. Aggressive response techniques, something that he never had to use on his job, but something that he trained weekly, every Friday.
The
with the Red
noggin
Man's-
must be a jogging.
We talked with you also about intermediate weapons,
just wanna-
weapons retention.
Just
and
want to
use
think
of
about
deadly
all the new
force.
variations.
Travis spent a long
Really
time
makes my mind
going
a-climbing.
through these things in his testimony. If you
Sits my-
recall, I was writing feverishly as he was testifying so that I could capture what it was that he had to share with us about these things. And it includes what gave him the right to search examine, arrest, seize, inspect, inquire.
Dude wasn't a police
Talk with you
officer.
about the level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person given the overall circumstances to believe that crime has been committed. Probable cause.
He's not a
He
police
spoke with
officer.
you about the use of force continuum. He talked with you about de-escalation.
He
and
brought
how
a gun.
de-escalation was always the goal. He talked with you about leaps. Listen, empathize, ask questions, paraphrase, summarize. Why? So that you could gain understanding, so that you could continue to investigate, de-escalate, learn what's going on, and figure it out.
But he wasn't a
He
police
talked
officer.
also about weapon retention and using a weapon, if it had to come to that, to de-escalate a situation.
Okay. Now he did that. He did use that
Travis
weapon to
moved
de-escalate
back home
things
to
right to
Satilla
zero.
Shores. He did so with
Jesus.
his 3-year-old son, Everett. He moved in with his mother and his father, and then eventually his sister joined them in the home. You've heard about Satilla Shores from several witnesses who came to talk to you about what they were experiencing in this once idyllic neighborhood. A neighborhood that was once a place where elderly would walk at night, kids would play after dark.
Aw, it's a
But over
community.
time, how that began
A community.
to lessen. And Travis began to notice it, among others, about how things in the neighborhood started to change.
What we're
From
changing?
learning that the GBI went around, to learning that Officer Rash went around, to what was being posted on Facebook, to hearing from witnesses on the stand.
I'm
to
sensing a
hearing
pattern
Rash talk
here.
about driving through the neighborhood.
All this
Witnesses talking about
de-escalation
police cars
with
going
guns.
through the neighborhood at night, shining flashlights. This neighborhood was being covered in suspicious persons, in extra watches, in neighborhood patrols, and concerned citizens. It was everywhere.
That's the
It was
brain
on
of training.
Facebook. An account created so neighbors could help each other. And the types of things that these neighbors
Yeah.
would talk about to each other
Uh-huh.
was about the crime that was being committed to them,
The
to
running
their
black
neighbors,
man?
crime that they had seen happening across the street from them, crime that some was reported but not all.
So
Because
gossip.
A lot of people talk about, I
This
ain't
is
calling the
gossip.
police because
This is
what's the
gossip.
point?
This is what we call this
Crime is over
gossip.
and the people are gone.
I'm not a lawyer, but
But they told you
You're
that
describing
what was
gossip.
happening in their neighborhood scared them.
you're literally
Actually,
describing
concerned, it was
gossip, my guy.
unsettling to imagine people lurking and sneaking around your property at night so
Sure.
that your cameras are going off, your doorbell camera's going off.
Oh my god.
That's frightening. One of our witnesses testified about how emotional she got because she had to tell her children, you can't go out at night anymore.
Because of her fears?
And the steps that they took to protect each other.
Were the kids
Using
afraid?
Facebook, hey, be on the lookout. You heard Cindy Clark testify about how she offered to go get license plates on 2 separate occasions for cars coming in the neighborhood. Or how she called the police on a
Just
bunch of people
coming
walking
into the neighborhood.
after their car had supposedly broken down, but it was really stolen. These are real experiences of real people who were very scared.
Stolen car counts?
And so they took it upon themselves
That's
to
one.
do something about it.
We've got one,
Got
everybody.
cameras. Call the police. Notify each other.
Okay.
Citizens watch.
Cool.
Neighborhood watch.
Uh-huh.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
No, there actually isn't. No, neighborhood, sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, community.
Even Travis himself
Work.
had taken it
Know your
upon
neighbors.
himself to try to investigate one particular person
Oh.
that had been identified as possibly being homeless and living under the bridge.
Wait, what?
Travis
You're
explained to you
investigating
that
the
he had
homeless?
learned about a neighbor having her purse stolen.
My
There were other
neighborhood bad
complaints of
because
crime
I
in the
say
neighborhood as
so.
well. And he thought, after boating home one afternoon and seeing what he thought was a homeless encampment under the bridge, that this could be the guy.
What that
So he
people
finished
doing over
going
there?
home. He got his dad, who was a lifetime law enforcement officer and investigator.
What those people do over
They
there?
went over and they drove and they walked down under the bridge.
Wow.
And instantly, when Travis did
With
this,
sandwiches?
you saw evidence of his muscle memory. He talked about walking down,
Pulled out a gun.
not holding a weapon out, not armed with the gun out. He had his gun with him just in case he needed it for protection. But he walked down to do what? Use leaps, to listen, to have a conversation.
He went to
And as he
talk with
walked
someone with
down
his
under the bridge,
gun out.
He saw a bunch of trash and a bunch
Normal.
of items and a machete and a man fishing.
Sounds like a homeless guy.
He politely stepped in between the machete and the man. He said, hey, bud, you living down here?
Inserting
okay?
himself into the situation.
As he's doing that, he's looking around. looking to see if that purse is there. He's looking to see if any of those other stolen items may be there. The man responded, no, just fishing. When they left, they called the police. You have
Wow.
evidence of
You
that.
pieces of
You
shit.
heard Greg McMichael on the call with the police, non-emergency line, just saying, hey, we want y'all to go check out this guy under the bridge that we've called you about.
Oh my god.
State asked Travis, well, why don't you describe this fellow for us?
Homeless,
Black, Asian, Hispanic. The white guy.
poor.
Called the police. He was gone by the time the police got there, and that was the end of it. But the man under the bridge,
Wow.
or the idea that there could be a man living under the bridge, did not go away. That theme and that person.
Yo, the law in all its majestic beauty forbids both the rich and the poor from living under bridges. Anatole France.
Comes back during 2019. The real problem, as the neighbors and neighborhood of Satilla Shores were trying to figure out what was going on and who may be responsible for it.
Don't you see
Was
this
that
bad because there's homeless people and
220 Satilla
homeless
Drive
people. Jesus Christ.
The residents that had a unique type
Oh,
of
hoggers.
crime going on
I
there.
need a hoggers.
One much
my Twitch,
different.
my meme
from what
game's
they had
bad.
been
I know.
experiencing. So dark you can't even see the photograph of it. But it was the photograph of 220 Satilla Shores at night, along with the dock down by the water at night. And what all of these neighbors are going to soon become aware of is that there is a repeat offender who is coming at a time when he has absolutely no lawful reason for being there. Just to start with.
Also, no unlawful
October
reason.
25th.
He didn't do any
Larry
break any
English
laws.
calls the police. And we learn from Larry English that there is a man plundering around. Larry
Plundering.
English at this time only
Nothing
has
was
two
stolen.
cameras.
Wrong
One
word,
on
buddy.
The dock, and one behind the house looking out in the backyard of the house. Larry English says he looks drunk or on drugs.
Wow. You can tell from that
That's
distance.
Larry English identifies to the police, I have a lot of valuables in my house. Tools, equipment, things of that nature.
Yeah. That's
Never
where I
seen
put my
this
stuff.
gentleman before, and it doesn't look good. Police come, but there is no person that is found.
Okay. So they're useless.
What you need to understand
They did
about
nothing.
burglary is burglary includes any house, building, or structure which is designed or intended for occupancy for residential use. This unoccupied, unsecured construction site, which could be anything, is not the same thing as Larry English's residence that's being built. That's
Okay.
a term that the state continues to use, the unoccupied, unsecured construction site, which doesn't even begin to tell the story of what this is.
Oh, okay.
On 11/17/2019,
Where's he going with
two
this?
people are seen on the video. It's a white couple that goes in
In the house?
and comes out.
Valuables?
What's significant about Larry
No.
English's report, though, on 11/17, is not that the two people that I saw on the video tonight have stolen something. He says, we had stuff stolen about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
He's now telling the police he had stuff stolen from his home. The next night, Mr. Arbery returns. At night, pitch black.
You
dark,
don't know it's the
no
same
lights on
dude.
in the house whatsoever. And this time, Larry English has put cameras inside the residence.
Oh, she didn't object,
Now,
so maybe I'm
he
wrong.
sees and reports that Mr. Arbery is looking inside a boat. The same boat? No.
Wait, what?
No, that boat, he got there on the morning of the 18th, and he took it back to Douglas, Georgia with him. What he says right there at the bottom, brought the boat back to keep from stealing electronics off of it. He is communicating this to 911. This is official. He is reporting again. We had a situation.
Yeah, I'm confused as well. So from what I understand, like the defense is really bizarre in that his mom told him about somebody burglaring a houseboat, and I guess that's what this guy is talking about right now. And the houseboat, they believe, was plundered by Ahmaud Arbery, but it's not proven. It's not like there's in the court, like it happened a year ago. I'm a little confused as well. But that's what we came here to watch is a clown show. Doesn't always make sense, you know. Sometimes the makeup's running, you know,
with the same guy a week and a half ago.
I might speed it up a little bit too,
Is it right
because
there?
he's taking
He was
a
on
lot
about
of
3
pauses.
people's cameras. And just to emphasize, on 12/1/19, English calls the police again. He talks about somebody might be living under the bridge. That idea is still floating out there,
Wild.
still considering it.
Oh my God.
Again, he says, I had a
homeless
bunch of
man.
stuff stolen out of the boat, which again confirms what we're talking about.
Kind of
Now,
pisses
two
me
of
off,
these
actually.
occasions, we have video of Mr. Arbery inside the residence. First,
Yeah,
on
they're
dock,
not
and the
cops.
second, inside the house,
Yeah,
looking into the
pure
boat.
chuds.
The video ends right there.
Pure chuds. Just hogging it up.
Travis McMichael
You don't going
has his
to
own-
talk to me.
horrifying experience with a man that he is about to learn has just been involved in all this stuff with Larry English. He's been told some things by his mother and his father,
Gossip.
other neighbors,
Literally
before this
gossip.
moment. But he's going to learn some things for himself on 2/11/20.
Some more gossip. Nothing proven in a court of law.
On this
just
night,
words.
Travis is driving out of the neighborhood to go get some gas. He wants to fill up so he doesn't get 4 a.m. and do it. And on his way out, as he's driving down the road out of the neighborhood, he sees a man run across the street and then duck into the shadows. From this house, ducking through the shadows,
Oh my
through the
God.
trees, all the way across until he gets in front of this house.
He ducked.
Travis backs his car up and splashes his headlights up on the house.
Whoa.
The gentleman steps behind a porta potty. Travis then starts to get out because he wants to say, hey, what are you doing here? The guy comes out from behind the porta potty, lifts his shirt up, and acts like he's reaching in his pocket. And that totally
Wow.
freaks out Travis.
Wow. His pocket.
Despite his experience, it freaks him out.
Wait.
Travis-
Wait. What's a pocket? Wait, one sec. I don't know what a pocket is. Pocket, define. A small bag sewn into or on clothing so as to form part of it, used for carrying small articles. So are pockets common? Do like people have this like everywhere? Like do people reach into pockets just like on their day to day? It seems like a pretty normal thing to do.
Nice to talk to
I
him.
don't know.
Now, the guy never says, hey, I'm sorry, I am so sorry. I was walking my dog, or I'm so sorry, I not mean to startle you, like any one of you would if you were out in the yard late at night. Didn't say anything, just did this. Travis got in his car, reversed out, stalled the car, but backed up and zipped home to tell his dad.
Zipped.
As soon as his dad hears what's going on, his dad decides to go check it out.
Okay.
At the same time, Diego Perez has apparently been called, and he's going to check it out.
Oh yeah.
They take firearms with them.
Yeah, it's all big.
Travis tells you,
jamboree.
he said, Dad, whoa, wait a second. This guy could be armed. Wait a second. But his dad was already walking down the street. Travis gets in his truck, he backs up, he's calling 911, and he returns to the house where he puts the headlights on the house, watching, waiting, believing that this man could be dangerous, believing that his dad could now be in danger, believing that something awful could happen. So he posts up right here, lights on, and waits for the police that he himself called. And when the police arrive, he stands there and he talks to the police. And he tells them, hey, my dad's in there. Travis, why didn't you go in there? Why didn't you go in the house? He's like, I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. When this guy did this, that was enough for me. I'm staying out here. It's a reasonable thing to do. Ultimately, Travis calls police, and we hear what he tells police instantly on the phone. We've had a string of burglaries, a lot of burglaries and break-ins. That's what he tells
Oh
them.
my God! All
That's what's in his mind almost from
non-violent
the very beginning.
offenses.
He startled me. He reached into his pocket. Didn't know if he was armed or not. Looked like he was acting. He was. He's sneaking behind a bush. He also tells you he had a pistol stolen about a month ago. This is what he's saying, and you hear him breathing. He's. And the copper said, you all right, hon?
He's just
He just startled me.
he's just overweight.
That's real. That's a real experience with the guy going into a house after being seen at night with headlights and reaching, and then
Reaching.
turning around and
Turning
going into a house that's
around?
not his.
Oh,
Where is the logic in that?
I don't know. He could.
And
he
Travis
could
then
ask him.
stays, talks with the officer, and then sees the video and sees this gentleman just walking around the house like he didn't just get stopped, caught, and seen and had this interaction with Travis like it never happened. He's just walking around the house very calmly. And Travis feels that that is so bold and brazen to do.
Or
It
just
frightens him about this guy.
someone who's really
about this guy.
has no guilty
That's
conscience.
where he knows what happened.
That's
What
a
happens next
real
is
good
the two
look.
officers show up and being told what they've been told, that the guy acted like he had a gun and that he went into the house. they pull out their firearms and start going through the house, looking and shouting and calling.
Wow.
With their guns out because they might need to protect themselves.
This is
Are they committing
hilarious.
aggravated assault when they do this?
Yes.
Are they committing a false imprisonment when they do this?
Probably.
They're searching, looking, and trying to apprehend whoever's in the house who may be armed.
This is not a good
And then
look.
everybody meets outside and they talk. And this is where Travis gets the rest of the information. Aside from his own personal experience, he and his father, talking to Officer Rash, Diego Perez, Matt Albenzi, Ronnie Olson, and Brandon Gregory, the officer who also works with Glenn County Police. They talk that night. And they talk about what's been going on. And Travis gets to see the rest of the video. And he's like, yep, this guy is that guy. It's all the same guy. Been break-ins, been a lot of burglaries going on. He knows that stuff's been stolen already. And they have a conversation. And you heard part of that conversation from the transcript. Rash says, well, we haven't actually seen him take it. It's because there was no camera on it. But I guarantee you, if one of you left your bag in this room, and we all went out into the hallway, and then I walked in here, and you saw me walk in here, and you never saw me leave. And when you come back in, you walk in, you go, where's my bag? Well, nobody else came in here, but Jason did, and the bag is gone. And oh, look,
Okay,
there's
but a
bag there.
room is different than
Reasonable
a
to believe that
building
they're taking your bag? Of
outside
course it is.
with multiple
This is a
points of
burglary.
entry.
He says, haven't seen him actually take anything? Yeah, criminal trespassing, officer arrested. Yeah, at the very least.
An unfinished building. Literally under
Travis is
construction.
thinking about Ahmaud Arbery. He's
Construction
thinking about
site.
what must be in his mind in order for himself to try to figure some things out. Travis knows that he caught Ahmaud going into the house. He knows that. And so Ahmaud should know that Travis knows that. He knows that Ahmaud has been down on the dock, and that Ahmaud should know he's been down on the dock.
So you
And he's
murdered
doing
the
someone
thief.
else's property. He's got to know that by now, Travis is thinking.
What's the
He
logic?
knows it's not his home or his house under construction. He knows that he's been caught sneaking around the bushes. Travis is the one that caught him. He knows that there's been a confrontation about that. He knows, he believes Mr. Arbery's got to be this guy, this man has to understand that these things have taken place.
It's
And he
really
had headlights on
gross
him.
to be talking
that
for
someone was trying
Ahmaud
to
right
talk to him
now.
about why he was out after dark in front of this house, and he didn't respond.
So fucking
If I
gross.
say to one of you, hey, how are you doing? And you just look at me and you walk away, you know you've looked at me and walked away. You know that that's part of what's happened. And he's still in the house after being confronted in the dark. And then he looked around. He knows that he's in the house looking around. And eventually, that he'll be seen on the 23rd going in the house, and that people were trying to talk to him, and that he's not answering anybody, any questions. And ultimately, he knows that the police are on the way. Travis knows these things must be in Mr. Arbery's mind because they were part of the very real experience that he had with him. And because of that, Travis is starting to believe and expect certain things in return. Obvious, ordinary, natural things that should happen in return.
Ordinary natural things?
To constitute the offense of burglary, it's not necessary that a break-in happen, that something gets broken. You recall all the questions by the state of the witnesses. Well, was anything broken? Was a window broken? Was a door broken? That's not what's required for the law. Those questions are meaningless, and they are red herrings. Nothing has to be broken. You just have to break the plane of the structure to constitute a burglary. Then, you don't have to show that an actual theft had been committed.
Okay, but it's still non-violent,
Nothing
my
actually
guy.
has to be stolen. You just have to enter with the intent to steal something. Where do we derive a person's intent to steal something from a house? Well, they certainly go
Someone's
into a house that
dead.
isn't
You
theirs,
talking about
that contains
intent to
valuables,
steal?
and they
What
do it at a
the
time when
hell?
they shouldn't be doing it, and under circumstances that are very
Bold
problematic,
strategy, Cotton.
including running from other people who see you.
This is fucking weird.
Lastly, Larry English's deposition. Mr. English couldn't be here, he's very sick. Watching a lot of deposition is a hard thing to do. The basics of this deposition. You made your neighbors aware, the ones that we've mentioned, Albenzi, Greg, Ronnie Olson, you made these guys aware that you had stuff stolen out of your boat. Yes, and in fact, you wanted your neighbors to help you catch the guy. Yes, Diego. I wanted Diego to catch this guy. You never told them at any point, hey guys, I'm sorry, it wasn't stolen when it was at my house. It was stolen when it was off property. You never told them that, did you, Mr. English? Never told them that. You never announced it on Facebook. You never announced it on Next Door Neighbor. You never corrected what you now say is it was stolen off-site somewhere. You never told your neighbors that. He says no. So then, therefore, Mr. English, to your knowledge, they were left with the impression that stuff had been stolen from your boat at 220 Satilla. I guess so. What was Ahmaud Arbery doing in Satilla Shores from October 2019 to February 2020? There is no evidence that Ahmaud Arbery ever jogged or exercised in Satilla Shores. Not one friend, not one family member, not one eyewitness. Even Rash going door to door. There is no evidence whatsoever that Satilla Shores was.
Oh man, I just noticed that Denham's retweeted or liked. Oh, she did retweet it. She's such a sweetheart. Oh my god. It's always like really crazy when like a bigger streamer reaches down and like retweets something. Like it's crazy the difference. Like there's like such a weird stilted logic to the hierarchy of social medias where like there's like a pyramid structure of people bringing up those below them and also trying to reach up above. And I see him do it like really well, for instance. But yeah, I guess I imagine that's how you heard about it. If you're still here now, I guess.
Officer Ash testified that by December 19, he knew Larry had a cooler stolen, electronic equipment stolen from the offshore boat while it was parked in the RV garage. And Bob said, that's a burglary. A burglary had been committed in this residence. And he said, that's right. But it was never reported. Like, we didn't have a report about it, so I didn't really investigate it. But that is a burglary, and he has admitted that to you as well.
Okay. A burglary, my guy. He done did the burgle.
Mr. Olson's surveillance camera shows.
These guys would unironically like murder the Hamburglar. Like this is where they're going with this. Like, yeah, DNML. Yeah. Okay, my guy.
And Mr. Arbery walked into the neighborhood. Didn't run. He then stood in the yard and put his hands on his hips, looked around like this, and then went into the residence. Matt Albenzi was doing work in his yard, and he saw this gentleman who resembled the gentleman who had committed what they thought was a burglary in that residence. He shut down the work that he was doing, put a gun in his pocket, grabbed his cell phone, and he walked all the way up the street to the corner where Jones meets Satilla, where he keeps his mailbox. And he stood there right next to this tree, and he called 911. At some point in the video, when you see
no
Mr. Arbery
harmed
run out,
burglars
you'll
were
see he
harmed
passes
on the
right through window.
conduction.
And Mr. Albenzi is standing right there on the phone calling the police. His behavior then changes. Instantly, Mr. Arbery is at a full sprint, running into the neighborhood.
He's running
Into the neighborhood.
menacingly
This
into the
confirms he's
neighborhood.
going on his regular job.
Not out of it,
Because
into
when he's
it.
out of the neighborhood is a problem. Problem now because there's a guy standing there on the phone looking at you back in the same residence that you've been caught in now 3 times. Caught meaning on camera and police.
So
coming.
wait, if this is the 3rd time he's in the residence, why aren't his pockets full? He's done the casing. Like, he's not casing the joint at this point. Like, what's... I actually still don't get the logic here.
And searching with light.
The dude didn't come ready for like thievery. He's like out on a jog. Didn't even have his cell phone or nothing. Like, come on.
And Travis McMichael, and to return to that house in the middle of the day, like that, after being run off. Imagine going to visit a house under normal circumstances. Oh,
Sussy.
this house looks like one we might want to buy. I'm going to go in there. Then somebody comes up to you with headlights and tries to stop you from going into the house and confronts you about it. Are you literally ever going to go back to that house again?
Literally? No.
It is unreasonable to
Figuratively.
think that he's going back there for some lawful purpose after being run out of there 3 times before. So he doesn't run out of either of the entrances to go back across the street where he lives. He runs deep into the neighborhood.
Deep
Someone has called the
into
police.
the neighborhood.
Now, Travis told you. Nothing has erased from his mind about this individual in the 2 weeks between February 11th and February 23rd. It's all still there. And while he's sitting in his home, his dad comes running in the house and says, the guy who's been breaking in down the street is back. He's running past.
Absolute confidence.
It's a gun.
Zero evidence.
Travis and his dad carry their firearms for protection wherever they go. That's what they do. The law allows them to do it. They have permits to do it. Travis testified he had a concealed permit at one point. The law allows this behavior. Travis comes out to the street. He looks down the street.
Also a
Across
cell
here,
phone.
He is at 2:30. He comes out here. Mr. Arbery has already run past. He comes out here. He looks down the street from where the house is and sees Mr. Matt Albenzi, who is walking towards him,
Right.
and eventually, after a couple houses, goes like this and points down the street.
Oh my God.
It is reasonable to conclude that based on what his dad said, who just came running in the house, the guy's back who's broken in, to come outside and look and see Mr. Albenzi, who he knows, who he's talked with, who he's shared thoughts and feelings about the person breaking in the house, is not
Thoughts-
saying go that way.
Thoughts and
The
feelings?
guy is back to get in his car and go.
Chat doesn't care about your feelings.
You cannot act on the unsupported statements of others. The state has characterized that, which is an accurate statement of the law, as Travis's mom. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
After all that we have seen, after all that he has experienced, after all the conversation that he's had, after all the videos that he's seen, after what he experienced himself.
Oh my God, he got his
what his mommy told him?
brain cooked on social media. And you're trying to play it up as if it's like...
This is what the state wants you to do something about. This is what they're trying to inject into this case.
They're trying to stop your right from protecting your own neighborhood.
White man under the bridge, knowing that Travis called the police on a carjacker or told his police friends when he was in the Coast Guard and a report was made about the white guy that tried to rob his truck. Knowing that Travis called the police about his gun being stolen and readily admits, I don't know who stole it. Knowing that Travis called the police on the 11th of February. They want to try to reduce this case down to this statement, which is not true.
It's looking pretty you added a bunch
Travis
of stuff,
had
but it
all
didn't
of
change
this.
anything.
His reading Facebook, everything going on at Larry English's house, knowing about what was happening in Satilla Shores, speaking with everybody on the 11th, his own experience, Albenzi signaling, Officer Rash and Matt Albenzi. This is what he carried with him when he left his driveway that day. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Facts and circumstances to warrant a prudent person, one taking care to understand the truth. In believing that the suspect has committed the offense of burglary. Travis believes he's committed the offense of burglary.
But he's not a police
The facts
officer.
necessary to establish probable cause for
So
arrest are less than
confused.
those required to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
And he didn't see the crime committed.
More than suspicion or possibility, it's got to be a probability, probably. And he said, I had a probability. There was a probability that this was the guy who did it, and here's why. I think
Yeah,
he did it.
exactly.
I wrote down every one of the
Doesn't
things
matter
that we talked about.
how hard he thinks the pig's
I wrote
gonna
them all down,
fly.
and they are all encapsulated.
He didn't
in
see
that
it,
slide.
so he's not at citizen's arrest. He's not a police officer, so everything else doesn't
This
matter.
is where the duty and responsibility in following the law becomes intertwined with heartache and tragedy. Because you do have the right to
Heartache and tragedy.
You do have the right to have a firearm when you make an arrest. You do have the right to stop a person and to hold them and detain them for the police. And there is risk with that. And there are tragic consequences that can come from that. And we can all sit here right now and say what the state has said from the very beginning and what Travis himself recognizes. If he had only stayed home that day, if he just sat on the couch and fallen asleep with his kid that day,
Nothing would have
Travis George,
changed.
on a day that
The
doesn't
man
go
would
by,
be
he doesn't do the
alive.
exact same thing. But the law allows the citizens to make a citizen's arrest. And if doing so properly, it is the reason for the actions that follow.
My bees are
Here,
happy.
you talk about an offense being committed in his presence or in his immediate knowledge. What could be more immediate than February 11th? What could be more immediate than seeing the videos of him in the house and talking with police officers and other people, including hearing from Larry English through others, that he actually had stuff stolen from his property? An offense has been committed,
If
and he
done
knows about
properly,
it.
zero deaths.
He's seen everything
no
other than
murders.
the
Yes,
hand
that's
on
it.
the equipment.
Ideally, first do no harm.
If it's a
Jesus.
felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, then you can arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion, probable cause.
Not you, though.
Travis said many, many times it was the totality of the circumstances. That's his Coast Guard brain. That's his Coast Guard brain saying everything that I knew gave me the belief that a crime had been committed.
And everything that you knew
Escape.
was not enough.
Private citizen's warrant arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense,
He's not looking good.
or,
He's not looking
in the
good.
case of felonies, during escape.
His
Not every
frame.
person is arrested at the moment they commit a crime. Not every
He's
person
trying to
is
hold
arrested
frame.
by police, because sometimes the police don't get there in time. But if they learn about the person and they have information about the person, escape can happen anytime. Escape can happen later. It doesn't have to happen right at the same time the crime is committed. There's no law that says that. There's no time limit imposed. The police would never be able to arrest anybody. And a citizen is in the same shoes as an officer.
He's not a police.
So, Travis,
Every
leaving his
time he
house,
says the word
decides
police, I'm
he's
just
going
going
to follow.
hit that.
That's what he does. He pulls out after his dad crammed into the front seat with the kid seat there, and he follows. And he watches. And he pulls up next to this gentleman. No gun is raised. No violence is ensued. He doesn't get out of the car. He doesn't tackle him. He doesn't do anything. He does what a reasonably prudent person would do. He does what his training has taught him to do, to use leaps. And he says, hey, man, what's going on? Can you stop for a second, please? I just want to talk to you for a second.
So, calm down.
There was
Calm
no
down.
violence.
What are you doing?
Travis wanted violence against this man. If Travis wanted to hurt him or commit an aggravated assault or commit a false imprisonment, he could have done it right then and there. He doesn't. He talks to him. Mr. Arbery looks him in the eye, doesn't say a word, doesn't have to, but that's information for Travis. Is it so offensive to pull up next to somebody and say, hey man, can you stop for a second? I want to talk to you. Just for a minute. Hold on a second. Is that so offensive?
Yes,
So,
in a big pickup
stops.
truck? Yes, it
He starts
is,
to go back one
actually.
way. Travis backs
A
up.
lot of people don't like
alongside
that.
him, 3
What are
feet
you
away,
talking
Not
about?
pulling in front of him, not pulling behind him, just tries to talk to him. And Mr. Arbery takes off running down the street. And Travis watches him. Here he goes. Doesn't take a gun out, shoot him in the back. Doesn't take a gun out and commit an aggravated assault. Doesn't take a gun and try to kill him. Doesn't try to hit him with his truck.
Right away.
Watching.
Just
So he pulls up next to him. And he stops again. He says, hey, hold on a second. He's going to talk to you for a minute. Something's going on back there. We want to know what's going on.
You
He's
ain't
not
free.
saying to the guy, I don't know what's been going on in this neighborhood. To do that would do what? It would escalate the situation. So he just says, we want to know what's going on back there. Why is that guy pointing at you?
chasing him with the
Why is he doing
car.
that?
Not
He stops,
escalation.
He looks him dead in the eyes, doesn't say a word, and Travis just says, we want you to stay right here. We're calling the cops. Call the cops. Call the cops.
What's going on here?
And Mr. Arbery bolts. Now, on the subject of police, Travis told you. Got in the car with my dad. I said, Dad, are the cops coming? Yeah, go this way, go this way. It's very clear. He says he asked his father about the cops being called. They call the cops all the time. This is not like it's a new thing for the McMichaels.
Yeah, they're real close to the
Here,
cops.
when they say call the cops, now he bolts. And it's on that bolting that Travis thinks this guy knows he's called. He knows he's called. Because he's bolting. He's looked at me, he won't talk to me. That's odd. I'm not talking to him in too aggressive of a way, and he bolts. And Travis stays right where he is. And he watches. He watches what happens between this truck. He has no clue who this black truck is. In terms of evidence, there is no evidence of any communication between these people, any cooperation between these two people, no help, no assistance, no encouraging, nothing. So he sees this truck and he tells you it's one of a couple things. It's either the guy from up at 220, or it's his buddy, maybe trying to give him a lift, or now that I'm watching him, he's being very aggressive against this truck. He's watching it from 200 feet away, but he's thinking this guy's being really aggressive. This is
great. This is
something
great. This is gonna be so good. I'm so excited for this. I'm slowing this down. This is during the cross-examination of that dude who's sweating. He was like describing how Ahmaud was attacking the cars or like fighting them or something, like aggressing the cars. And so like the prosecution's just like, well, guys, what even is that? Like, do you know what is meant by that? Like, do those words make sense to you? So let's go.
off with this guy.
Something off.
His dad says, Travis, go. Dad gets out of the car, climbs in the back of the truck with his rebuilt hip and his medical issues. Travis watches him get in, looks down the street, sees this,
He has a
takes his
rebuilt
gun
hip.
off the floorboard, puts it up on the bench seat. His dad says, go, get down the street. Travis says, no, I'm not going back that way. Something's off with this guy. I'm not going into that. Well, if you wanted to go commit an aggravated assault, if you wanted to go do a false imprisonment, if you wanted to end the life of somebody,
The ideal way.
murder or felony murder,
The ideal way.
there's another chance.
Yep. Oh, missed it.
But he doesn't.
Clearly a saint.
And then he says, I'm going to drive around. The judge is going to charge you on hijacking a motor vehicle. A person commits the crime of hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree when such person obtains a motor vehicle from an individual without his or her consent. Travis is watching
After being
this
convicted in a
gentleman
court
try
of
to
law.
get in the car
You
in
piece
an
of shit.
aggressive way, and he thinks that does not look good.
So I better
Whether he thinks to himself that's a hijacking or not, it doesn't look good.
judge, jury.
It looks dangerous. Travis also told you that when he came face to face with Mr. Arbery, even though he didn't speak, he looked very angry, he looked very
Wow.
upset, clenching his teeth,
I wonder why.
but not saying a word.
He's been running for like 3 minutes at this point.
These are the
Straight
notes I
up
took
running
about
for
it,
his life.
Right in front of you guys.
He's not saying shit because he's trying to
down
figure out
his
how to
mouth.
get out.
Stop, please stop. Mad, clenched teeth. It was very unexpected. What's going on? I want to talk to you. What's going on? Police are on the way. And then his dad says, go back. He says, I am not going back there. I'll go from Buford around to Holmes. And that's what he does. He drives around. Now, his dad's in the back of the truck. His dad is old and infirm. He's sitting on this bench in the back of the truck. Travis says he's going with his foot on the brake pretty much 3 or 4 miles an hour. Drives all the way around thinking, I'm not going to go back into this mess down here. I'll drive around. And when he drives around, you've now learned about this dog leg. That black line essentially is the dog leg. You can't see past it. Travis tells you the first thing he sees is Mr. Arbery doing a U-turn right there at the crest of that turn. What does he do? He watches. Does he drive at him? No. Does he try to tackle him? No. Does he put a shotgun at him? No. Does he yell at him? No. He's trying to continue to assess the situation in a reasonable, prudent fashion.
Yeah, right?
Then he drives across the dog leg, comes all the way to the end of the street, and he sees
Super
Mr.
descriptive,
Arbery,
way
again
too
with
early.
This truck. Again, with this truck, tangled up with this truck. And what looks like, again,
Tangled
aggression at
up
the
with
truck.
this truck?
Travis stops. He stops. He's thinking to himself, why is this guy not running?
You can't be
through
tangled
this
up with the
open
truck.
yard? This is
Not
Satilla
string.
right here. This is Holmes. This is where he sees the truck.
The
What
truck.
is with it that this guy's not going this way? And who is that truck? What's happening?
What's happening?
Instead, they both run around Travis, back up around the dog leg.
Right.
So Travis says, okay, I'm watching, I'm looking, I'm going to pull forward, stop in my car at the end of the street, and I'm just going to take up a spot right here. I'm going to take up a spot here. I know that he's currently not over here.
So it's a bit convoluted, but like Ahmaud runs one way and then doubles back, and like that sweaty dude on the defense, the murderer, the alleged murderer, he like stops, backs up, and then drives forward. Like there's like this back and forward where the dude's like juking him. Ahmaud's juking him, and then at some point his father appears at the other end of the lane and like I guess chases Ahmaud past him in his truck, so he just stays there, and I guess at some point holds that position and like blocks it off, I guess is what happens. Like it was pretty hard to follow, but essentially Ahmaud is like, from one perspective, getting oh bah humbug, formatting didn't keep. Yeah, like they're penning him
I
in.
know he's not behind me. I can see my house right there. I can see up Satilla Drive, and I'm looking up Holmes. I'm just going to take up residence right here, and I'm going to watch to see what happens next.
Okay.
Because maybe this guy
Normal.
will come back, and we can stop him, or maybe he'll just keep running that way.
Which you don't have the
Maybe
legal
he'll
right to
keep
do.
running that way, and I can tell the police. I'm pretty sure he's not this way. Pretty
Pincer
sure he's not
maneuver.
over here.
Yeah.
He's not there. He's headed that way. What he doesn't know is that Mr. Arbery is turning around up on the other side of the dog leg. And this is where our video picks up with Roddy Bryan.
Oh shit. I have to be careful.
By now, it should be clear.
Okay.
Travis doesn't even know where Roddy Bryan is. To say that Roddy Bryan's turn up there and to follow him back, Travis has no idea what's happening behind the blind side of that curve. And still doesn't know who this truck is and why this gentleman is interacting with it in the way that he is.
But he knows he's got a shoddy.
But this is what's happening unbeknownst to Travis. Mr. Arbery turns around, and you get a quick glimpse of what's up the street, and it isn't Travis McMichael's truck. It isn't there. It's because it's all the way back down Holmes near Satilla.
I thought it was a ghost truck.
The state is going to play the recording that you've heard of Mr. Bryan turning, driving, and revving, and doing all this stuff. This will be the third interaction that Mr. Arbery will have coming at this truck.
Third.
And Mr. Bryan is freaked out, to say the least. So freaked out, he drops his phone.
Yeah.
This is where the phone drops and goes pitch black for about a minute. And in this time, you'll hear sounds. You'll hear engine noise. You'll hear turning. You'll hear shifting. You'll hear seat belts clanking. You'll hear the three-point turn eventually. He says, well, you know what? I'm going to head back that way. But what you don't hear on that phone, even after audio enhancement, even after any kind of working with audio specialists and digital specialists, you'll never, ever hear any yelling and no communication between Travis or Greg. The state wants you to think that it's at this moment Greg McMichael drives by and says, I'm going to blow your GD head off. Well, if he said it, you'd have heard it.
He said it on the stand. He said it on the stand, my guy. It's witness testimony.
So, Roddy Bryan is all the way
Get my
up
nuts on your
this
chin.
blue mailbox down here.
Okay.
Closer
Okay.
up pictures
Alright.
where
Okay.
Mr. Arbery turns around. This is the demonstration
Like
video
coal
of the
rolling?
Seacrest. And this is Mr. Bryan's actual video. This is how far up the road he is. This is the minute that he's been with his phone down on the floor.
Reaching for his gun.
And in this minute, 2 times,
Jesus.
Mr. Arbery is going to run towards Travis. First time, turn around and go back. And the second time, he'll turn around and go back. And that's where that video will pick him up on the second
But
time.
running at someone is like
So,
not
the
a
first time,
problem.
Ahmaud Arbery comes across that dog leg. He's coming at Travis. At this moment, he's looking into Travis's eyes, and he's coming at him, and ultimately is
God
going
damn
to
it.
get within 10 feet of him running while Travis is saying, stop, do not come any closer, stop right there, stop. No gun in his hand, just saying, stop, do not come any closer. Now at this moment, Travis has already had his experience, obviously, where he reached for the gun before. Where he was acting bold. He's not going to forget that. He's not going to forget that he just saw what looked like attacking this truck, acting violent, being bold. And none of what he experienced that day will be forgotten. Trying to talk to him. We want to talk to you. What's going on? We've
Just
called
trying
the
to talk to you.
police. And noting that he's not acting right, something is off, and Dad's saying go back there, and he said, no way, I'm not going back to that. But now, he's running at Travis. We have proof that he was on that truck because his palm print is right there, and it's consistent with a right thumbprint right there. That's just one piece of proof that his hands were on the door that supports Travis's belief that he was trying to get into that truck. And here he comes.
This isn't making any sense at all.
And Travis finally takes a stand and says, do not come any closer to me. Ultimately, Travis, when he gets about 10 feet, reaches into the truck like this, and that's what causes Mr. Arbery to turn. And he runs all the way back. Travis testified, I ran to him for about 10 yards. I don't know, because my main concern is this guy's got a gun. I'm trying to avoid the whole situation from happening. So he watches him. There's 2 options here. There's watching him until the police arrive and giving directions.
Yeah,
and
you could do that.
there's also stopping him.
Not a
He's not
normal.
going to chase him to
Not a
stop
normal
him.
choice. Yeah, not a normal choice.
But he is going to try to stop him and detain him, especially when he's coming at him.
Especially.
So he watches. Again, taking up, looking out, trying to be ready. And by the way, where are the police?
Where are they?
Where are they? They should be here by now. That's what he says to his dad. Where the heck are the police? Did you call the police?
Because if they ain't
No, I
here,
don't have my cell phone.
I gotta take action.
What?
Wait, what? You didn't call the police, Dad? Dad. Oh, jeez,
Number.
golly
Gives
gee.
it- Listen, gives it to him.
He's
Again,
doing the
what-
golly gee
what to do?
willikers.
They call the police.
We about to murder
Now
someone
Mom's coming back for the second time.
in a video game?
Travis felt, and it was through rehabilitation on redirect examination that we learned during his interview with Nohili, he was telling Nohili the same things. There's something not there. He's not, this gentleman's not connecting it up. Something's not right. I'm telling him to quit, stop coming at me. I see where it's going. The second time around, I see where this is going. And by the way he was acting prior to, I don't know if he had a weapon on him. An aggravated assault, by the way, is
By the way.
a felony that can be committed by the use of fists.
Oh, come the fuck on, my
The
dude.
threat of the use of a dangerous object or weapon.
Yeah.
The threat of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The intent to use your fist to create serious bodily injury. Fists are that weapon. And right now, as
Also
Ahmaud Arbery
guns.
is running toward Travis
Also
Michael,
guns.
he could have a gun.
Also guns.
And he definitely has fists. He's coming straight at him after being told the first time to stop and turn around and didn't do it until Travis had to reach inside his car. That is now put him on.
Oh my god, please. Please. Oh, that's a fucking clip.
Straight at him
Clip.
after being told the first time to stop and turn around and didn't do it until Travis had to reach inside his car. That has now put him on alert.
Oh my god.
The second time that Mr.
That is
Arbery comes down the
insane.
street, Travis says he gets 30 to 40 feet from him. He's afraid that he will be on him in a matter of seconds. He is afraid that he will beat him with his fist or whatever weapon he might have. And he's scared.
He's made it
So
up.
he's done what he thinks the
But he's
law
scared.
allows him to do, which is to try to de-escalate that approach
With a
by
gun.
showing force.
By showing force.
Showing force necessary to prevent Travis himself or his father from getting beaten and possibly killed.
That's
and so
fucking
he raises the gun.
wild.
And he does it to defend himself, to
Come
protect himself.
the fuck on. Are
They
you
call it a 21 foot
having a
rule.
laugh? The 21.
So he was a little early. He was at 30.
Oh my.
He did it because he was afraid. And what happens is it causes a reaction from Ahmaud. He changes from the left side of the road to the right.
Because a gun's
then
pointed at
He
him.
starts coming back at Travis across the road again. And then gets even closer.
Because guns have a minimum
Starts on the
range,
left. It
buddy.
causes him to change, but then he comes back again. Once the gun is down, he comes back again. And changes to the left side of the road, and now we see him going back over toward the right. Now, Travis, this is his truck looking down on it. Travis is here, originally in the door jamb, but he told you, as Mr. Arbery came closer, he did this and made him change direction. Now he's coming, he's wavering on the road, and so Travis is walking away. He's backing up. He's not charging at him. He's backing up to try to create space and distance. He has this gun here, and he is literally watching him. We see his foot plant right there, and Travis is thinking to himself, please turn, please turn, please turn. That's what he told y'all. That's what he told Nohilly. Please turn into this yard. Please don't come at me. I am backing up. I'm just trying to keep an eye to make sure please don't come at me. And as he comes around
Please,
to
Lord.
the far side of the truck, he can't see him. He's backed up over here, so he's
Nowhere to
stepped
retreat,
up over
but
here
outside.
to try to get a look at what's happening because he's afraid that Mr. Arbery is going to be down or finally go for the gun or seek cover or something.
He might seek cover. Jeez Louise.
Please turn. Please go off into this yard. He never, ever, when he left his driveway that day, thought that things would end this way. Not ever.
So you don't have to
Told
plan
us,
murder
I'm
to
on
do
the left side
murder.
of my truck. I'm waiting for him to get by. He told us if he would have run by me, no problem. I was giving him the opportunity
Yeah.
to run by me.
Huge
Travis
hindsight.
doesn't have a duty to retreat. He's allowed to stay where he thinks he is lawfully allowed to be and to try to defend himself and others.
Due to the retreat, but he's been following the guy.
And then Ahmaud takes that turn.
They've been following and
Not this
chasing
turn.
him.
But this one. And you'll see his feet
Retreating
come,
in reverse.
his elbow raises, and Travis is thinking, if this guy gets a
Wow.
hold of my shotgun, this is not going to end
Wow.
well. He's going
This
to
sounds
end up with the
familiar.
shotgun and kill me.
Wow, this
Travis
sounds
is
familiar.
thinking, my son.
Oh, derp.
Ahmaud comes around, squares up, and you will see Travis's head is right there. His head never comes past that seat post. But you will see Ahmaud come across to Travis, and the first shot happens right over here. You can watch up top as he moves across. You see the white shirt moving across in between those two headrests, and you see Travis's head never comes beyond that front end of his truck.
I'm just going to take a
All up here
quick
with-
pause here because I find it fascinating, the similarities between this case and the Rittenhouse one, like the hyperfixation on details, the like the presumption of innocence on the defense beyond like reasonable actions, like these people aren't making reasonable choices that normal people do in their day-to-days. They're like forcefully inserting themselves into situations, and then like and then responding from that position, and that's like never questioned. But here it seems like it really is. And what was the other thing? Yeah, there's another interesting similarity. But anyways, that's all I got for now.
T-shirt. Right here, his head is down. He's in full charge. First shot has already happened.
Oh yeah, the defamation of the dead witness of the
You
dead.
can see the
defense,
same movement under
victims.
the truck. If you'll look here, this is the shadow. It's kind of eventually becomes kind of circular, like a stop sign.
I'm kind of glad they're
You'll
not
see
showing
it
us.
moving in between these wheels right here. You see it? There it is, moving back, coming forward,
Wow, isn't technology
coming all the way
impressive?
across.
He done adding in them magic pixels out. Get me
Charging.
free.
With his feet. Travis is trying to brace himself. Is there any question that Ahmaud Arbery had his hands on this firearm?
Feel
Any
like-
question at all? Travis in his interview.
Yeah,
told you.
that's by design. Self-defense is usually
I was
about the
under shock,
moment
I was under stress. I don't know.
by nature.
If he had his hand on the gun, I think he did. I think
why
he
it's-
did. I think he had my shirt. I think he was punching me. Travis is in a state of disrepair. There is no question
Disrepair.
that Ahmaud's hands are on this gun. And the medical examiner from that stand told you that if Ahmaud Arbery is grabbing this gun and trying to pull it away, that as the gun gets pulled out of his hands and fired, it could fire right on that wrist
Uh-huh.
and shoot into the chest and go across the body.
So Ahmaud killed himself.
Pull
It's
it
a
straight out.
suicide. Hung jury.
No question.
Yo, come
This
on.
is about this gun. Travis turns into Ahmaud, trying to use his entire body, pulls the end of the shotgun away from him, gets pushed across the road into the grass, and the second shot goes off. Here's the plume, and it's believed that it didn't hit Mr. Arbery. Travis, coming out of the grass now, trying to yank this gun from Mr. Arbery. Again, trying to yank it away from him. Ahmaud's hand still on it. Ahmaud's fist now raising. Is there any question that Ahmaud Arbery is assaulting Travis McMichael right before that third shot?
Wait,
Not
what?
one single bit of question. And that third shot goes off.
Running man tries to
These two
grab
men
gun.
end where they started,
Yeah,
face to
okay,
face,
okay,
looking
buddy.
into each other's eyes. Never a word being spoken by Mr. Arbery. And it is absolutely horrific and tragic that this has happened.
Yo, this is
And again,
grinding my flower.
This is where the
Look at it
law is intertwined with heartache and tragedy. You are allowed to defend yourself. You are allowed to use force that is likely to cause death or serious bodily injury if you believe it's necessary. At that moment, Travis believed it was necessary. This is a law that is for a person in Travis's situation.
No, it's not.
And you can do
Stop
it to
lying.
prevent death to yourself or a third person,
Why would you
or
take this case?
to prevent the commission of a forcible felony, like aggravated assault. Aggravated assault is a felony which can occur by use of fists.
That will never not be funny.
Greg McMichael with a hip replacement, heart attack, stroke, sitting in the back of that truck.
A poor old man
Travis
with his
was
gun.
afraid for him.
With his gun. And Ford 150. I guess
If this was a case about wanting to murder a black jogger, if this was really a case about that,
this is the first time race is mentioned.
Travis would not have reacted the way he reacted. It was described to you
Wait. What?
by Brooke Perez. She talked about how totally freaked out he looked,
Couldn't have been a race
how
crime?
totally
because
discombobulated he was,
the fisticuffs.
and she was right.
I may have had my gun, but what if he stole it with his fists? None of that makes any sense at all. None of it. You don't pull a gun And if you're a
The
police
officer
officer,
saying,
you know
Just breathe.
you don't pull a
breathe.
gun unless you're going to shoot.
Take a minute, just breathe.
So none of this makes sense. The gun as deterrence
Calm down.
doesn't
I know.
make sense
I know.
either.
Just hold on a second.
Hold on, jury. I think he's saying that to himself.
It
in
was
this
from
moment.
that spot to this spot within just an hour and a half of what had happened.
Dang
He was
hoggers.
brought for several hours of questioning. He was afraid. He was in shock. His adrenaline was still going through his body. You guys know how fear and worry works. You sat here through jury selection all day and probably felt that just by getting asked questions for an hour.
Wow, dude. I think these are two different situations. Being asked
Travis
questions.
testified, even though he didn't have to. The judge will give you the law that cloaks Travis in sort of a shield of silence. You don't have to testify. You are presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent. The state has to prove that you did that. You don't have to get up there and testify. He did, because he wanted you to understand what happened.
And it was
to
a
him.
big mistake.
He told you about the thefts and the burglaries,
Enormous
the totality of the facts, why he believed what he did, that he wanted to follow him, that he wanted to talk to him, that he wanted to stop him, for the police to detain him. Don't be fooled by this word arrest. You don't have to announce you're under arrest. He told you why he raised the gun, because he was afraid that he would be on him within seconds. And the gun did exactly what he hoped it would be. It deterred him. And why ultimately he shot. The state wants to criticize Travis for testifying. I thought of this example as the state was talking about bias and prejudice. Travis is a liar. He's a liar because he has everything to gain by testifying here. He's got everything to lose by testifying. We are judgmental people. He's got 2 hours to tell you what happened.
Yeah, that's why he
At the
should
risk of all of you sitting in judgment of him and saying, I don't believe him. He's got everything to lose.
It's called a Hail Mary.
But should he be labeled as so biased because the state indicted him for murder and brought this case to a trial where he has the right to testify if he wants to? Should we label him biased and motivated and a liar because he took the stand?
Yes.
How about I say to any of you,
Normally.
prove your name. Prove to me what your name is. I'm going to make up a name since we're not naming you and we're not identifying you. My
Yo.
name is Patricia.
What is happening?
Okay, Patricia, prove your name is Patricia.
What is happening?
Well, okay, my mother. I'll bring my mother into court. What are we going to say about your mother? Well, of course she wants to help you prove your name is Patricia because she's your mother. She loves you. She's on your side.
Wait.
See, that's how that works.
What?
Well, here's a piece of paper that says my name is. Here's a piece of mail that says my name is Patricia. Well, of course you bring that document, but where'd that come from? You could have doctored that up. This kind of stuff, while credibility is for you to determine,
Is he
this
debate
whole
throwing
assuming
himself?
that somebody is biased simply because they elect to come and tell you what happened is a game. It's an unfair game.
Bunch of beanies.
I wanted to show you the law about arrest and what it says, that it doesn't require you actually announcing that you are under arrest. It's doing any seizing or taking or detaining, either by touching or by any act indicating an intention.
Actually.
Stop where you are, stop right now, and at the last moment, he said stop and get on the ground. Even along homes
No legal.
or Burford.
Authority.
Stop. Let me talk to you. Stop. He's trying to detain him. Travis could have not gotten in his car. Travis could have told his dad, "This is not going to work today, Dad. You can't sit in the baby seat. Let's just go back inside."
Like a normal person.
Travis could have watched Ahmaud run down the road. He could have done everything other than what actually happened. He could have done any of that.
So
and
why did he do
wishes
it?
that he would have. But that does not mean that his actions on that day weren't rooted in the law
The law.
that enabled him to go out there based on everything he knew to do what he did that day. Travis could have is another red herring. It's a flawed argument to take you off and to make you feel emotional about this case. That we would be here but for. Well, of course that's true. But then we could go back and say, Travis wouldn't be here but for his grandparents, making his mother and father.
Wait,
But for
what?
is loose. That is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about probable cause, totality of circumstances, actual events. But for is some loosey-goosey, illegitimate term. You will not see it in the definition of probable cause. Travis told you, understanding that what he could have done differently that day would mean that Ahmaud Arbery was still alive. He told you. I know that.
So why'd he do it?
I know that I killed somebody.
Yeah, I don't know.
Me, him, and our families, we will never be the same. And he carries that with him every day.
In prison, hopefully.
The murder charge, along with the felony murder charge, the intentional acts is what those are broken down to. Intentionally choosing to commit a crime that either intends to take the life of somebody or ultimately takes the life of somebody. The only time in this case where life was in danger was at the very end of Holmes, when Mr. Arbery chose to cut that turn and go all the way across the front of that truck.
How
Every
dare
time
he?
they
How
encounter
dare
each other on this road, 3 times in front of Roddy Bryan's house, 2 times at the end, 2 times down here. If he wanted to kill him, that's just a nonsensical argument. This was not about taking someone's life that day.
It's like your job to beat nonsensical arguments, my guy.
Mr. Rubin mentioned
Whoa.
to you in his opening statement about duty and responsibility. And I agree with that. Travis felt a duty and responsibility. He has felt it when he served in the Coast Guard. He's felt it to his community, and he felt it on this day, on the 23rd of February, and he felt it during this trial when he took the stand and testified. He felt it was his duty and responsibility to do that. The state, too, has a duty and responsibility. They have a responsibility to be honest with you, to incorporate all of the facts, and take on their burden. The state spent 2/3 of their opening argument saying what we were going to say. It was like 2 kids getting in trouble, and the first one that gets to the parent and says, so-and-so did something, and the parent needs to say, well, hold on a second, let's hear from the other child.
Your client is on trial for felony murder. This is not like 2
They
kids.
have a duty to you to prove
Wild.
under the law that Travis, at the time he raised that gun, was not in fear. That at the time Travis shot Mr. Arbery, as he came across the front of that car and held the gun and punched him, that he was not in fear
That's what they're going with?
of receiving a serious injury or death.
This is
And they have a duty
literally
to
my
prove to you
feelings.
that when Travis stopped to talk to Ahmaud, that he did so to commit a felony of aggravated assault. That means every time you're walking in your neighborhood and somebody pulls up a truck next to you and says hi or hey, they've committed an aggravated assault
No,
or a false imprisonment.
that's not what happened, and
Where's
you
the
know it.
evidence of that?
Why are you lying?
The last duty that is here is yours, and this is a very, very tough one. You all understand, and I will not belabor, the lengths that we have gone to meet you, to understand who you are, to understand your background, to understand the thoughts that you have about certain things, and the way that we communicated with each other for several hours to arrive at the point where we felt in our hearts and our minds that you all would carry the banner of the duty and the responsibility that is yours as jurors. This courtroom is sacred. It is our last place for truth. It is where we pull it from the witnesses if we have to.
So why are you shitting all over it, my
And
guy?
we present it to you. And we ask that you hold it dear and that you accept your duty to not erode the law as you sit here and think about what the law allows a citizen to do. It is going to take courage. It's going to take courage to set aside what you think and feel what may be trying to penetrate you from other
True.
sources that you have tried to do your best to avoid,
Ain't that a,
and to
ain't that a
focus
bitch?
on the bare facts of this case that have been captured on photograph and on video that have been testified to in this courtroom. It will take courage.
Courage to let a murderer
Every
go free.
count in this
Several
case.
murderers.
You're going to be asked to make a decision about each person accused. Travis McMichael will have his form, Greg McMichael his, and Roddy Bryant his.
Imagine
You will
being
be
the
given
other
the
two.
option on every one of these charges
And being like, dude,
for
why
not
did you take
guilty
the
or
stand?
guilty.
You fucked up so hard.
The
Why did you
evidence
take the
that's been
stand?
demonstrated to you, I think, is overwhelming, but it doesn't come without hardship on you, consequence for these families. But I think the evidence is clear in this case. Travis had spent 9 years in the Coast Guard, search and rescue, policing the water, sometimes 200 feet offshore, going into situations that were
Yep.
very difficult, working with law enforcement, reaching out and extending his hand as firefighter, law enforcement officer combination.
Yo, who watches The Watchmen?
For the first time in his life, Travis is now in those waters. He is now the one who needs help. Our goal here
Oh my
has
God.
been to do everything we can to dive into those waters, to search for the truth, to pull it from the icy depths and to raise it to the surface. And we have done that.
Wow,
We
what a
have done that
slimy
with
dude.
Travis McMichael.
What a
We have
slimy
carried him
little
to the
liar,
surface
dude.
To you. And now the choice is yours.
Filthy little liar.
Will you do as he has done in the
Dude.
past to others? Will you reach out your hand and extend it to Travis McMichael and pull him out of those waters?
Wow, that's just fucked up. Oh my god. This is
I think
so
if you've heard anything
full
that I've
send.
said, there's only one decision. He is not guilty on all charges. I thank you all for your attention.
No. What a dog shit lawyer. We need that on the soundboard at this rate. Filthy little liar, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah,
buy a
we just
soundboard
gotta-
first. Since step one.
Yeah.
Okay, that was incredible, honestly. I'm really glad I watched that. That was fascinating to watch. It was super technical. Oh, I think the prosecution gets a response.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point we're going to break for lunch. We'll break for an hour. It's
Oh,
or
yeah,
just a
but
little
we
bit
ain't.
under. We're going to reconvene at
No stopping. Justice train. All rise. Oh, yay, oh, yay. Well, I guess not. No.
Please be seated.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. I understand we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Ms. Hogan, on behalf of Gregory McMichael.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On the next break, we have something we need to put on the record that transpired over lunch. My apologies.
Okay.
My father worked for almost 50 years as a life insurance salesman.
Okay.
Not because he liked it, because he didn't. He
Wait,
did
what?
it because he had 3 kids that he wanted to see grow up in a neighborhood that was safe and secure.
Oh, boy.
A safe home surrounded by a community of neighbors who cared for each other.
That wasn't the
Band-Aids for
defense's...
skinned knees.
Sorry, wait, what?
Gel-
That wasn't the defense's closing... Yeah, that was the defense's closing argument. So I don't know what this is, but it looks like they got another piece to it.
July 4th parties, block parties that went on for hours. Crocheted baby blankets when a new child was born.
Excuse me.
Casseroles when we'd lost a loved one.
Casseroles.
He worked hard day and night to provide those things.
He's always
for the people
super.
that he loved.
Yeah, he's always like monotone.
Larry English was a contractor in Douglas, Georgia,
She's a slooper.
who worked
super slow.
hard
Let's move
every
this up.
day to provide for his wife and 2 children, and to save for
Oh wow,
his
it's 8
dream.
o'clock. I'm actually gonna get some food. I'm a little hungry, so we'll put her on normal. I'll be right back.
To live on the water in a neighborhood just like that. Safe, secure, filled with people who would care for each other. And when he became ill, he and his wife, Amy, had to fast forward their dreams. They fast forwarded that retirement dream, bought that land, and began working on their dream home, the project of building that home in Satilla Shores. It's the sort of life we all have the right to seek, the safety and security and comfort of people that we care about and who care about us. We work hard for our stuff. It's ours, and no one has the right to take it. And we should never, ever have to fear intruders. The police can be counted on to help, to respond, but they can't be everywhere and they can't be everything. A good neighborhood is always policing itself. Mr. Moore, you really
Yeah,
need to
so
put a
excited.
fence around that swimming pool. I'm worried a child will fall in.
I didn't miss anything.
Mrs.
She's still
Pennant.
talking about community. Community.
Bobby
like,
is
wow.
flying down Crossbrook Drive again in that new car. You have to talk with him and get him to
He's so
slow
disappointed right
down
now.
so no one
This
is
dude's
hurt.
like, how does this get me free?
The police can't be everywhere, and in a safe, secure neighborhood, police are helped by those neighbors. Officer Rash testified, neighbors help neighbors,
Oh yeah.
and neighbors help the police.
Days. Oh wow. Oh man, I'm getting. Oh,
There are
I got
really
ch-
only
I got
2
chills.
questions for you to answer to reach
Literal
your verdict
chills.
in the charges
Oh
that the
my
state has
god. Roll that back.
answer. There are really only 2 questions for you to answer to reach your verdict
Oh, I
in the
think-
charges that
I
the
guess
state
I
has
missed it.
brought against Greg McMichael.
Oh, that was creepy. Oh, I didn't go back far enough. That's all. Oh, look at her struggle. Oh, she's struggling.
Did Greg McMichael have reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion to believe that Ahmaud Arbery had committed a burglary at 220 Satilla Drive?
No.
And did he have reasonable and probable grounds to believe that Ahmaud Arbery was escaping or attempting to escape yet again
Again,
on
no,
February 23rd?
because you're just a regular citizen. So what would he
It
be
is a
escaping?
9-count indictment. 9 counts. So why only 2 questions? Well, I want to suggest here
Oh no.
what the state suggested, but in reverse. I'd like to suggest
I don't wanna miss this.
a methodical, efficient way to think about all this law and all these charges. I suggest that you begin at the beginning. Count
Wow.
1, malice murder.
See how she's reversed it?
And then take all the rest of those counts, 2 through 9, as one big chunk as you consider these important questions. Even count one, that malice murder count.
That is so
defended
duplicitous.
by the answers to those questions. But with malice murder, I suggest to you, you don't even have to get to those questions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Greg McMichael
Wow.
pulled
Don't
no
even consider
trigger.
those questions
How
over
could
there.
the state seek a conviction for malice murder as Greg stood in the bed of the pickup truck on the phone with 911 as the fatal shots were fired?
That's actually an interesting point.
As a party to the crime. Ms. Dunikoski told you about the law that the
Because
judge
she's a
will
party
give
to the
you.
crime.
If someone intentionally helps or aids or
Wow, they're going
procures
after
or
her.
hires or assists in the commission of a crime, they
Hell
can
yeah.
be as guilty as the principal.
Yeah, he's giving
as
information.
the person who fired the shots.
Oh, this is so good.
But what is so very different about count one is that it's
Let me check on Marzo.
malice murder. It requires the desire and the intent to kill, the deliberate intention to take the life of another human being, where all of the circumstances of the killing show that an individual acted with an abandoned and malignant heart. The state will have to be asking you to find that Greg McMichael advised or encouraged Travis McMichael, his son, to take the life of Ahmaud Arbery because that's what he wanted to do. For no reason other than to see that young man die. And to see him die at the hands of his own son. And to do it right there in front of his eyes. Because the guy keeps breaking into that house down the street. That's the level of criminal intent, the level of depravity, heartlessness, sickness that you would need to find beyond a reasonable doubt to find Greg McMichael guilty of malice murder. That's why I suggest that you begin with count one and quickly dispatch of it with a not guilty verdict. And then move down to the remaining counts, counts 2 through 9, because it comes down to this. If Greg McMichael was authorized by law
Wait, what I miss? Is it
to
worth going back?
attempt to execute a citizen's arrest,
Sorry, I want to try to get that. Probably about a minute and a half.
take the life of Ahmaud Arbery because with an abandoned,
Oh, yes, the abandoned and malignant heart. Let's go.
take the life of deliberate intention that it's
She's doing malice. Yeah,
murder.
this is it. Let's go.
It requires the desire and the intent to kill, the deliberate intention to take the life of another human being, where all of the circumstances of the killing
Risotto.
show that an individual acted with an abandoned and malignant heart.
Oh my God. Yes.
The state will have to be asking you to find
Yo, you had a gun.
that Greg McMichael advised or encouraged Travis McMichael, his son, to take the life of Ahmaud Arbery because that's what he wanted to do. For no reason other than to see that young man die. And to see him die at the hands of his own son. And to do it right there in front of his eyes. Because
Doobie
the
fucked
guy
up.
keeps breaking into that house down the street. That's the level of criminal intent, the level of depravity, heartlessness,
I mean,
sickness
that's a tough
that you
question
would need to
for the
find
father.
beyond a reasonable doubt to find Greg McMichael guilty of malice murder. That's why I suggest that you begin with count one and quickly dispatch of it with
Dispatch.
a not guilty verdict.
No, that's wild.
And then move down to the remaining counts, counts 2 through 9, because it comes down to this. If Greg McMichael was authorized by law to attempt to execute a citizen's arrest, to
Pretty
try
direct.
to detain
Pretty direct.
Ahmaud Arbery, for the police to come and do their job,
You're right.
to
I forgot
try
about
to
that.
keep peace and safety within that neighborhood, then they were within the law to hold him there for the police.
After threatening him.
How else does one hold an individual who does not want to be arrested for the police?
I don't know.
have to
That's a job
contain
for the police.
Not false imprison him, contain him. You have to possibly hold him at gunpoint without firing a shot.
Wow.
Aggravated assault. But the use of a reasonable
This lady's
and measured amount of
fucking
force
off the
to
chain.
make him stay where he did not want to stay.
That's
So if
insane.
they were acting within the law,
Yeah, what's happening?
in trying to execute a citizen's arrest, to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police, then Travis had every single right to defend himself. When Ahmaud Arbery inexplicably took that sharp left turn at the right front of the truck, seeking to disarm Travis McMichael.
So unexpected.
So, who's got to prove what? We begin, as we always begin in a courtroom, with innocence. And we stay there unless and until the state proves to you that this was not a citizen's arrest, and that Travis was
Pretty easy.
not justified in defending himself against Ahmaud Arbery's attack.
They didn't see it.
And they have to convince you of that. Remove your belief in that citizen's arrest or justification to such a degree that you've got left nothing in
Yep.
your minds to doubt it.
Yeah, it's really easy to get across
And
that.
that sounds like an enormous burden. Why? Because they have to make you sure of it. You have to have no hesitation, no ambivalence, absolute certainty, because the stakes are as high as they come. It's the highest level of proof we ever ask for in a courtroom. The court will tell you, when they say murder and the facts raise justification, and the judge will tell you, justification is self-defense, justification is citizen's arrest. That when the facts are raised
Yeah, seriously.
to support
Just another lynching.
those defenses, that the state has to disprove them, that you were justified. But why? Why is the standard so incredibly high? And the answer is something you witnessed in this very courtroom. Even in science, errors can happen. And without diligent investigation and inquiry, people can be convicted on the slightest errors, stripped of their freedom for another's inattention or mistakes.
Oh my God.
Imagine if Dr. Donahue, with all that experience, who made the decision, the conclusion, that the muzzle to target range, the end of Travis's shotgun to the chest of Ahmaud Arbery, was 4 feet away, based on a photograph he compared in a book, without having watched the video, and more egregiously,
I thought
without even having
Ahmaud was
looked
shot
at
at
the
30 feet away.
clothes that covered Ahmaud Arbery's body. Imagine if that initial conclusion
or didn't he touch
had
the
been
gun?
all you
Oh,
knew
he's starting
in
to cry.
this case.
Oh my God.
Wouldn't that have misled you? Wouldn't that have led you to wonder how what you saw in that video
She desperately
would
wants that other
match
case.
the opinion of a scientist?
Oh my God, lady, you're reaching
Imagine if
so
Brian
hard.
Leopard hadn't tested
Imagine.
Ahmaud Arbery's shirt. and scientifically
Yeah.
concluded, based on that stippling, that these were
I think he did
contact
grab for the gun.
or near contact wounds. Imagine further
Imagine.
if I hadn't emailed Dr. Donahue to take another look at his conclusions based upon the clothing and Brian Leopard's expert report, and further imagine if Dr. Donahue was not an honorable scientist.
Oh no.
If he wasn't willing
Yeah.
to admit he'd made a mistake
Oh
and
my
take another
god.
look.
This is a bad
at
look,
the
lady.
science. So that instead of 3 to 4 feet, we
Oh,
now
she is
know
not.
it's
Oh my god, she's
contact.
almost crying. This is so hard to watch. Is she crying? Are those tears going down the street or shadows? Oh
Opposed
my god.
to 4
I think they're shadows.
That
Oh
is a demonstration to you
Imagine having to listen to that
why
bullshit.
the system has to work this way.
Oh
Why
my
the state
god.
has such a high burden, with evidence that leaves absolutely no reason to doubt, before any one of you can consider declaring that a man seeking to protect himself and his community
Oh god.
is a murderer.
Yeah, man, that's a murderer.
You determine the facts, and the judge will tell you the law. So, of course, you need to be given the facts accurately and completely.
Okay.
The painful beauty of this case
Beauty.
is that
Beauty.
almost all of it is recorded. Security videos
Lady.
from outside people's homes on in Satilla Shores. Difficult to listen to 911
Lady.
tapes.
Why
And then,
did
of
you
course,
say that?
The really hard thing to look at. The cell phone video that captured the last moments. Based on those undisputed recorded facts, still in the face of all that you heard and saw, the state's case demonstrated in opening what Mr. Hope told you in opening statement. He told you Greg McMichael was absolutely certain, and he was absolutely right. You were so attentive, and I thank you for that. We all do. You took a lot of notes, and there was a lot of things to take notes about. So you know that the very first words out of Greg McMichael's mouth is that there was no doubt in his mind as to who this guy was. He told Officer Brandeberry
This is why you make it
that,
short. The more
and it was
ad-libs, the more
captured
dumb
on
shit
the
gets
body
said.
cam that you
Yeah.
saw.
Yeah, absolutely.
And later, interviewed at the Glynn County Police Department by Parker Marcy. That investigator told you, here's his statement, here's what he told me. I watched him, and when he came by me, I got a good, really good look at him. So I mean, it's the same guy. And it was Ahmaud Arbery on the video. He was an intruder. Larry
Wow,
English
lady.
had reported because he believed that an intruder had taken thousands of dollars of boat equipment off the offshore boat that had been parked in his RV parking garage. It was Ahmaud Arbery returning night after night without authority to a place where valuables were stored, with no legitimate reason for being there. And it was Ahmaud Arbery, as Greg McMichael told immediately after being questioned, who had hauled ass
But even if it
from
was,
that house on February 23rd
humans are recognizing
after he
differences in people they don't
looked
know.
through the
Yeah,
window
right?
at Matt Albenze on the
Especially
phone,
racists.
that he ran from that home. Add all that knowledge, that's certainty,
That's certainty. That's
to what
certainty.
he learned when Travis jumped into the truck and shared with him what he saw on the driver's side of that truck.
That's not an evidence, and I object to, this is never an evidence, and the state objects to arguing facts.
Oh my God.
Your Honor, I believe that is an evidence, and I believe
Oh
that
my God.
Travis McMichael testified, and these statements that I'm talking about did come into evidence. I believe you have to
Oh my God.
to remember the evidence.
Oh my God. What?
These are, all right, ladies and gentlemen, it is up to the jury to recall the evidence that has been presented in this trial. And what lawyers say is not evidence. So it is up to you to recall what the evidence
Wow.
is in the case and to go ahead and address this matter on that basis. I don't have
Wow.
a complete listing of all statements made, but it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to recall that. And just because a lawyer says something, again, does not mean it is evidence, and this is argument. Go ahead.
Holy
You will
fuck.
be the decider of the facts. You took the notes, and I trust what you
Oh.
will remember from this trial.
Look at her bounce
That
back.
Travis jumped into the driver's seat of that truck after having seen Matt Albenze standing in front of 220 Satilla Drive and pointing down that street.
Yeah, that was super interesting.
Signaling down that street.
He's been really even-handed.
That the
Very
man
firm.
that Travis McMichael had seen only 11 days earlier with his own eyes, and then slowly pulled up alongside so that he could confirm for himself, Dad's right. This is the guy. And the judge will tell you. You will gather the facts from the totality of the circumstances. Did they have a reasonable
Wild.
and probable cause to believe that this was the guy? And you can know, and the judge will tell you, that you gather that from every sense that you have.
Your nose.
Your hearing,
You're here. Oh, she is gonna do
your
it.
sight,
Amazing.
your sense of what's going on around
Fucking
you.
wild. This is like daycare.
Certainty, though, is a way higher standard than what you even need to find in this case. Certainty was way more knowledge than they needed to detain Ahmaud Arbery
Seriously.
to execute a citizen's arrest. And that was Greg McMichael's intent. He said it from the very beginning. He was asked by the investigator, Parker Marcy testified to you, what was your intent had he stopped? And he said, as clear as a bell, hold him for the police so that he could be arrested.
With your gun.
The judge will charge you that a private citizen can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the police to arrive if a crime happens within his knowledge. Oops, here's the other one.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Or his immediate presence.
A whoopsie doopsie. Man, the other one had like a slideshow with like red text on white background, or blue, red on blue, and she's fumbling about like
So,
an
here's what
absolute
you have to
reject.
know.
Oh my god.
That you haven't yet heard from the state. There are no magic words that are required. The court will tell you there's nothing special you have to say to be effectuating a citizen's arrest. There's nothing special you can't say while effectuating a citizen's arrest. If it happens
Wait,
within
what?
your knowledge or immediate presence,
Something you can't
then
say?
you can effectuate a citizen's arrest and criminal trespass, the court will tell you, going on someone's property without the authority and for an unlawful purpose is a crime, the misdemeanor offense of citizen's arrest. And again, what you haven't heard from the state and got some misdirection about, there's no requirement, Judge Walmsley will tell you, for a posting of a no trespassing sign. There's no requirement that any officer execute this trespass warning. It's your place, and people should stay off it. We don't need to be telling people ahead of time and giving them warnings if you don't want to.
What happened to a free country?
And he'll also charge you that as
Running
private
on the
citizen
street.
can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the goal of holding them for the police.
Not with a
if he
gun.
has reasonable grounds of suspicion to believe that a suspect is fleeing or attempting to flee from a felony.
But not with a gun.
Burglary is a felony.
If convicted.
Entering a dwelling place without authority with the intent to commit a theft in there.
Oh
Not an
boy.
actual theft, but the reason, the mindset for going into a place
She is
that's
reaching
not yours.
so insanely hard.
So how do you
It is
know that
wild.
if there wasn't actually a
I hate
theft?
this shit. He's dead,
Judge
so you can just
Walmsley
like
will
say
tell
he
you.
wanted it.
The
Wild.
law will allow you to infer an intent to steal. If there's an unlawful entry, meaning crossing into a place that's not yours, a place where valuables are stored, and you heard testimony that plenty of valuables were stored at 220 Satilla
Damn,
Drive,
were they?
with
They're all
no
stored and
other
stuff?
apparent motive for being there. That means
Besides curiosity?
every single
Jesus.
time Ahmaud Arbery goes into that house,
None of which you've
he
proven.
is committing a burglary.
It's all hearsay.
But you hardly needed a jury instruction
Yeah,
to tell you that.
she is not happy.
Coming into someone else's
Jesus.
house at night where it's pitch dark, repeatedly, even after you've been run off, into a place where an
Run
offshore
off.
boat is holding expensive equipment. The intruder comes in, and sometime after that intruder has left, your stuff is gone.
Is that the juror? I thought that was Ahmaud's.
Reasonable grounds of suspicion.
We can't see the jurors.
Nothing
That's got to
more.
be Ahmaud's like
Probable
significant
cause.
other or mother. I don't know who that is, but I am assuming
As
it's
Mr. Sheffield
someone
and
in
the
the
court will tell you,
in the crowd. Oh shit!
are facts necessary to establish a probability, more likely than not. It's less than certainty, but it's more than mere suspicion.
You don't see the
So think
jurors
of
to
it
the
this
end.
way. If Officer
Yeah, she
Rash
looks very.
had been on one of his patrols in Satilla Shores on February 23rd at about 1:08 p.m. And as he turned onto Satilla Drive, he saw Matt Albenze, who he'd already met, standing in front of 220 Satilla Drive, just signaling down that street.
Signaling.
And
Oh
down
boy.
that street
Really? I know not the
Right
ways
here
of court TV. Yeah, no, I'm
is
learning
Ahmaud
too.
Arbery. The man that Officer Rash had seen on those video cameras over and over again. So if he saw and heard what these men did, he too would have had probable cause to arrest Ahmaud Arbery for the crime of
Keep
burglary.
saying arrest, but they're not
No doubt
police.
he would have put on his sirens and tried to stop Ahmaud Arbery. And there's no doubt, after the events of February 11th, that Officer Rash would have had his gun at the ready and not taken any chances. And I suspect, in your minds, there would be no doubt that Ahmaud Arbery would have known exactly why he was being chased. Because there can be little doubt as well that Ahmaud Arbery knew exactly why the McMichaels were trying to detain him on February 23rd. The truth of life is that it's very complicated. A beautiful teenager with a broad smile and a crooked baseball cap
What is happening?
can go astray.
What are you talking
He can
about?
deteriorate and lose his way.
Wild.
And years later, he can end up creeping into a home that is not his own and running away instead of facing the consequences, acting erratically when approached and making terrible,
Erratically.
unexpected, illogical choices.
Illogical. Like running at a
But a
dude.
mother's love
The
doesn't
gun.
fade from that beautiful boy in the
This
ball
is
cap
fucked up.
to the young intruder.
The young intruder.
And sadly, no
Oh my
verdict
god.
can change the grief of that future not realized. The hope that he could have turned himself around. Because all we can guess
Does this guy
about
even
the
have
young man
all we can guess?
that
She
his
does.
teenage
Oh
years
my
were full of promise,
Oh my god.
but his early 20s just led him in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that sounds normal.
The facts
Just big plots, right?
presented in this trial bear no resemblance to the story that the state told you in opening statement. A 25-year-old who met a brutal death after being chased and killed by residents of a neighborhood who wanted nothing more than to murder him
What the fuck?
for having the audacity to jog
Oh,
in
okay. Yeah,
their
yeah.
neighborhood.
Yeah, that's not
a
terribly common,
single
but people do
piece
Uis
of
and
evidence that's been
driveways in
presented
Canada all the
to you
time.
in this entire trial
Oh.
supports such a hateful and gruesome set of circumstances. Turning Ahmaud Arbery into a victim after the choices that he made does not reflect the reality of what brought Ahmaud Arbery to Satilla Shores.
Wow,
In
lady.
his khaki shorts, with no socks,
How do you look at
to
yourself?
cover his long, dirty toenails.
Oh my god.
There were two sets of decision makers on February 23rd.
Is that TOS? Lady?
It is not just the McMichaels decisions that led to this tragedy. And it is a tragedy. I see it in your faces,
That's one of the most
and I
racist
have felt it in mine.
things I've seen in a court.
A
No,
young
actually,
life
the defense
lost,
attorney said something more racist just a
grieving
week ago.
parents.
Wow.
Greg and Travis didn't have to do anything on February 23rd. Greg could have looked up from his boat cushions, saw Ahmaud Arbery run past, and shrugged his shoulders. Maybe call 911. Maybe call Officer Rash. Maybe text Diego Perez. And the fear and the frustration of this neighborhood would continue.
Yo, lady.
But Greg McMichael's driveway decision wasn't the only decision that set this tragedy in motion.
No, people brought guns and trucks.
Ahmaud Arbery was not an innocent victim plundering through
Wow.
Larry English's house on February 23rd. Just as he wasn't an innocent victim all the other nights, like October 25th, November
Yo.
18th,
Oh
or
my
December 15th,
god.
or February 11th. Is he the person responsible for stealing Larry English's expensive boat equipment? I don't know. We don't know. No one investigated that. But can anyone reasonably believe that
Apparently.
Ahmaud Arbery was just
What is she
doing a
getting
looky-loo
paid?
on those nights in what has been described and shown to you as a home drenched in absolute darkness?
Drenched in darkness, lady?
The judge will
Wow.
instruct you.
That's fucked up. That's
that you
fucked
must
up.
use common sense and reason. Common sense and reason.
Yeah, three good old boys
There was
pulled up
no
on a black
legitimate
dude.
reason for
With the
Ahmaud Arbery to be plundering through Larry English's house those 4 nights.
They're stun locked
And
on this.
again on the afternoon of February 23rd. Ahmaud didn't live there. He didn't work there. He didn't have friends there. He didn't have a girlfriend there. He wasn't
He's a
hanging
jogger.
out with a friend in that neighborhood.
Could
who was
just be a
friend of
jogger.
friend. He didn't
But it's-
jog through that neighborhood.
Oh, no?
He was a
Ex-
recurring nighttime intruder. And that is frightening and unsettling.
Yo, lady, what are you
A
doing?
looky-loo.
Also
in an
that.
open, unsecured
Curiosity.
construction site.
So
Why
weird.
did we have to withstand that drumbeat? Why? Let's clear a few things up. The judge will charge you that for burglary purposes, a dwelling is any structure that is intended for residential use. It makes no difference if it's occupied, being built, under construction, unoccupied, or vacant.
Yes, it does
And that
matter,
only
lady.
makes sense.
Psychology.
How could you ever build a home if it wasn't really yours to protect until it was done?
Oh, yes, we understand how
For that
property
matter,
works.
How could you
Herder.
ever expect your stuff to be safe when your teenager forgets to close the garage door? Really, with all the important law to consider,
Oh my
why
god,
the
lady.
misdirection? Why?
Because psychology.
And why the
Obviously.
insensitivity to the neighbors of Satilla Shores? It's only a looky-loo when it isn't your neighborhood.
Wait, what?
It's only an open, unsecured construction site when it's not the building of your dream home. Hastened
That's
by
what we
this
need to care about?
impending
The dream
fatal
home?
illness of Larry English's.
Oh my god.
It's only a property crime
This is
when you're
fucked
not
up.
Subi Lawrence, across the street from that house, living alone, trying to raise 3 rambunctious boys, and you can't even let them outside to play.
Because you're scared.
It's only a property crime if you're not Diego and Brooke Perez, trying to raise 3 little girls safely next door to 220 Satilla Drive. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to repeatedly and unlawfully enter into that house over and over.
Oh my gosh, he's making it sound
No
like a
one
stabbing.
but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to
Yeah.
run like the wind
It's a good
when the
point.
police car responded to the calls from the owner and the neighbors. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to either reach for or certainly give the very real impression that he was reaching for a handgun on February 11th, and then to yet again run away when the police arrived. And no one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision not to stop when Travis's truck rolled up beside him.
Jesus.
To wait to tell the police what he was doing there.
They
Or
weren't
just plain
police.
Run away into the woods, or in the culverts that you'll see all over the state's evidence, or the open yards, or the open garages, or yell the word help, or just keep going right, straight down Satilla Drive, right into Officer Minshew's patrol car.
What?
I realize, probably more than any of you, what an incredibly unpopular thing that is to say. But in a courtroom, with Greg McMichael facing the charge of murder, somebody's got to say it.
Wow.
Believe me, I'm proud to be the one to say it. Not to cause pain, but because the truth in this place is really all that matters.
Wow, lady.
Be
Okay.
very clear.
I can't
Be
even
very
deal.
clear.
I can't even deal with you right now.
No one is saying that Ahmaud Arbery deserved to die for whatever it was he was doing inside 220 Satilla Drive, because that's not why he died. He died because for whatever inexplicable, illogical reason, instead of staying where he was, whatever overwhelming reason he had to avoid being captured that day and arrested by the police, he chose to fight.
Wow.
He chose to fight. Without any sense of reason,
I see why there's two prosecutors
to
now.
run at a man wielding a shotgun, leaving him with no other alternative but to be placed in the position of killing another human being.
Oh my goodness. That is so dark. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Greg McMichael had probable cause through all that he saw, all that he heard, all that he knew, to believe reasonably that Ahmaud Arbery had committed a crime and that he was fleeing from it yet again.
Oh god.
If the state hasn't removed every doubt, every single reasonable, logical doubt in your mind that Greg McMichael was attempting a citizen's arrest, attempting to simply detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police on February 23rd, then you have reached your verdict, ladies and gentlemen, on counts 2 through 9. If they can't strip you of any reason to doubt the evidence that's been presented to you on citizen's arrest, but if they
Oh, he's sweating
have
now.
left you wanting to know more, if they have left you wanting to inquire into the next steps of these offenses, there are still more steps.
That shine.
One of those is causation. How any of the other acts in counts 2 through 9, other than the actual shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, could have been the direct cause of Ahmaud Arbery's death. Or
I would not be happy either. I'd be livid watching this. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail.
Played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. You would have to find that the goal of trying to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police without using any excessive force, no fists, no discharge of the weapon, before that left turn attack on Travis, then the case is over yet again on counts 2 through 9. It would have to be not guilty because there would have been no causation between the counts that don't involve the actual discharge of that firearm. And then if you wanted to go one further step, you would have to ask yourself about Greg's role in all of this.
Okay.
While riding in the back of the pickup truck. As a party to the crime, the state would have to prove to you that that Gregory McMichael intentionally helped in the commission of the shooting, or advised, encouraged, hired, counseled, or procured Travis McMichael to shoot Ahmaud Arbery as he was on the phone with 911 shouting the word
That's funny.
no. Without proof beyond a reasonable doubt of all of those pieces, all of those elements,
I kind of like
the
that more.
state simply has not met their case.
I kind of think they have.
When I sit down, I get no more chance to speak with you, and that's a tough thing for me.
Ah.
I have to know that the state gets the last word. So given the state's opening and some of their cross-examination of witnesses, despite how careful I know you all were with your notepads and pens, with your attention, with your focus, I have to raise a few more things to make sure you notice them. Because the stakes are so incredibly high.
This is where the Hail Marys are going to just start flying,
Ms.
man.
Denicoski told you in her initial closing argument that she was afraid that we'd persuade you of the things that we're sharing with you about the state's case. I'm afraid that she's going to cherry pick. Cherry picking is this: it's choosing and taking only the most beneficial items from all that's been provided to you and trying to turn that into a fact. Don't look over there at all the rest of the stuff. Just look at these beautiful cherries I've picked.
Okay. Cherries. Cool.
Context
Got it.
determines meaning.
Yes, context is word meaning.
Stop, or I'll blow your M-effing head off. You heard that from opening statement, and you heard it all the way through the trial. Cross-examination. Versus the actual reality that I think I saw you all write down of what Greg McMichael told Parker Marcy and what the investigators testified about what it really meant and when it really was supposed to have happened. Greg McMichael said that horrible sentence, or something. Stop, he said to the investigator. I said to him, stop, or I'll blow your MFing head off, or something. You didn't hear or something. But most importantly, what we now know is that Greg McMichael fought in the panic and adrenaline and fear and of that horrible situation.
Awful. Golly gee willikers.
That's what he said at the very end of this encounter. Mr. Hogue cross-examined every witness who was with Greg McMichael when he shared that piece of information. The DA wants to make you think, by cherry picking, that Greg McMichael said that anywhere, anytime, over and over, all through, anywhere through the pathway. But what those witnesses, those investigators and officers told you is that Greg McMichael was talking about the final encounter. Officer Brandeberry was asked, when did you understand he was telling you he said that? And Officer Brandeberry said, he's talking about the final encounter on Holmes Road. Yes, that's my understanding. Parker Marcy was asked, when would that have occurred? Would that have occurred given the context of the full statement, which because of the laws in this courtroom and around the state of Georgia, you cannot have all of the statement read to you, so there had to be context. And that gets a little dicey. And that's why you have to be extra careful when you're sharing that information with a jury.
Okay.
So Mr. Hogue cross-examined those officers to say, let's draw down on when that was supposed to have happened.
Draw down?
He said it was supposed to have happened at the final confrontation. The same place where Greg's on the phone with 911? Yes. That's what he thought he said. So whatever he said on 911 Mr. Hogue asked the investigator, would that be the most accurate way of knowing what he really said? And that investigator, just like all of you, would say, of course. Whatever you heard, whatever the state presented in the 911 call, whatever you can listen to again, bears no resemblance to what Greg McMichael, after a stroke, and the panic and the fear and the sadness of those moments when he was interviewed, thought that he said on the 911 call. You're the decider of the facts. You're the ones that are going to have to make the decision about what's true and what's not true about this case. Jason Sheffield said the word red herring, so I went ahead and looked it up. I've always heard that phrase, and the definition is something that's intended to be misleading or distracting. So I'm going to tell you I've got one more concern before I sit down.
You used to throw them in the a red herring was something you throw into the river because it was a very stinky fish. So if there's any investigators coming after you with the bloodhounds, they'd smell the fish instead of you. You stink up the joint. You throw it away.
And that is, and I could be completely wrong about this, but I'm concerned about it, so I want to share it with you since I can't come back up in case my suspicions are correct. I'm afraid of why the state kept introducing into evidence
Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
still shots
Sucks.
of Greg McMichael with various people at the scene. I noted
She's
them
intolerable.
in the beginning, thinking it wasn't any big deal. I take down a lot of notes.
The condescension is
And then I kept seeing
dripping.
a pattern. And again, Ms. Donikoski, I could be completely wrong about this,
I see you taking notes.
but I'm concerned
The fuck does that mean?
that Ms. Donikoski is now digging so deep to make this case that she's going to suggest to you that Greg McMichael was on that scene manipulating testimony and evidence.
What?
It seems kind of wild when you think that the whole event is on video,
What are you doing?
and that the people that came in with that video said it hadn't been altered or changed in any way, and that Officer Minshew is there in seconds on the scene, and we see everything that's happening on his body cam. In fact, it was Travis and Greg who waved him down. But there's photos of Greg comforting his son. There's a photo of Greg McMichael after 30 years in law enforcement having a conversation with Captain Tom Jump. There's evidence that the film, Officer Minshew said, Roddy's got this on the film, and Greg was able to say, Travis, it's captured on film.
Huzzah.
There's a screenshot of
You morons.
Diego talking to Greg, even though Officer Adam Jackson, who testified, said, I spoke to Diego Perez. He said, I got some camera footage, you want it? And we got the security camera footage from Diego Perez through Adam Jackson.
That's how confident they were.
And presented
They were bragging about it.
to you. So I just have to say,
Oh my god.
thank goodness.
Oh my god.
That as awful,
This is awful.
as those recordings are to hear and see,
You called it
they
beautiful.
reflect
You called them
of
beautiful.
what happened, who did what, and why. And there is no way
Oh my god, this is triggering me so hard.
to suggest that there was any manipulation of evidence or testimony at the scene. So now, it's time, very soon, probably not soon enough for you, but very soon,
Oh god.
for you to deliberate and reach a verdict. A verdict rendered by members of your community.
Unanimous.
About an event that happened in your community. Lynn County, filled with communities that are
Oh
filled with
god.
neighbors.
She's freaking me out, man.
Why did it take us 11 days to select you. Well, the media
She's just being slimy.
descended on this case. And unless, I think several of you said, unless you lived under a rock,
She called
you knew
all the
something
video
about the case.
awful when earlier she had
Facts
called
that
it
were
beautiful.
Accurate, some facts that were ridiculous, and some facts that were outright slanted for shock value.
Slanted.
And we as humans do, we begin to form opinions when we begin to hear things that we believe could be facts.
I form
And then there's the
opinions.
social media. People posting arguments, comments, and opinions. And then with the algorithm of Facebook, you're going to
Whoa.
get more and more of the same opinions and comments
happening?
and opinions that are like the opinions that you seem to be interested in. And next thing you know, you think that these people's opinions are facts.
Wait until she hears about live
And
streaming.
the other issue is this is a small county. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew the defendants. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew the Arbery's. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew people who were close to people who knew
Schrodinger's
either one of them.
facts.
And
Yeah, basically.
consistent with human nature, those folks had formed opinions. So why are you the 15 that remained?
Because you're ignorant. You
Because
couldn't get
were
out.
determined to be the people most likely to do what I submit to you is the impossible. To set
Free
aside
3 murderers into your community.
opinions and beliefs you'd formed before you came into court. To set aside facts that you thought were accurate
Yeah.
before you came to court. And to promise
It's pretty fucked.
with your oath, hand to God,
It's a really interesting
to base
history
your verdict only
to it.
on what you hear in this courtroom.
It's also very
It's
fucked.
kind of a ridiculous standard, but it's all we've got for these men to have their day in court.
And Ahmaud
And
didn't get his
we
day.
had to assess your honesty. We had to assess your candor, your truthfulness, that you would do what you said you would do.
Oh my God! Please call the jury
This
liars.
incredible,
Please do it,
awesome
lady.
responsibility that you've been selected to
Oh
undertake.
no! Oh no!
Jury deliberations are not like a meeting. They're not like a business meeting where you're going to each put in your opinions and thoughts and reach an agreement, a little give and take.
I've almost wondered if it's
not
something that
like
could be a
going to buy
paid
a
job,
car
professional
and
juror.
you're dickering over the price.
professional
it's not
witnesses.
Even like the legislature when they're trying to come up with a budget. Hey, this is the stuff I really want in my packet, and this is the stuff I really want in my packet. I'll give up a little bit of this if you give up a little bit of that. That is not at all how jury deliberations work. Because you see, compromise has absolutely no place in the deliberative process. The judge will instruct you. Keep an open mind, talk with each other, consider each other's points of view, but the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is that each of you will form this verdict on your own.
I feel like a professional
You
witness
are
is
the
similar to an expert
gatekeepers
that works
of
for the
this
History Channel.
jury
Yeah, pretty
process.
much. There's good ones
You're
and bad
the
ones.
gatekeepers of the oath that you each took. If some of you feel strongly one way, and others of you feel strongly the other way, keep talking, keep working. This is important.
Important.
But you are not to give up any opinions you have, any thoughts and beliefs you have, just to get along or just to be unanimous. You are not to consider
Really going
what
for
the
that hung
possible
jury.
punishments just might be. You can't have the kind of conversation that says, well, you know, that malice murder, that is kind of ridiculous given the facts of this case. So let's just agree on that felony murder. That can't be that bad. It's got to be a less than the malice murder.
What is she doing?
Or, you know, some of you really want felony murder, and some of you really want not guilty. What if we just sort of meet in the middle with
What
one
is
of those ag
happening?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I encourage you, I beg you, to slam on the brakes if you hear any conversations like that in the jury room. The only thing you're asking yourself is whether the state removed every logical reason for you to doubt that Greg McMichael had the requisite knowledge and intent to execute a citizen's arrest. And if that's the case, then not guilty is the only verdict you can reach.
Yeah, like there's no meeting in the middle because there's specific charges being levied. I guess that's what she's trying to say. I think she's just like, I don't know. I honestly, I'm a bit confused what her tactic is here even.
Because every single count in this indictment
Context determines
is
meaning
so serious.
is her.
And every single count in this indictment is life-changing for Greg McMichael. Your deliberations should be guided by the rule that the judge will give you. If in any way your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you must acquit. You can't wake up in a couple of weeks from now and regret the decision you made, because you can't take it back. The Constitution, our beautiful Constitution, demands no less than this certainty.
Wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied.
On golf carts.
She's really going in for doubt.
Centilla Shores.
Yeah.
The kids on bikes.
She doesn't know about the internet.
The couples walking their dogs
Digital
after
paper.
dinner in our small town neighborhoods deserve no less. Greg McMichael is not a murderer. He's not guilty.
Wow. You got there, lady. You got there. No one's going to applaud that, though. Incredible.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we'll continue with closing arguments. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves until you've been instructed.
Really been, golly gee williker. So I predicted a clown show, and did we ever get one? She just, what's that meme of like in each panel it's just someone successively like putting on more of the makeup, like more of the clown makeup, and that like statement of like, oh man, she had a couple really crazy, but that toenails one, oh my god, full fucking clown show. Jeez. That's I could meme this. I want to meme the shit out of it because these are horrible people. Like, it's kind of grim because, like, you know, like, of course, it's more about Ahmaud than these defense attorneys. But, I mean, it's revealing. It's extremely revealing. Like, this is how these people think and talk, and I don't know, man. I find it a bit yikes. It's a yikesy for me.
We all don't play more of these.
Oh, what's going on here?
When you listen to...
Oh, this guy. Why do I have to hear him? No. No. Okay.
When did...
Okay, we're closer.
It's Mr. Goff. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Yeah.
I understand we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Mr. Goff.
Yeah. When did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan have done to stop it? The inconvenient truth is that Roddy Bryan did not know and could not know that these men were armed until moments before Mr. Arbery's tragic death. He did not know and could not know that Arbery would be shot. And by that time, sadly, there was nothing Roddy Bryan could do to prevent this tragedy. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot anyone. At the time of the shooting, he was some distance back. He was armed only with his cell phone. Isn't it time, ladies and gentlemen, that we send Roddy Bryan home? Roddy Bryan fully cooperated with the police. He's given several different statements. He's provided the now famous video that you've seen so many times and probably will again before we're done. Roddy provided his cell phone multiple times. He signed all kinds of consent forms. He gives them access to his truck. He gives them the night owl videos from his house, the videos that had been overlooked in the canvassing of the neighborhood because he was down at the police station. He gives them his social media. He gives them his Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, without Roddy Bryan,
he don't hand over his Facebook.
Is no case. You will have to decide what justice looks like between the McMichaels.
That's how confident they were.
And Mr. Arbery.
Wild.
Between the McMichaels and the Arbery family. But the reason that you can do so, the reason that we can have this trial, is because of Roddy Bryan. Roddy's decision to cooperate with law enforcement to help them discover the truth about the events of February 23rd, 2020, is not the product of slick lawyering. Roddy Bryan had no lawyer on the side of the road in the minutes after Ahmaud Arbery was shot. It was not some lawyer. It was Roddy Bryan, without any lawyer, without any help, without any assistance, making that decision on his own. Roddy Bryan made the choice. Roddy Bryan decided to invite Officer Minshew to sit with him in his truck, even before Roddy Bryan has a chance to look at the video himself. All this again without a lawyer. These actions, ladies and gentlemen, demonstrate good faith. His conduct negatives any inference of criminal intent. Who is Roddy Bryan?
I guess this is like the third
Roddy
defendant.
never served his country like Travis McMichael. Roddy never served his community like Greg McMichael. Roddy is a quiet man. Roddy repairs small engines at the local hardware store. Roddy knows most of the English language. That's what he believes.
What the fuck?
Roddy Bryan keeps to himself. His neighbors don't really even know who he is, even though he's lived in the neighborhood for 3 years. Roddy is not boastful or a braggart. He is not loud or boisterous. He is not an attention seeker. Roddy tries to avoid bad language, not always successfully. Roddy is respectful. He's an ordinary guy, a regular guy. Roddy Bryan is no vigilante. There's no evidence of that. Roddy isn't running around Satilla Shores with guns, openly carried in broad daylight. He didn't even bother to report the theft of his own trailer. After all, it's just stuff. That's what insurance is for. The Amish have the saying, what you take into your hand, you take into your heart. Roddy Bryan grabbed his cell phone. That's not intended as a comment upon anyone else, but that's just who Roddy is. what else does the evidence tell us about Roddy Bryan?
Poor old
Is
Roddy
Roddy Bryan
Bryan.
the smartest guy in the room? Is he like some kind of rocket scientist?
What the fuck
In
is
these
happening?
interviews that Mr. Bryan gives to the police,
Is he
is there some clever
calling him stupid?
wordplay like Mr. Bryan is smarter than everybody else? Is that what the evidence suggests in this case?
What?
The evidence suggests that Roddy Bryan legitimately struggles to find the right words, that Roddy struggles at times to convey the meaning, the truth behind those words. There is no evidence
Robert
that he is
F.
a wordsmith.
Kennedy.
No evidence that Roddy was playing word
Just 'cause
games
of the
with law
cadence?
enforcement officers. He
I know
simply
who.
can't find the right words.
I know who Robert.
The evidence in this case shows that context is key. If you honestly seek the truth here,
Politics
which
nerd.
is your duty as jurors, if you listen carefully, you will see that
Yeah.
what Roddy Bryan means,
Yeah, for sure.
as opposed to simply hearing his actual words, it is clear that he never wished to hit Ahmaud Arbery. Why the prosecution felt it necessary to phrase the things the way they did in their opening statement, Ms. Dunikoski will have to answer to you for.
Answer
I was
you.
unable to play it
answer-
earlier, but we are now
answer
going
you
to try
2-4?
and play the excerpt from the interview
Answer you
with
2-4?
Mr. Lowry, specifically that most damaging part of his statement, where he supposedly wishes that he had hit Ahmaud Arbery.
You said that you had handprints on your truck from where the guy was trying to get into it.
Yeah, I feel pretty sure that's what he was doing. I mean, I can't say for sure that he was up there. He wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. But after I angled him off the side of the road, you know, and I kind of went on past him because I didn't hit him, which I would have, you know, might have took him out and shot. But, you know, I probably got past him a little bit, and he come up on me, and I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming over the door. And I seen his hands on right behind the door.
This. What am I
Ladies
watching?
and gentlemen, in the video, as opposed to the officer's testimony, you can see
I only
Mr. Bryan
understood half of that.
You can see his gestures and his mannerisms. And you can see that when he says that he wished he hit Mr. Arbery, he said that just after he says that he didn't hit him, and he's expressing regret because Mr. Arbery has died. And maybe if he hadn't gotten down where he was, he wouldn't have been shot.
Oh my
That
god.
is much, much different
Wild.
in context than to
Wild.
suggest that Roddy Bryan
This
wished
is
that he had
wild.
hit Mr. Arbery.
Holy shit.
That's a reflection of regret that Mr. Arbery was hurt by the McMichaels.
I'm so
That's
glad I didn't
certainly not a
become a lawyer.
suggestion that he bore any ill will.
I couldn't do it.
And how many other instances of that do we have in this case? How many other times has the district attorney's office fired cheap shots at Roddy Bryan? How many times have the GBI taken cheap shots at Mr. Bryan? And in the end, you may wish to ask yourself why. Now, in the defense case, and we didn't do it, we promised we wouldn't, but it's clear that Mr. Bryan did not wish to strike Mr. Arbery, that he never had any intention of hurting Mr. Arbery. He never said anything to the contrary. The evidence will show that he had no knowledge, no reason to believe that anyone else out there meant to hurt or shoot Mr. Arbery. If they had a secret intention or desire to do that, it could not be known to him. Now, there is another excerpt that I want to play from the Minshew video. Only one, okay? Because again, I think it shows you Mr. Bryan's demeanor. It has been suggested by the state that much of what Mr. Bryan says later is somehow an after-the-fact rationalization of what happened.
Air quotes?
But when you listen to this, I think you'll see that the truth of what Mr. Bryan was trying to convey hasn't really changed.
Oh shit, yeah, I'm wondering, eh? It's a good call. Okay, it's just going through some images. Looks like they're standing. He's talking to one of the police officers because there's yellow tape up.
Obviously, there's a reason we all don't play more of these.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks, though.
What, you know,
Oh, wait.
what did it look like he was trying to do? He was trying to get on this side of the car, right? What did it look like he was trying to do? What?
I mean, I cut him off pretty good now, you know, but I mean,
Did he actually pull at your handle?
I cut him off good now.
right there.
Okay.
Trying to get to the handle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Did nobody got this on video? You just witnessed it,
Yeah,
right?
I got it.
You got it on video?
I ain't looked at it. Okay. You ready?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. You want
At what point did you start videoing?
Well, I thought he was going to get away.
Okay.
So that was...
You was trying to capture who he looked like?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I probably got 2 videos, 3 videos. I mean, I probably started over here. I don't know what I got because half the time I was trying to drive.
It was suggested that Roddy Bryan made up the idea that he was trying to preserve Mr. Arbery's identity, that he was trying to preserve it because he thought he was going to get away. It's been suggested that that's not what was going on. But yet, here, on the side of the road, with Officer Minshew, Roddy Bryan says within minutes of the shooting that that's exactly what he was trying to do. We have one video in this case. Well, we have 2, a shorter version of the one you've seen. But when Mr. Bryan is talking with Officer Minshew, he hasn't had a chance to look at his phone.
Yeah,
he hasn't had a chance to see what he has.
not good.
He thinks he has 2 or 3 videos. He thinks he's caught much more than he had. Now, either you believe that Roddy Bryan is the smartest person in this room, he's playing games and manipulating the police from the moment this has happened, or you know that Roddy Bryan had good faith from the start, that he tried as best he could to help the police.
Or he's just proud.
Maybe
yeah.
it would have been better if he had been able to record more, if he knew better how to operate his phone. But the idea that somehow Mr. Bryan is quote-unquote minimizing his involvement in this case, had he recovered as much video as he thought he had, he might have had the whole thing on video. And he's giving it to the police. He's inviting Officer Minshew to sit with him in the car, to look at it with him for the first time. Not with some slick Cobb County lawyer, by himself.
Cobb County?
That tells you that Roddy Bryan
He's slandering another county.
Because unless you think he's smarter than everybody else in this room, that he's smarter than all these police officers, that he's smarter than the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme of the GBI, then you know he's trying to tell you the truth. He just can't always find the words. And to hear, again, all this stuff about Mr. Bryan, about all these things that happened, we'll come back to that later, but when
Police
you look at the
officer
Lowry
intelligence,
interview,
yeah.
when you look at Mr. Minshew,
Purposely low.
Minshew discussion on the side of the road, you know what the truth is here.
You know.
Now, if I'm out of order, I'm sorry. But again, as I said before, the events of this day from Mr. Bryan's perspective are chaos.
Wow, look at him. Oh
Mr.
my
Bryan
God.
doesn't know what happened up the street.
He's
at the
just
English
staring into
Residence.
space.
He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi is out there. He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi's called 911. He assumes somebody's called 911, and he was correct, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is armed.
Oh my God.
and just up the street.
They're crumbling.
Mr. Bryan is not in communication with anyone prior to the shooting. Not Mr. Albenzi, not Diego Perez,
Oh,
not
he's
Gregory or Travis
crumbling.
McMichael. At times, as you've heard, Mr. Bryan feels like he's alone out there with Mr. Arbery, and it scares him. Roddy Bryan doesn't see any guns until moments before the shooting. We'll come back to that.
That's not a good look.
I think, if I recall correctly, the testimony was, although you can see, and you will see in a moment, Greg McMichael standing in the back of the pickup truck in the moments before the shooting, Mr. Bryan, on that day, doesn't even recall Gregory McMichael being in the back of the truck. He doesn't realize Gregory McMichael's in the back of the truck until later, until afterwards. Roddy Bryan thinks that it takes the police several minutes to arrive on the scene when we know it was mere seconds. Roddy gets so many basic facts wrong, so many key facts. Is it any surprise that months later he would struggle to recall details of what happened that day when he couldn't recall big, obvious details right at the time it happened? let me shift gears for a moment. Closing statement is sometimes referred to as closing argument. Let me assure you, I don't want to argue about you with the evidence. First of all, it's following you. There's only one of me, and you get the last word. Second, lawyers, we tend to remember things, frankly, sometimes the way we wanted them to be or the way we expected them to be, whereas you hear it as it actually comes out. So if my recollection differs from yours, I would trust your collective memory. And I'm not supposed to say this, okay? We're all taught never to say this. But what we say as lawyers is not evidence. The evidence is what you heard.
Oh, don't say that.
And if something I say doesn't ring true to you as what the evidence is, you don't have to wait for someone else to object. I don't want you to consider something if you don't remember it as the evidence. Now, before proceeding any further and before I forget, I do want to express my gratitude to Mr. Bryan, to the court.
He's still
my
racist,
distinguished
but...
opposing counsel. As I walk through the front doors of our courthouse every day, I am reminded what an honor and absolute privilege it has been to come before you.
I
like
don't
to do
even
now
know anymore. They're
go
like...
back in time.
He had to follow her
I
up.
want to take you back, if you can join me, to the morning of February 23rd, 2020. It seems, at least to me, both so very far away and yet like it was yesterday. It was a time to which many of us might wish to return, if only we could turn back time. Ahmaud Arbery is still very much alive, perhaps still asleep. Some of us, like Brooke Perez and her husband Diego, have gone off to church.
Furnace pixels.
Others read the Sunday paper.
Hey
The
man, don't
politically
knock my
minded
furnace.
may recall Bernie Sanders is the front runner for
Bernie
the Democratic
Sanders?
nomination.
What is
The
happening?
sports-minded may recall that the Daytona 500 had been held a week earlier down the road. Donald Trump was the Grand Marshal. And our local newspaper, the Brunswick News, covers school events celebrating Black History Month. You may recall COVID-19 is still a mystery.
What is he
China
doing?
Problem, an Italian problem. Some guy we've never heard of, Dr. Anthony Fauci, warns us that we should conserve the already dwindling supply of masks for first responders and for healthcare workers who most need them. But Roddy Bryan isn't reading the Sunday paper. Roddy Bryan is not in church.
Oh my god.
And he probably isn't paying much attention to the corona. Roddy Bryan is working on the front porch of his home. After renting for several years, Roddy and his fiancée have just purchased their home on Burford. As a small engine repair guy working at the local hardware store, this is a big deal for Roddy, and he isn't going to waste any time before fixing it up. When you think back, it was a different world, but it's the world in which these events take place, and it's in that context that we have to look at the evidence in this case. Now, I think we have the first Night Owl video. I call it the first Night Owl video, the porch video. I think we played it for you once before. Here you can see Roddy Bryan standing on his front porch trying to repair a column.
What?
He is listening to music.
Oh
the
my
music is playing
gosh.
in the garage. The door is open.
Human doing
You've seen that from the
human
previous
things.
pictures. You'll see the moment his truck is out front. If you look carefully, I believe you can see his hammer on the ground behind him.
Uh-huh.
I believe other tools as well.
Wow. That's fucking fantastic.
Now,
I'm glad it's been entered into evidence.
now we have a still photo, which we're about to turn back on.
What is this supposed to prove? That he
Sorry.
fixes things?
Beggars can't be choosers. I'm going to wait on this part. This is the front of the Bryan residence.
Oh, wow, this
You
is
have to add in Mr. Bryan.
Did not
the
expect
porch.
this
You have to
in the
add
meta.
his pickup truck in the driveway with lumber in the back. You have to imagine, if you will, the music playing. It's probably playing loud because his hearing's not so good. Is there anything threatening or menacing about this picture? Is there anything threatening or menacing about this image? Or is this
Wow.
something we expect to see in a Norman Rockwell?
What is happening?
We talk about driveway decisions. Mr. Arbery has driveway decisions that he's making this morning. I'm not going back into all that stuff with the Englishes and Diego Perez and Matt Albenzi and Robert Rash. That's already been covered.
My man's appealing
although
to high
Mr.
art.
Bryan may well have read about it on the Exit 29 page, he doesn't recall it, at least on this day. But Mr. Arbery is now running down the street, running from the English residence. He's passing house after house after house on a nice Sunday afternoon. Is there any evidence that Mr. Arbery sought help, sought assistance from anyone in that neighborhood up to this point? Maybe you heard it, I didn't. But as he comes up to Mr. Bryan's residence, he starts coming by his house, Why isn't Mr. Arbery asking for help? Why isn't he calling out, hey, somebody call 911. There's crazy people after me.
Crazy people.
Maybe that's because Mr. Arbery doesn't want help. Now, Mr. Bryan spots Mr. Arbery out of the corner of his eye.
All
Roddy
those
Bryan
things,
knows
he's
the job is in
defending the
neighborhood.
community.
On his end of the neighborhood, let's be clear, it's a big neighborhood. There's 4 or 5. Ahmaud Arbery isn't one of them. Roddy Bryan's never seen Ahmaud Arbery before. Roddy Bryan intuitively, and that's the word for it, intuitively, knows the difference between someone running to something and someone running from something. But that mystery is resolved pretty quickly when the white pickup truck that he does recognize from the neighborhood comes by. Now, Roddy Bryan doesn't know Travis McMichael. He would recognize Greg, but Greg McMichael is sitting on a car seat, probably with his head stuck up somewhere in the bed liner. Roddy Bryan doesn't realize Greg McMichael's in this truck after the tragic shooting.
Objection. It's going to object to facts, not evidence. None of this came in at all before this jury.
Wow.
We would object to anything about Roddy Bryan and knowing Greg McMichael or anything.
I'm pretty sure that he specifically said in one of the interviews that we went through that he did realize Greg McMichael was in the truck. But the jury knows what the evidence is.
This is messed up.
Let's stick to the evidence as it was presented to the panel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Holy shite. That is...
At the time that Mr. Bryan puts out...
That's next level. What is
Arbery
that?
in the truck. He sees them side by side. He cannot, because of the music, he really can't hear the words. I believe the testimony is he's basically reading the lips of what turns out to be Travis McMichael. He can't see Mr. Arbery's lips. He can't see what, if anything, he's saying. Mr. Bryan has told us repeatedly that he's never heard Mr. Arbery say anything from the beginning to the end. So at this point, it's clear that Mr. Arbery does not want help from Mr. Bryan. It's clear that he goes ahead and runs off. And at that point, Mr. Bryan has to make a decision. Now, there's been some testimony. I think Mr. Bryan said that he called out to them, "You got him," which would be consistent with what he's seeing on the road. But nobody else hears that we know of. We know another witness said that they didn't hear it because they testified. And we're going to play a second Night Owl video that we didn't play previously, where you see Mr. Bryan coming off his porch.
This is incredible.
Now,
just playing random
I'm
stuff.
going to suggest to you, and you will have to decide what the truth is here, that when Mr. Bryan says he called out to them, did he? Do you see that on either of these videos? Do you see it on the third one to come? Again, is Mr. Bryan relating what actually happened or what he thinks has happened? Is Mr. Bryan's mind playing tricks on him? In any event, Mr. Arbery goes down the street. Now, Mr. Bryan, at this point, we're going to go to the next Night Owl.
Is he like impugning his own clients? Yeah, that one right there. That's a scary clip.
Watch carefully. Mr. Bryan has said on some occasions he walked to the kitchen. On another occasion, he said he ran to the kitchen.
Right.
He said he walked back out to the truck. Another time, he said he ran back out to the truck. Well, what we know from this video, it takes 13 seconds to get from the edge of the driveway into the kitchen to reach the keys and go back out to the truck. Mr. Bryan is, in fact, walking calmly to the kitchen and walking calmly to the truck. His recollection of doing otherwise is faulty. Now, we also know, as Mr. Bryan pulls out,
he is
by the
just
way, we also
impugning
know
his own
that
client.
He left
It's crazy.
his rifle in the house, left a hammer on the porch, and went out with his cell phone. Now, here we see when Mr. Bryan initially pulls out, Mr. Bryan is pointed to the right.
Because he's a bad
And
driver?
Backs up. Now at the very end, he backs up and he straightens out a bit. Whether Mr. Bryan said he was going to the left or the center or slightly to the left, the actual evidence in the case is consistent with him pulling straight out.
Oh
And
my God.
Again,
you're really
we know from all the other
splitting
things
hairs
that
here.
we've seen that Mr. Bryan's recollection of events that day simply isn't that good.
Wow.
Now, not Mr. Arbery.
Oh my God.
Mr. Bryan.
The secret prosecutor.
What is for him a very faithful decision. He actually pulls out in the road. Now, at one point he says he overshot the road. Another point in the same interview with Detective Lowry, he says that he crept out onto the road. The state suggests that Mr. Bryant either hit Mr. Arbery or tried to hit him and pushed him with his 5,000-pound motor vehicle. We'll come back to that in a second, but I just don't think I think the evidence is inconsistent with that. Now, I do want to talk about the indictment for a minute. Okay. Let's take a minute to review the indictment. It is what we sometimes call a kitchen sink indictment. Everyone, all three defendants are charged literally with everything in the indictment, every crime set forth therein. You may find this confusing and difficult to sort through at times, since the factual bases and underlying legal bases for the 5 murder counts are so closely intertwined with one another.
Yeah, that
However,
might be a
this is
sticking
perfectly
point.
acceptable. There's nothing improper about it. Murder is murder. Each of the remaining 4 counts of the indictment, aggravated assault with a shotgun, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle or motor vehicles, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment, actually serve as predicate felonies for the felony murder counts. In other words, this indictment does not allege any offense against any defendant other than murder and the predicate offenses for murder. There are a couple of legal principles I feel obligated to go over in every case. One of those is reasonable doubt. And we've already heard several very capable lawyers go through that, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time there. Without belaboring the point, however, I would refer you to what I consider the core principles at the heart of the court's charge on reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. If you are a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth, and you've certainly given us every reason to believe that you are, if at the end of the evidence you have a doubt, that is a doubt upon which you may acquit the defendant. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. If you can give a reason to doubt whether Mr. Bryant is guilty, then your mission is complete. And at that point, you should acquit Mr. Bryant. Now, I also often use this provision lifted from Robert Bolt, A Man for All Seasons, when I talk about reasonable doubt, because I find it helpful. And let's be clear, it is not a statement of the law. It is the principle behind it. Some of you may be familiar with the play and the movie. Some of you may not.
12 Angry Men.
Roper asked Sir Thomas More, so now you give the devil the benefit of law.
What the
Sir
fuck
Thomas More
is
says, yes. What would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil.
Oh, right.
William Roper says, yes, I'd cut down every law in England to do that. Sir Thomas More replies, oh, and when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper? The law is all being flat. This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast, man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just a man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I give the devil benefit of law, Sir Thomas More says, for my own safety's sake.
Yikes.
And when you apply
Not a
the
good
reasonable
quote.
doubt standard, remember,
Not a good
that
quote right
standard,
now.
that legal principle isn't there for Roddy Bryant. It's not there for these other defendants. It's there for all of us. And it's a principle that we cannot forsake.
He's been reading that same script out.
The court's going to charge you,
over
I
and
believe,
over.
without trying to put words in his mouth, on
For
parties to
decades.
a crime.
Guaranteed.
The provision that's relevant to Mr. Bryan in this case is the second one. To be a party to the crime, Mr. Bryan must intentionally help in the commission of an offense, of a crime. Mr. Bryan cannot be a party to a crime by accident. He can only be a
That's
party
tough.
to the crime intentionally.
Yeah, because he
We'll
could
come back
have
to that principle.
just heard some commotion, jumped in his
Yeah.
car to find out, followed
Count
along,
one is murder.
and then boom.
And I don't want to tread over the same ground that other counsel have tread, but the issues are somewhat
But he
different
probably
for
saw
Mr.
that
Bryan.
the dude was black.
I
right
hesitate
away.
even to respond to count one, because by doing so, I don't want any of you to think for a moment that there's anything here even worthy of a reply. But I am required to do so. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot Mr. Arbery. He was armed only with a cell phone, and he was a good distance away when the shots rang out. Roddy did not
armed with
cause
his cell
and could
phone.
not cause Mr. Arbery's death within the meaning of this statute. Roddy was not the shooter, so he could not shoot Mr. Arbery unlawfully. Roddy did not shoot him at all. Roddy Bryan acted in good faith on the day in question. There is no evidence whatsoever of malice. And most importantly, and I think this
Yeah, I'm not
echoes
sure they'll get malice.
arguments made by others, nor can Roddy be a party to the crime of malice murder, because there is no evidence that Roddy Bryan intentionally helped Travis McMichael murder Mr. Arbery. Where is that evidence? And that takes us back to the 3 questions I asked a moment ago when I first stood up. Roddy Bryant certainly was not aware of any intention on the part of Travis
Would you be
McMichael
taking
to
notes
shoot
on?
Mr. Arbery. And I'm not saying he had that intention. You will have to decide what Travis McMichael did or did not do. But Roddy Bryant certainly was not aware of any such intention and certainly could not be a party to the crime of malice murder because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't know is underway, doesn't know is contemplated. At this point, we're going to try and go back and play the video again, the famous video. But I'm going to repeat the 3 questions that I started with. When did Roddy Bryant know that McMichaels brought guns with them? When did Roddy Bryant know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at what point, what could Roddy Bryant do to stop it?
Yeah, those are fair questions.
You ready?
Yeah,
I'm going to try and keep up with this video. At 0.03 seconds into this video.
Oh, hell no. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna... This is definitely gonna be TOS, because he's running.
So, Mr. Arbery turns around on Holmes. Now, stop. What I want you to do is not so much look at the video at this point. Listen with your ears to the noises in the background because they tell you what's really going on, even when what you see on the screen is unclear. At
He's going to be playing
you'll
like
hear
a
Roddy
lot.
Bryant tap the brakes. He's still in drive, and you'll see he's going at approximately 2 miles per hour.
Like car noises. I think this stuff is fine.
Very, very difficult to
but not
get this
later.
video precise. Yes, we're looking for 4 seconds.
4 seconds.
We're looking for the speed on speedometer.
Whoa. What are you doing, my guy? Just use the frame by frame.
Okay. Well, what
This
you can
is
see
awful.
is that Mr. Bryan you hear him tap the brakes. You hear Mr. Bryan tap the brakes. But he's still in drive, and he's going about 2 miles per hour, which is about the same speed that Mr. Arbery is moving. He's been described as chasing Mr. Arbery, as hunting Mr. Arbery, as attempting to run Mr. Arbery down. But what you see on the video, and there is you can see that Mr. Bryan is moving at approximately 2 miles an hour, and you can see that the seatbelt is not in place. Now, at this point, we're going to go ahead and play it to about the 17-second mark. Listen for the gear shifts. I'm sorry, it's not there yet. Go ahead.
Bruh.
You see Mr. Bryan's foot is not on the gas pedal. Now,
No, I
you
can't
hear
see
a motor
that.
vehicle go by. We can guess which vehicle that is. Or we hear it pass. And then at 20 seconds, we're going to hear the seatbelt alarm go off.
Oh, so he's part of the chase too. Yo, send that guy to jail. Jail.
Now, at 26 seconds, you can hear the transmission shift as Mr. Bryan puts his truck in park.
What's this supposed to prove?
And then 2 seconds later, you'll hear Mr. Bryan buckle his seatbelt. Now, at about 30 seconds, and I'm going to go through this with you before we play it so you'll know what to listen for, Mr. Bryan utters the famous words, "I'm going to keep going." And you'll notice that his cell phone is down. This is where he says, "I'm going to keep going." And the state is suggesting to you, if I recall the opening statement and the opening portion today, that this is where Mr. Bryan is turning around to give chase to Mr. Arbery in the moments before his death. But if you listen carefully, I think you'll hear a somewhat different story and a different truth. Mr. Bryan says, "I'm going to keep going." He's put the car in gear. But if you watch, you'll see Mr. Bryan isn't going back towards Mr. Arbery. He's not going back towards the McMichaels. He's going in the opposite direction. And he starts at a high rate of speed. lose traction slightly. Now, you can't see yet, but he's not moving towards Mr. Arbery. He's moving away, and you'll see why in a moment. Now, here you can see the speedometer is, at this point, he's slowed back down. He's at 4 miles an hour at the 51-second mark. And shortly after this,
Yeah, we're
you
gonna
hear
do
him put the
TOS
shift the transmission
territory.
again. And I think you'll see it's clear from the context, which is a K-turn, that he is putting the truck into reverse, and then a few seconds later,
Next
he puts
10
it back
minutes.
into drive. This is the K-turn near the top of Holmes that you see on the reenactment video. Top of Holmes near Zellwood. Go ahead. Okay. When I start the video up, when we start the video up, it's a team project here. When we start the video up, listen for Mr. Bryan's breathing. I think when you hear his breathing, you will hear something different than the state has suggested. Now, I can't tell you how to interpret it, but what I hear is someone who is labored breathing, breathing as if he was in fear. Also, around the same time, watch Mr. Bryan's leg, which is momentarily visible on the gas pedal, and see whether you don't agree that Mr. Bryan's leg is literally shaking. Now, you know, he's not driving a Cadillac. I'm sure there's vibration in the vehicle, but if you watch his leg in relation to the rest of the car, to the rest of the truck, I think you'll agree that Mr. Bryan, at this point, is shaking. All right, let's try that again. Very good.
He's out of shape
right.
going up and down stairs. Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
At this point,
Also,
Bryan's looking
my
down, back
attention,
down.
but yeah.
Holmes. Now, what does he do here?
old geezer.
He's pulled up his cell phone. His cell phone's been down because he was driving away. When Mr. Bryan said that he was going home, when he said the guy didn't want to be caught, that's all consistent with this video. Now we can see that he's turned around. The question is, ladies and gentlemen, why is he turning around? Technically, this is the shorter path back to his house. It may be easier to get in the driveway. You can see the bushes in the video out front. Maybe. Maybe he's trying to document what's going on. He said that's what he was trying to do. Maybe, and that's just me going out on a limb, I'm going to suggest to you that perhaps, and I know I'll get grief for this, I would submit to you that you can call it karma, you can call it fate, I would call it divine providence. Somebody is guiding Mr. Bryan, whether it's a conscious thought process or not. Something is guiding Mr. Bryan down this street to document
Guiding.
what's going on.
Oh my goodness.
Just like Mr. Bryan's on his porch.
You
Why does he go out? He doesn't know.
absolute
He gets in his car
mad
and sits out there. He doesn't even know why. He's being guided, whether that's by a god, if you believe in a god,
What?
or by some other entity. But do you
Are
really
you
believe it's just coincidence or chance? Do you
psychotic?
really believe Mr. Bryan is trying to lie or deceive you at this point? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue playing the video. Right. Okay. Mr. Bryan is traveling, as he testified, as an agent indicated in the reenactment video, he's traveling at 10 or 15 miles an hour. He's traveling faster than Mr. Arbery.
Okay, I
But
think
clearly,
this
if he was trying to hunt him down, he would be going a lot faster. More to the point, at this point, as Mr. Bryan comes around the dogleg, what we're seeing here, I can't be sure whether this is the enhanced video or not, but what we're seeing here in this courtroom with the artificial interior lighting is certainly a better view than Mr. Bryan has actually looking through that phone with the glare and other stuff that's going to be in the car on a sunny day. Anyone who's tried to look at pictures on their phone while they're driving on a day like this understands that sometimes you can't see the phone at all. But assuming that Mr. Bryan has 20/20 vision, and assuming that he has every bit as good a view of his phone as he's driving as you see here, where's Travis McMichael? I can't see Travis McMichael in this picture. Really, honestly, I can't see Greg McMichael in this picture. And I certainly can't see any guns. Now, what's our post on this one? Where is this? This is at 1:15 into a 1:43 video.
Yeah, we might have to
And
skip.
Mr. Bryan at this point has no reason to know that the individuals in that truck have guns.
We're at 1.5. Man, they were talking so slow.
All right. You can still, at this point, I think you can see that there's a shadow, a silhouette of what's
I'm actually
Travis
just going to
McMichael.
skip
But
it
from where
because he's just kind of relitigating stuff we've seen.
the McMichaels and Mr. Arbery and his family. That's not our call. That's your call.
Okay.
But again, but for Mr. Bryan, whether you call it serendipity, luck,
Wow, he is
coincidence,
almost crying.
or the hand of God here, not once,
Oh.
but twice.
Stop it.
Neighborhood.
I'm trying to relax.
And it has more than one application here, but basically, if somebody abandons a criminal enterprise, then they cannot be held criminally responsible for it.
Yeah, I don't know what
Maybe you believe
argument he's
that
making.
Mr. Bryan was attempting to falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. Of course, that would depend on whether or not the McMichaels were authorized to make citizens arrest. We'll talk more about those issues later.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a defense, and it is the burden of the state to disprove that defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Under the facts of this case, from this video, as we've just gone through it, how could anyone say beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Bryan, having turned away, that he didn't come back for the right reasons? How can one say that he lied on February 23rd when he says he was trying to get a recording of Mr. Arbery, that he was trying to document what was going on because he thought Mr. Arbery was going to get away and he wanted the police to have that information? Those aren't my words. Those are his words, way back, moments after the shooting. Now, having seen that Mr. Bryan was going away and then turned around and put the video back up, how is that not a reasonable doubt in this case? Now, I don't know what Ms. Dunkowski is going to say, is going to say when she gets back up here. I do know that it seems like every technician in creation has been involved in this case. Drone this, footage that, filter this, enhance that.
Oh,
we got
boy.
20 million frames of every second of footage in this case. But how, in the course of all that work, does someone who's practically computer illiterate figure out that they have this case all wrong? How is that possible? And how do you know that? Count the gear shifts, ladies and gentlemen. The state's theory is that there's 3 shifts, 3 changes in direction. That's 6 gear shifts.
This is where they get the slam dunk.
We know what happened. And I don't care what Travis McMichael says. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm looking at the video, and I'm listening for the changes. You know that when this right here, when Mr. Arbery turns around, and whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he's doing with the wheel, I don't see much actual movement. Okay? I see him at 2 miles an hour, and then his foot's off the gas pedal. Whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he did, I don't think it was much. But you know that he's driving away from Mr. Arbery at this point, because he can't go back and then go back and then go back again, because there aren't enough gear shifts. All right, I think we're done with that one. I want to talk to you about felony murder. Now, there are more capable lawyers than I in this courtroom, and they certainly have come up with great ways to analyze all these things that make it simple.
I'm loving the way this guy's dancing.
Adept that they are. So if I take a little longer, I apologize. The predicate offenses for the felony murder counts, those are counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, or counts 6, 7, 8, and 9, and I will address each of the underlying or predicate felonies in a moment. But right now I want to talk about something called proximate cause. Because to support any of the felony murder counts in this case, there has to be a causal relationship to the death of Ahmaud Arbery, and there is no such relationship in this case. Without trying to put words in the court's mouth, I think the court's going to charge you, I'm not there yet. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that Mr. Bryan caused the death of Mr. Arbery, regardless of whether Mr. Bryan intended the death to occur. That's felony murder. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. The court, I believe, will instruct you that felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The burden on the state is much greater. The felony must have been directly caused the death, or played both a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. In this case, you may also consider whether any intervening act, those are my words, whether on the part of the McMichaels or Mr. Arbery were sufficient to break the causal chain of events. Actually, I believe both of the lawyers that preceded me, the McMichael defendants, have pointed out the error in the state's argument here. Listen carefully to the court's charge. The words "but for" appear nowhere in that charge. They are not to be found. Why? Because "but for" is not the standard. It's too easy a standard. It's too low a standard. It doesn't meet the law. Why? Mr. Sheffield pointed out that but for, I think, Mr. Travis McMichael's grandparents, Travis McMichael wouldn't have been there. Likewise, I would say but for Roddy Bryan's birth. There's no way that this crime could have taken place under the state's reasoning. You know, the same thing could be said but for Larry English installing surveillance cameras. The McMichaels would never have known that this was the fellow running by them. But for Matt Albenzi pulling out his wood chipper that day and working in the front yard, he never would have saw Mr. Arbery. But for the actions of Robert Rash and Diego Perez, this incident might not have happened. But for Mr. Albenzi calling the normal police number instead of 911, the police might have responded faster and things might have been different. But for Mr. Albenzi cutting off the Satilla Drive exit, Mr. Arbery might have escaped. But for 100 different things, all of which had to come together in the exact sequence for this tragedy to take place, it could not have happened. So simply saying that but for Mr. Bryan being there that day, that's not the standard. And the state doesn't even try and meet the standard that the court is going to instruct you. And maybe they're just waiting until they have the last word. And all I can say about that is that's just dirty pool. And I certainly hope that's not what's going on.
That's just dirty.
Now, again,
prosecutors using the last word. Come on.
When we look objectively at the events of February 23rd, I would respectfully submit to you that Roddy Bryan's presence is absolutely superfluous and irrelevant to the tragic death of Ahmaud Arbery. Now, that may not be intuitively obvious, but if you think about it, I believe you'll agree. Had Roddy Bryan stayed in bed that day, if Roddy Bryan had stayed on his front porch, would Ahmaud Arbery be alive today? If the state's theory is that these men, and I'm not saying that's the case, you decide what the deal is with the co-defendants, but if the theory is that these men were vigilantes and harbored some ill will towards Mr. Arbery, then what difference does it make whether Roddy Bryan is there or not? Mr. Arbery can't outrun bullets. They've been chasing him for a while, and he's at practically point blank range even before he comes around.
Now you're getting the hang of it. There you go.
The problem is for the state that Mr. Albenzi, thankfully not indicted, not yet anyway, Mr. Albenzi is down the street with his firearm. Roddy Bryan doesn't know that. That's why Roddy Bryan goes down Satilla momentarily as Mr. Bryan is turning up the road. You'll remember the testimony where the state was trying to say that Mr. Bryan was trying to run him over, when in fact Mr. Arbery had already turned up Holmes by the time Mr. Bryan put his car in reverse. Several times they incorrectly stated he was trying to run Mr. Arbery over. The reason that Mr. Bryan is continuing down Satilla is he doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is there. He can't. Or Mr. Arbery does, which is why Mr. Arbery is not going to go down that way. The point to you is Mr. Arbery is on foot.
It's usually because
we know they circle around.
It's usually because, like, by necessity, court cases are complex. So the types of people who handle that sort of stuff tend to be kind of analytical and able to handle it. And it's hard to be performative and concise about just a huge amount of information, because you have to first be able to do that first layer of presenting the information and then like condensing it a second, third, fourth, fifth time till it's punchy. So it's just like a lot. It's just a lot to ask for. Sometimes it's hard enough just to grasp the case and the case law that's relevant and the evidence and all these things.
Down all the way up Zelway to the top of Holmes. How does Mr. Bryan's presence on the road that day, whatever he thought he was doing, okay? Because if the idea is that he imprisoned Mr. Arbery by himself, that somehow, and those are the words he uses, that he cornered Mr. Arbery by himself, I guess, between his truck and the mailbox. I don't know, between his truck and the marsh. I don't know, the state will have to explain the theory to you. But the truck can go a lot faster. Mr. Arbery, if he's superhuman, might be doing 5 or 6 miles an hour, maybe 7. That pickup truck is capable of probably driving 100 miles an hour, maybe 90. Mr. Bryan's presence on the road has nothing to do with the ability of the McMichael defendants to cut Mr. Arbery off. Why? Because even though Roddy Bryan doesn't know it, now Benzi's cut off one of the 2 exits from the neighborhood, and the McMichaels are already at the top of Holmes. They've cut off the second. Mr. Bryan is not trapping Mr. Arbery. Ooh. He's trapped the moment the McMichaels get to the top of Holmes. It doesn't really matter what Roddy does. Now, they do come down the road, and there is a brief time period before the shooting where technically Mr. Bryan is behind Mr. Arbery. But it's clear by this point, it's certainly clear to Mr. Arbery, that he cannot outrun the McMichaels. No matter where he goes, they can follow. So again, how is Mr. Bryan's presence on this day in any meaningful way the cause of this shooting? And by the time Mr. Bryan gets around the dog leg, Mr. Arbery is already...
I can accept that, Law. It feels like they have areas that could be condensed, but maybe not capable within the given time they have to create their statement. I mean, even like when if I compare this in the Rittenhouse, like the prosecution, the difference between prosecution, like this is a real prosecutor. She's been coming with receipts. She's punchy. She's she's staying on message constantly. She's speaking like informally as well to sort of like make it more digestible. This feels like a more old-timey defense lawyer who's been at it for a long period of time and like knows his way around a defense trial kind of thing really well, but might not like be up to date.
Well within range of the shotgun that Travis McMichael is holding and the handgun that Gregory McMichael has. So if their intention, and again, I'm not suggesting that it's their intention, but if the McMichaels meant harm to Mr. Arbery, if they meant to shoot him that day, what in the world does Mr. Bryan's presence out there have to do with anything? I would submit to you that this is basically all a smokescreen from the state, because Mr. Bryan's presence doesn't contribute in a direct or substantial way to the death of Mr. Arbery.
Yeah,
because the McMichaels were certainly capable
of
catching up
agree.
with him and shooting him if that was their intention.
How is he supposed to know? I don't even think he knows these like what was up. Was he called or something? He just sees it in his drive yard. Like, I don't know, man. That's a bit far-fetched.
One more cause issue I want to discuss on this 4 felony murder counts, because it's basically the same issue. And the issue, the principle is one of intervening.
But when did he
acts.
turn in that footage?
The judge is going to instruct you that that the causation must be direct and it must be substantial. And although the charge doesn't use the words, essentially it must be unbroken. Anything that breaks the chain of causation prevents a return of a verdict on felony murder.
Objection. Obviously, there's an issue. That is.
Another
If we could
objection.
please, if you were going to make representation with regard to the law that will be charged to the jury,
Yes.
if we could remain within the charge that has already been approved by the court. And that
Oh
will be
my
read by
God.
the court.
Let me, thank you, Your Honor.
Jesus. This is amateur hour.
Let me go back and make sure I haven't misspoken. The court is going to charge you, I believe, that the felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and
He is describing like the nature of a charge, which is like the crime that someone has committed, the felony murder. And he started off describing it, and the prosecution's like, objection, that's not what we all agreed on earlier. And the judge is like, hey, use the definition we all agreed on earlier, please and thank you. So
necessary part
he's reading
of
it.
causing the death. In this case, what I'm suggesting to you is that if either the actions of Mr. Arbery or the actions of Travis McMichael or the actions of both contributed to Mr. Arbery's death, then Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct, the substantial, and the necessary cause of that death. What am I talking about? I think it's already been referenced. I could be wrong. I don't want to misspeak. That that Ahmaud Arbery turns in front of the vehicle at the white pickup truck at the last moment, and basically meets Travis McMichael in the front of the truck. We can't see in front of the truck, but we know that's where they are. The question for you is, and I'm not trying to decipher who did what or why, because from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. It does for yours, but from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. But Mr. Arbery's decision at that last moment to turn left instead of right, as Mr. Bryan would have expected, you can tell from the way he's angling his phone, anticipating Mr. Arbery's path of travel. When Mr. Arbery turns to the left, does that not break the causal chain in this case? I would submit that it does. Whether Mr. Arbery is justified in turning and coming at Mr. McMichael or not, that's for you to decide. That affects other people in this case. But Mr. Bryan is not responsible for that. That breaks the chain. The causal chain is no longer substantial and necessary. It's no longer direct. Likewise, when Mr. Travis McMichael closes the distance from to the left of the truck as you're looking at it on the screen towards the middle of the truck, or exactly where, I'll let y'all figure that out. But when Travis McMichael does that, regardless of whether Travis McMichael is justified in doing so, doesn't that also break the direct causation? Does it not also break the substantial and necessary part of Mr. Bryan in causing the death of Mr. Arbery? I would submit to you that Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct and substantial and necessary cause of Mr. Arbery's death. Whether that is the fault, for lack of a better phrase, of Mr. McMichael, the fault of Mr. Arbery, or the fault of both, or simply without any fault on either part, an unavoidable tragedy. Why should Roddy Bryan be held responsible for that? I would submit to you under the law that Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty of any of the felony murder counts for that reason alone. All right, we're to count 6. Count 6 alleges aggravated assault by shooting. Now, we know that Roddy Bryan did not shoot Mr. Arbery. The theory here is parties to a crime. And again, how can Mr. Bryan intentionally help commit a crime that he has no reason to believe is about to take place? When did Mr. Bryan see the gun? When does Mr. Bryan know they're armed? At what point? At that point, what can Mr. Bryan do about it? Again, you've seen from the video that by the time Mr. Bryan knows that the McMichaels are armed, it's mere seconds before the shooting takes place. So the idea that Mr. Bryan's going to get out of his car or honk or yell, stop, we know that's fantasy on the part of the state. What's going to happen is going to happen at that point. Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty as a party to the crime because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't have reason to believe is going to take place. And he doesn't help. The McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery. Had that been their intention, the McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery before he got to Roddy Bryan's driveway. They could have done it the whole time. That's got nothing to do with Roddy Bryan. They don't need Roddy Bryan's help to shoot this young man. And I'm not implying guilt or innocence here. It's not my call. It's your call for the other defendants. But what does that have to do with Mr. Bryan? That takes us back to aggravated assault, count 7. I've discussed the physical evidence with you before, the lack thereof, and I'm going to go through that just as quickly as I can. I would note that the state presented no rebuttal evidence during the trial of the case, and so the evidence is the same as it was when we first had this conversation. I would submit to you that Roddy Bryan isn't out there like Evel Knievel, tearing up his neighbor's yards. How do we know that? First, where are the pictures of the damage done? By his truck tires. There's no evidence of that. Second, there's no evidence the neighbors complained or reported destruction. Third, there's no evidence of landscaping material or other material on the underside of his truck. How could this be with a deep, perhaps watery drain? I think the evidence was conflicting. Drainage ditch running along much of Burford. Again, the context is key. I believe counsel for one of the McMichaels pointed the same thing out, basically. How hard can it be to evade and elude someone who can't go off-road without doing more damage than the neighbors would allow? There's no evidence from the truck's computer system. Roddy Bryan, again, is either the smartest guy in the room, or I guess he's just the luckiest guy in the world, because when he speaks to Minshew on the scene, and later to Lowry, Detective Lowry, that Sunday afternoon, he has no way of knowing whether that information has or will be preserved. Nor is there any evidence that Roddy Bryan tampered with it. Certainly, you can't blame him that law enforcement wait several months to pursue that evidence. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan deleted or edited the video from 223 either. We know he couldn't, practically speaking. He watched it at the same time as the police officer. Where is the physical evidence on the roadway of Mr. Bryan's aggressive driving? Where are the tire tracks, the brake marks, the skid marks? For all the times Mr. Bryan supposedly has stopped short or changed direction so that he doesn't destroy anything. There's simply no physical evidence of aggressive driving. What about the lumber in the back of the truck? The evidence shows it's still in the back of his truck afterwards. There's no evidence that any of those timbers went through the back of his windshield. No evidence Mr. Bryan had to drive back around the neighborhood picking them up. No evidence of damage to the bed liner or the tailgate. I don't believe there's evidence of even scratch. Attributed to all the acrobatic
how hard
maneuvers
do you have
implied
to
by the
drive to do that? That's crazy.
I'm not sure there's even a picture of the front of Mr. Bryan's truck in evidence, but if there is, I'm sure Ms. Donatowski will provide it for you. Nobody's been looking for that evidence because there was no crime to investigate. There are no witnesses. Nobody will testify that they saw Mr. Bryan drive aggressively or recklessly. No neighbors will testify to that because it didn't happen. We have a neighborhood chock full of security videos. None of them catch this aggressive driving. What does the medical examiner tell us? The medical examiner testified extensively in this trial. He testified, I believe, that the pickup truck could be a deadly weapon, depending on the manner in which it was used, and that's consistent with the charge this court is going to give you. But what evidence is there that Mr. Bryan did, in fact, injure Mr. Arbery? I don't recall there being any testimony of any physical injuries to Mr. Arbery attributable to Mr. Bryan's actions. The cause of death was gunshot. Let's talk about the fingerprint evidence for a moment. The fingerprint or palm print is at the driver's side door on the side of the pickup truck. Mr. Bryan points this out in the minutes after the shooting to Officer Minshew. There are no prints or cotton fibers on the front of the truck or on the back of the truck. Now, last I checked, unless you're a Hollywood stunt person, maybe a veteran of Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift, you're not in control unless you're out of control. I think that was the movie. Absent something extraordinary like that, we know the pickup trucks don't move sideways.
Yes.
We also know, when I said earlier there was no witness, we have a witness, and that's Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael testified about the events of 2/23/20. Travis McMichael did not testify to aggressive driving on the part of Roddy Bryan. Travis McMichael testified, I believe, to Mr. Arbery attempting to get in Roddy Bryan's vehicle not once but twice. Carjacking is a felony. Attempted carjacking is a felony. You will be charged on what attempt is. But the point here is that the objective evidence is not that Mr. Bryan was engaged in aggressive behavior. The evidence is that Mr. Arbery was. And I don't say that as a measure of disrespect to Mr. Arbery. That's just
wow. He can't even say it. He can't even get the words out of his mouth.
That. I could be wrong.
With ease.
I could remind the jury. I believe during the testimony of Special Agent Jason Sechrist. During that testimony, I believe I specifically referenced page 54 of that transcript. There's a time there where Roddy Bryan is testifying, and he says, he's coming back at me, and I'm like, oh, blank, excuse me, again. And I started a kind of evasive action, which we see on the video, and dropped the phone. So, long before Mr. Bryan has any reason to believe that anybody else has seen this, he's provided that information. Getting back to Mr. Bryan's statements, as I've indicated before, context is the key. It's not what the words Mr. Bryan's using. It's the truth, the meaning that he's attempting to convey with them. And I think I may have used the example before. If I were to say, I ran into your ex in the parking lot at Walmart, you wouldn't assume I ran them over, although technically you could interpret the words that way. There are a lot of words that we use.
What are you doing, my guy?
This coming weekend, when Bulldog fans talk about wrecking tech, we don't actually expect that they will. It's a figure of speech. And again, through the examination of these officers, we see that the words that the state has taken have been taken out of context. We see that they've been juxtaposed in inappropriate ways to suggest a conversation that was different than it was. But I can tell you remember this discussion previously, so I'm going to truncate that discussion by pointing out the obvious. 3 police officers interview Roddy Bryan. They don't Mirandize him. They don't tell him that he's under investigation, because he's not. At the time of all these interviews, Roddy Bryan is a witness. At the conclusion of the Glenn County Police Department report, Roddy Bryan is still a witness. Roddy Bryan may not be careful with his words, because Roddy Bryan's never been told anybody's looking at him. But the bottom line is this. 3 good, solid police officers that you heard testify, all interview Mr. Bryan. All of them write written summaries of their reports. I think I went through the 5-page version of Mr. Sechrist. I think I went through the versions of the other officers, not the transcripts, but their actual summaries. 3 police officers who know exactly what they're doing interview Mr. Bryan. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he committed an aggravated assault. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he was involved in any false imprisonment. None of them hear that in what he says. And I would humbly suggest to you that if 3 police officers interview Mr. Bryan for what turns out to be a total of hours, okay, remember we had an argument about how long the transcripts were and what that would mean. I don't care how you break it down. 3 experienced police officers interviewed Mr. Bryan. None of them summarized for their superiors that Mr. Bryan attempted to run over Mr. Arbery, attempted to strike Mr. Arbery, or attempted to imprison Mr. Arbery. It's not there. And if that isn't a reasonable doubt on count 7 aggravated assault, I just don't know what it would be. Before I leave count 7, I do want to discuss lesser offenses. I'm not really sure why we call them lesser offenses, but that's what we call them. With respect to the aggravated assault count, with
yes,
respect to Mr. Bryan,
like that hyperspecificity is coming up
on 2
again.
lesser offenses. 2 of them
narrow the lens,
variety. One of them is a traffic offense,
and also scream about context.
The third one I do want to discuss, however,
so people can't tell you're doing it.
That is reckless conduct. We don't see that one as often, so let me take a minute and discuss that. In reckless conduct, that offense is committed when a person commits reckless conduct when that person endangers the bodily safety of another person by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act or omission will cause harm or endanger the safety of the other person. And the disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise. I would suggest to you that Mr. Bryan did not consciously disregard a substantial unjustifiable risk in operating his motor vehicle. We would submit to you that Mr. Bryan did not commit any offense in the operation of his motor vehicle. But this is before you, and if you decide that you believe Mr. Bryan's guilty of that, then Mr. Bryan will have to live with the consequences.
Wow.
We have 2 counts left, and Your Honor, I'm getting a look, and I don't know whether that means
From whom?
You might want a break.
What?
That's up to them.
You're getting a look?
No, okay. Well, then
nobody's
that's the answer.
saying you have to stop.
Sometimes when people are shaking their heads,
defend your
don't know
client.
what they mean.
He is just giving. He's
Sometimes people are shaking their heads. Yeah, he's crazy. I get it.
Oh
right,
my
let's talk a little bit about
God.
Mr. Bryan never denied following Mr. Arbery. Mr. Bryan has never denied, quote unquote, angling his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery, although he did not use the words in the first interview as the state had suggested. He did use that word subsequently. Mr. Bryan's never denied blocking Mr. Arbery's path of travel. He's never denied cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery. He's admitted that he did that several times, but as to exactly how many times or where or when, I believe the state acknowledged in their opening that they really didn't know the path of travel. It is essentially speculation. But what we've shown you, I think, at this point is that although Mr. Bryan did all those things, that's not a false imprisonment. Among other things, Mr. Bryan with his own vehicle can't do that on his own. And we know that
yeah, he can. It's a giant vehicle.
Tilla to Zellwood and all the way around, which is why Mr. Arbery is alone there for key parts of this encounter. All right. The court will charge you on the law with respect to false imprisonment. This is count 8. The McMichael attorneys have already gone over this in some detail. I'll try to avoid that same ground. First, where there is no confinement, no detention, there can be no false imprisonment. That's the law. Pretty basic. Mr. Arbery never really stopped. He never submitted. I think the state's position was that Mr. Arbery resisted to the end of his life. And in saying that, I mean no disrespect to Ahmaud Arbery. I do not wish in any way to lessen the magnitude of this tragedy. I'm simply applying the relevant law to the facts. I'm going to use a different example to kind of illustrate the point I'm trying to make. I try to be humorous at sometimes the humor is not successful. If it's not, please don't hold it against Mr. Bryan.
It's a murder
illustrate the point I'm trying
trial.
to make here, let us consider the classic example of a bank robbery. A man with a gun enters the bank and yells, get down on the ground. I will shoot. There are 3 customers in the bank. The first is a lawyer. The second is a school teacher. The third is a college freshman listening to music, texting a girl, and late for class. Now, instead of getting on the ground, and before the robber can even finish his thought, the lawyer foolishly asks, "Hey, don't I know you?" The lawyer gets shot. He instantly dies. This is murder, or felony murder. However, this is not false imprisonment. The second customer, the school teacher, says, "Please don't shoot me. I have children. I'm taking a busload of kids to the museum." She gets on the ground. The school teacher has complied with the robber's commands. She's shaken but otherwise okay. The school teacher, she has been falsely imprisoned. The third customer, the college freshman, for whatever reason, ignores the bank robber. The college freshman says nothing, but runs out the door just as fast as he can. He never looks back. When his parents call later that day asking how he's doing, the college freshman doesn't even mention his near-death experience. The college freshman, although certainly fortunate to be alive, has not been falsely imprisoned. Likewise, in the case before us under Georgia law, I would respectfully submit to you whatever other crimes may have been committed that day, Mr. Arbery was not falsely imprisoned prior to his tragic death. And Ms. Dunikoski may see things differently.
He was running away.
She may contend, remember, under Georgia law, she always gets the last
Your
word.
analogy doesn't work because the bank doesn't move.
To a combination of the harsh verbal commands of the McMichael defendants, if they did so, and the brandishment of the shotgun, if that happened. That's not exactly the way I recall the evidence, but I would submit that there's still no false imprisonment here as a matter of law. Why? Please look more carefully at count 8. Mr. Bryan is not charged with falsely imprisoning Mr. Arbery with either verbal commands or guns. That is not how the indictment reads. It alleges that Mr. Arbery was confined and detained, quote unquote, using said pickup trucks. The Cobb County District Attorney, I would suggest that you should hold them to that language. Nor does count 8 allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Count 9 alleges an attempt to commit false imprisonment on Burford. We'll come back to that. Count 8 does not allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Now, that may be where the state contends the chase started, but the indictment alleges the false imprisonment with pickup trucks happened on Halls. The state contends that what you see on the that's what the state contends you see on the now famous video. We'll come back to that. There are several legal principles we should review before I move on. Again, I think I've discussed this. Abandonment is a defense to the charge of false imprisonment. And I think I've been through that, so I won't torture you with that again.
He's really shuffling them papers. Yeah, look at him shuffle them. Skipping all those words that we don't need to hear again.
Yeah, things I've already covered, I'm not going to repeat for you.
Do you want me just to skip to the prosecution? Because he's just kind of rambling, honestly.
All right.
Man's life is on the line, and he's just like... Okay, where's the prosecution? Maybe it's another day? Oh, wait. I think I see her.
Idea when we talk about issues, surely that I understand that their safety would be protected. Will they actually be aware, however, of what's been going on as they leave?
Let's go ahead and talk about this.
Do that with the Sheriff's Department. We would ask that you do that. We just think this is a tipping point issue for the jury if there's any chance of them hearing that or seeing that.
I'll think that through. Candidly, Mike, I have some concerns about doing that.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I guess not. It's 8 hours, 6 minutes. I'm wondering if, like maybe the live stream kept on. No, it's only 8 hours, 6 minutes. So I don't know what happened to the prosecution, but the defense was dog shit. Absolutely awful. I don't know. Yeah, let's watch this.
All right. Hello. I just wanted to ask. So I wanted to bring up the fact that you talked about individuals and everything, and I wanted to bring up a few examples, like for example, like COVID and like say like the 2008 financial collapse and even like the 1994 crime bill and things like that. Those have definitely effects on big groups and especially like the black community and everything. Like after the 2008 financial collapse, not many people got, you know, like I wouldn't say accused, but convicted. For example, not many people on Wall Street, the individuals who did profit a lot from those things, but millions of people were kicked out of their homes and everything. And you talk about like things like these being, or America being, you know, based on individuals and individuals wanting to achieve different things, but in reality, a lot of like people are affected by their societal factors, you know, their environment and everything.
True.
So I want to get your answer on that and like how these negative effects,
what's the question?
You know, affect the majority of people. But the positives, the money gains, you know, the Wall Street things.
The positive things do
not
positive
many of
stuff.
the working class people in Tallahassee, for example, feel that. You know, not many people in Tallahassee felt the after COVID or during COVID, you know, the stock market jumps. The average employer just saw a bunch of just empty
wages are down.
Employment, you know, options and low wages and everything still, and the same old. So,
well, I mean, okay, so I think that the fundamental idea with regard to, it's almost two separate questions, and so I'm going to take them one at a time. The reason I'm separating the questions is because when it comes to corporate bailouts, for example, I'm sure you and I agree. I don't think that any of those corporations should have been bailed out. I think that if you engage in the moral hazard of wrecking your own company, I don't see why I'm supposed to pay for that or you're supposed to pay for that. In a free market system, you're supposed to bear the consequences of the risks that you take.
Sometimes that would involve the loss of your entire
big
auto
rich
industry.
Guy on Wall Street and you lose your entire company, or whether you're a guy who took out a loan that you couldn't afford on your house.
And they could totally pay it back.
If you take out too much, that is, as I
at least that's the logic.
Constantly refer saying, a you problem. If you take a risk and then you bear the consequence of that risk, that's no one's fault but your own. And anybody who comes in to bail you out from that, particularly
unless it's an entire industrial sector,
in order to prop up a particular lifestyle, that's a huge mistake, and it's a huge problem, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
And for example, with that, like, you know, we in America, we do bail these people out. You know, our capitalist system does not.
That's not capitalism. That's cronyism.
It definitely, people say that, but
no, but it's true.
That is true.
No, but it's
we do bail these people out.
Right. I'm just saying that that's not capitalism. That's actually closer to corporatism. which is the government being in control of the economy, essentially.
Well,
who's bailing them out?
I mean,
are they bailing them out? The government is bailing them out.
Yeah, definitely the government. And for example, we don't get these similar
That's the problem with
bailouts
capitalism, Ben.
for regular people. Like, for example, Joe Biden was promoting just $2,000. We're fighting for scraps. I want to understand, like, where does that come from? Like, why are we so, willing to give?
Well, I mean, the United States does spend literally trillions of dollars on social welfare programs. The notion the United States has no social safety net at all is not true. The United States spends per citizen tens of thousands of dollars on social welfare benefits, ranging from Medicaid to food stamps to unemployment insurance to a wide variety of programs. The notion that we're wildly out of line with Europe is just not borne out by the statistical facts, actually. It's kind of a...
Just all going to the boomers,
Ben.
Ben.
That we don't spend any money on this sort of stuff. It's not true. Since the beginning of the war on poverty, we spent something like $22 trillion on various social programs, and essentially the same number of people live underneath the poverty line.
Okay, and then a last question. So we have this infrastructure bill going through, and you see people like Joe Manchin, arguing over, what is it, $5 billion in regards to it, or just, just a little price difference, for example. Over the past 20 years, we've been fighting wars in Afghanistan, and we spent trillions and billions of dollars. And you have these politicians saying that these infrastructure bills that will help us on our domestic front, these small price changes are going to have dramatic effects on, our future and our children. And that's why they, the Republican Party, they definitely, go for austerity and those, factors.
So the wars, to take an example, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were expensive. They cost grand total somewhere between $3 and $4 trillion last I checked. The United States spends about $4 trillion in the budget every single year, and we spent about $7 trillion last year. That's every year.
Yeah, it's like a 20 trillion.
What that means for the future of our children, if we're willing to spend that much on war, like, what does that mean in regards to, these infrastructure bills, us fighting over these small amounts?
Good point.
We're not really fighting over small amounts. These are very large amounts of money. The entire American budget 40 years ago was not nearly as much.
You just said we have a lot of money.
20 years ago it wasn't. And you just go back and look at the
$5 billion.
So we're spending
You just said.
amounts of money on
You
nearly
just contradicted yourself, Ben.
To point out defense spending as opposed to what really constitutes the vast bulk of our budget, which is everything else. Defense spending as a percentage of the American budget is something like 20%, 25%.
25. It's insane.
I think it's even that high.
It's 25.
Not the chief driver of systemic spending
really,
problems
Ben?
in the United States. It's massive mandatory spending programs. I have to ask you a question. Were you the guy before who I saw a picture of holding the very creative flag?
Yes, it was outside.
Yeah, dude, I gotta ask you, like, Lenin and Stalin? Really?
Yeah, definitely Lenin and Stalin. It's just
Lenin and Stalin?
Stalin
really?
definitely due to World War II. I mean,
we're talking about exploitation of people. I mean, Stalin. Like,
we do a lot of that in America too. I live in Tallahassee. There's a lot of exploitation.
Yeah,
I used to work at a lot of places, and there's a lot of poor people.
Were you gulags though?
We have prisons in America too.
Were you one of the like 30 million people murdered by Stalin? Like really,
Guantanamo Bay.
If you're gonna go Marxist,
but Stalin was a bad guy.
Find a better Marxist to emulate than Lenin or Stalin, mass murderers.
The Soviet Union during World War II saved the world. I would say that.
If it not been for Stalin, World War II never would have started, because it was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that allowed the Nazi Germans to believe that they could invade Eastern Europe.
Wow. Okay, Ben. Okay, that is a real reach there. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. He's a hate sponge, so he loves to. I think that's actually going to be the end of the stream with a little bit of the Ben Shapiro. I'm impressed. We made it through all of that. Kudos to you for staying for so long. I might not be streaming for the next few days. Definitely Saturday. Make some more delicious food. But yeah, I think that was a good little stream to find out what's going on. I'm not gonna check out what's wetting. I might have to do that another day. Canada's popping off right now. RCMP are fucking mobbing journalists apparently. And I want to give it my full time and attention. And this is an almost 5-hour stream. So I'm exhausted. I'm going to have an ice cream cone, go to bed. And I hope you have a lovely, wonderful day. Oh, yeah. Canadian news. Oh, geez. It's like, it's niche. It's niche. But sometimes it can be entertaining. Rarely as entertaining as American news, but yeah, definitely stuff's starting to pop off. I guess, relatively. Okay, all right. Heading out.